a bit of action here in qualifying, folks. I might just jump in to say good morning real quick. Danny Yeaman here on the microphone once again, although today I won't be talking all that much. Leave that to Scott Rankin and David Haynes. So I'll be just keeping an eye on the feed today to make sure that everything works as expected. Apologies for those who have been here since the start and been waiting since the beginning of Porsche Cup Asia qualifying. We were gearing up and set to start, commentating at least, with Thailand Super Pickup, which will be the first race of the day, starting at 9:45 local time. So I'll be here monitoring things in the background, folks, via the YouTube chat. Scott and David should be here in about 20 minutes to get ready to go as the Super Pickup cars are in the pit lane, gearing things up. So in the meantime, with the final 8 minutes of Porsche Cup Asia qualifying, folks, I'll shut myself back up again and let you enjoy the sound of these flat six numbers around the Bangsaen street circuit, and then we'll get into the full coverage here when the racing kicks off with our Thailand Super Pickup trucks.
จ้าหน้าที่เคลียร์แท็กอยู่นะครับโอ้เมื่อตะกี้ต้องยอมรับเลยว่าเวลาต่อรอบของ Porsche Carrera Cup นี่โหดจริงๆจะวิ่งนาที 34.39 นะครับทิ้งให้เวลาอีกนิดนึงเนี่ยอาจจะลงไป 33 ได้นะนี่แฟนๆนะครับเข้ามาชมการแข่งขันทักทายไปยังแฟนๆทางบ้านที่ชมถ่ายทอดสดอยู่นะครับแล้วก็แฟนๆแล้วก็นักท่องเที่ยวทุกท่านนะครับที่เข้าชมในสนามทุกจุดทุกสแตนของบางแสนกลางปีครับพี่นอนดึกรีบตื่นแต่เช้าไงรีบมาจองที่โอ้นี่เป็นแฟนของฟอร์ดนะมาเชียร์พี่แจ็คแล้วก็พี่แซนดี้ครับโอ้นี่เกียร์เมื่อเช้าลงมานี่ตกใจเลยครับนี่ทีมงานโค้งสองครับสวัสดีครับทีมงานโค้งสองโค้งสองในตำนานใช่จุดนี้แหละที่พาเวทแล้วก็โทรเข้ามาออนไลน์นะผมนะครับเดี๋ยวไปชมบทวิเคราะห์ก่อนเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในรุ่น Thailand Super Pick Up Division 1 กันครับ
คุณผู้ชมครับการแข่งขันที่หลายท่านรอคอยแล้วก็เอาจริงๆแล้วแฟนมอเตอร์สปอร์ตทั่วประเทศไทยรวมไปถึงคนไทยที่อาจจะยังไม่คุ้นเคยกับการแข่งขันรถยนต์นะครับต้องชมรุ่นนี้นี่คือการแข่งขันในรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 ครับเรสนี้เป็นศูนย์รวมของมือขับกระบะแถวหน้าของเมืองไทยหลายสิบชีวิตก่อนหน้านี้เนี่ยการแข่งขันกระบะก็ค่อนข้างที่จะค่อยๆยกระดับแล้วก็พัฒนาขึ้นมาเรื่อยๆและในปีนี้เนี่ยมีการปรับเปลี่ยนกฎหลายอย่างนะครับบีบปากเทอร์โบลงนะครับทำให้แรงม้าของรถแข่งทุกคันลดลงน้ำหนักรถก็ถูกเพิ่มขึ้นเพื่อที่จะทำให้ตัวรถแข่งแล้วก็สมรรถนะหลายๆอย่างของรถแข่งทุกค่ายนั้นกลับมาใกล้เคียงกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งและนั่นก็ส่งจุดเปลี่ยนนะครับให้การแข่งขันในสนามแรกเนี่ยมีเหตุการณ์มากมายเกิดขึ้นณัฐนุชวงศ์สมบูรณ์นะครับหรือว่าจ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลนำเป็นจ่าฝูงเลยครับฟอร์มเยี่ยมมากแล้วเขาก็ชนะมาได้ถึง2เรสคะแนนนำนะครับมี46คะแนนตามด้วยธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์ก็มากับรถแข่งที่ทำการโมดิฟายแล้วก็สร้างแอโร่แพ็กเกจรอบคันมาใหม่ทำให้ผลงานของเขาค่อนข้างดีครับมีอยู่เรสหนึ่งออกสตาร์ทจากพิทเลนขึ้นมาจบบนโพเดียมได้คุณผู้ชมฉะนั้นนี่คือจุดเปลี่ยนหลายๆอย่างที่เกิดขึ้นนะครับในขณะที่แชมป์เก่าอย่างเบสธนพลชูเจริญผลหรือว่าเบสเทอร์โบยัมก็เจออาการที่ปวดหัวพอสมควรกับเรื่องความคงที่ของตัวรถต้องดูครับเบสเองแล้วก็ทีมงานสามารถที่จะไปหาคำตอบเจอไหมว่าปัญหามันอยู่ที่ตรงไหนเขาตามผู้นำอยู่36คะแนนครับขณะที่แซนดี้ซูวิกครับเป็นอีกหนึ่งคนที่สนามนี้เป็นหนึ่งในสนามเก่งของเขาแต่ว่ารถแข่งฟอร์ดยังคงมีน้ำหนักสูงแล้วก็ยังคงเสียเปรียบในการออกจากช่วงทางตรงพอสมควรนะครับบางแสนเป็นหนึ่งในสนามที่ทางตรงมีโอกาสที่จะสร้างจังหวะในการแซงกันได้แต่ต้องมีแครี่สปีดที่ดีนะครับพุ่งไปแซงบริเวณโค้ง2ขึ้นเขาโค้ง3อีกคนหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจก็คือสุภชัยคงมั่นครับสนามที่แล้วเนี่ยเขามีโอกาสชนะนะขึ้นนำได้แต่ว่ารถแข่งก็พ พังไปสนามนี้จะได้ออกตัวจากกริดที่ 6 ในการควอลิฟายยังคงเป็นจ่าฝูงบนแชมเปี้ยนชิพครับจ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลณัฐนุชวงศ์สมบูรณ์ครับที่กดเวลามาได้ตำแหน่งในการคว้าโพลโพซิชันนาที 52.942 ครับเวลาของธนพลชูเจริญผลนะครับควอลิฟายมาเป็นอันดับ 2 ก็จริงแต่ตามผู้นำถึง 1.2 วินาทีซึ่งเป็นเวลาที่ห่างมากๆคู่นี้อยู่ที่การช่วงชิงแท็กโพซิชันในการออกตัวถ้าเบสออกตัวได้ดีแล้วขึ้นมานำได้ก่อนเขาอาจจะสร้างโอกาสในการบล็อกเพื่อไม่ให้แซงไปได้ซึ่งน่าจะสำคัญมากครับเรสนี้แซงกันยากอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าถ้าดูจากเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ในช่วงที่ผ่านมานะครับรถแข่งของณัฐนุชในสนามแรกเนี่ยก็มีความเร็วทางตรงที่ถือว่าทำได้ดีพอสมควรคนที่ได้ออกตัวจากกริดที่ 3 ครับก็คือธนวัฒน์ สุวรรณรัตน์แต่เวลาควอลิฟายตามผู้นำ 2.4 วิดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราไปดูเกมการแข่งขันกันสำหรับ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 ใครจะเป็นผู้ชนะและจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญจะเกิดที่จุดไหนนะครับถ้าณัฐนุชยังทำได้ดีและชนะในเรสนี้โอกาสที่เขาจะเป็นแชมป์ประจำปีในรุ่นนี้ก็มีสูงมากครับ
สวัสดีครับคุณผู้ชมครับคุณผู้ชมกำลังอยู่กับรายการรถยนต์ทางเรียบที่ใหญ่ที่สุดในอาเซียนเลยนะครับกับการรายการ Prix Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับกับงานบางแสนกลางปีที่สนามในจังหวัดชลบุรีแห่งนี้นะครับต้องบอกว่าเราก็มีการแข่งขันกันมาเนี่ยนะครับหลายวันแล้วนะครับซึ่งวันนี้ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งเรสที่น่าจับตามองกับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับคือรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 รุ่นนี้จะขับด้วยกัน2คลาสนะครับคือคลาส A และคลาส B แน่นอนสำหรับผู้ที่ทำเวลาควอลิฟายได้ดีที่สุดนะครับต้องบอกว่าดีที่สุดในสนามนะครับ1 นาที 52.942 เลยนะครับกับณัฐนุชวงศ์สมบูรณ์วันนี้เขาเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรไปพูดคุยกันครับกับจ๊อบมนตรีดีเซลนะครับกริดสตาร์ทที่1หมายเลข93นะครับกับอีซูซุคันนี้พี่จ๊อบอยู่กับเราแล้วนะครับสวัสดีครับพี่จ๊อบสวัสดีครับ
ครับวันครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการควอลิฟายในสนามนี้ถือว่าเวลาดีที่สุดเลยนะ
ใช่ครับ
เป็นความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างครับ
พร้อมที่สุดครับนี่
พร้อมหมดเลย
ใช่ครับ
นะถือว่าเซตอัพรถมาดีนะเพราะถือว่าเป็นสนามที่เราได้ไม่มีเขาเรียกว่ามีสิทธิเท่าเทียมกันในเรื่องของการซ้อมในเรื่องของการเข้ามาควอลิฟาย
ครับ
ก็ถือว่าเราเตรียมความพร้อมมาในสนามนี้ดีมาก
ใช่ครับ
ครับมีอะไรที่จะบอกถึงแฟนๆที่กำลังเชียร์เราอยู่ว่าสนามนี้เราต้องการที่จะคว้าชัยในแชมป์
เชียร์ทีมนิปโมนี่รันอัพมีน้องลูกพี่ออฟท่านมาไม่ต้องมืดีนะครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับพี่จ๊อบนี่ต้องถือว่าเป็นแชมป์ด้วยนะฮะจากสนามที่ผ่านมาแล้วก็ต้องมาดูกันนะครับว่าในสนามนี้จะกลับมาเป็นแชมป์เหมือนเดิมได้ไหมอันดับ2เป็นของธนพลชูเจริญผลนะครับหรือเบสเทอร์โบยามสวัสดีครับพี่เบสสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสนามนี้ครับพี่เบส
ก็ทำได้ดีครับ
เพราะเมื่อวานเนี่ยก็มีเพื่อนร่วมแข่งนะพี่อยู่ในคลาส C ก็แข่งกันมาแล้วก็ถือว่ามีผลงานออกมาน่าชมกันอยู่ทีเดียว
ใช่ครับ
วันนี้เราจะทำผลงานให้กับเพื่อนร่วมทีมยังไงบ้าง
ก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับผม
ครับเราเซตอะไรมาปีนี้เราเซตอะไรมาบ้างเพราะเราต้องเปลี่ยนในเรื่องของสเปคตัวรถด้วยถูกไหมฮะ
ใช่ครับใช่ครับ
เรารู้สึกปรับตัวกับตัวรถแล้วก็การเซตอัพได้ดีแค่ไหนบ้างครับ
ก็ตอนนี้ก็ประมาณ 90% แล้วครับ
90% แล้วนะ
ไม่น่ามีปัญหาอะไรครับ
ไม่น่ามีปัญหาแล้วเดี๋ยวมาดูกันว่าวันนี้จะเป็นอย่างไร
ครับ
ฝากให้เชียร์แฟนเชียร์พี่หน่อยครับ
ก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราด้วยนะครับทีมองโดนะครับหลายๆคันที่ในเกรด AB นะครับครับผม
ขอบคุณครับพี่เบสเทอร์โบยามนะฮะธนพลชูเจริญผลอีก1คันอันนี้พลาดไม่ได้นะคุณผู้ชมเพราะว่าอันนี้ก็มาแรงเหมือนกันนะครับนี่ครับพี่โต้งสตันนะครับพี่โต้งธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์นะครับก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งผลงานที่ทำมาดีในต้นฤดูกาลเลยนะครับพี่โต้งเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้กลับมาแล้วรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้าง
สนามที่นี่คือตอนนี้เราแข่งขันในสตรีทนะครับสตรีทเซอร์กิตใช่ไหมครับก็ค่อนข้างที่จะยากแต่มันก็คือความท้าทายของนักแข่งแต่ละทีมก็จะมีเซตรถมาดีๆทั้งนั้นครับก็วันนี้อยากให้นักแข่งทุกๆคนเอนจอยการแข่งขันขับขี่ปลอดภัยทุกคนครับ
ถูกต้องและที่สำคัญพลาดแล้วพลาดเลยโอกาสแก้ตัวได้ยากด้วยนะฮะแต่ประสบการณ์พี่เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าจะมากกว่า
ก็ค่อนข้างเยอะครับก็ขับมาเยอะครับทีนี้ครับผม
แล้วรถต้องบอกว่าเลยว่าความพร้อมนะครับเปรียบเทียบระหว่างปีที่แล้วกับปีนี้นะพี่ถือว่าเตรียมความพร้อมมาดีมากเลย
ใช่ครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะ
สนาม เลสหนึ่งเลสสองเราได้สัมภาษณ์กันแล้วครับผมก็คือผลงานค่อนข้างดีครับในปีนี้แล้วก็อยากจะรักษาผลงานนี้ไปเรื่อยๆครับ
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับพี่โต้งครับ
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับโต้งสตันครับเบอร์22
ครับขอบพระคุณครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับธวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์นะครับแน่นอนคุณผู้ชมยังมีนักแข่งที่มีชื่อนะครับอีกเยอะแยะมากมายเลยครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามให้ดีกับรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ B ครับ
ตอนนี้คนที่ได้เปรียบแล้วก็ได้โปรนะครับสนามนี้ก็คือนัทวุฒิวงศ์สมบูรณ์ครับหมายเลข93ครับอาร์ตการยางเกาะโปพร้อมกันครับตอนเรสซิ่งทีมครับแกเป็นนักขับอารมณ์ดีมากเลยวัสดุเน็กเตอร์โมบิลวันเวนอมรวมช่างเชียงกงปีนี้บิวรถมาใหม่นะครับแอโร่แพ็กเกจโหดมากออโรราฟอร์ดไทยแลนด์เรซซิ่งครับขับคันไหนก็เร็วนี่ฮะแจ็คแลมวาร์ดของลาฟอร์ดไทยแลนด์เรซซิ่งอีกคันหนึ่งนะครับพีทสุพรรณเรายังไม่ได้เจอเลยนะคุณพีทนี่เขาบอกเขาไม่เอาแล้วนะฉายาเขาอะที่ผมตั้งให้ครับครับหมวกสวยมากนะนี่พี่เก่งครับชำนาญครับสตาร์ทในปีที่17นะครับเฮียป๊อปดูตรงลีล่าหันหนักนะครับ19แล้ว
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 3's coverage of Thailand Super Series and our street circuit, the jewel in the crown. It is the Bangsaen Grand Prix, and we're going to be starting things off today with super pickups. The super pickups you've seen thus far this weekend have been the C-Class drivers. Today, we move into the A and B drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Scott Rankin, alongside of David Haynes for your first ever weekend in the booth for Thailand Super Series. Dave, you got an introduction to the category of cars yesterday, and we're on with the faster class drivers today. So, does the super pickup category live up to all the hype we built it up for you with?
It's certainly unique. It's different to NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. It's different to Super Utes in Australia. It's its own thing, and it's super exciting. You can see all the drivers, they're getting ready, how keen they are to get moving, get rolling. Start engine sign on display. 1 minute till they get ready for their 12-lap race. Love the Hilux champ in the field here, something you don't see many other places around the world, something you don't see racing anywhere else around the world.
Yeah, and on a street circuit to boot as well. So there's a lot to go on with right here. And the big one that we'll be sort of talking about throughout the weekend is the difficulty of the circuit here. It's caused a number of issues. We've had course delays to repair barriers impacted heavily by the C-Class drivers yesterday. And the big thing about that one was that it happened in the last race of the day. I mean, we didn't lose any more time. Cars will be arriving off for their formation lap here in just a few moments. So we'll get underway. We'll be ready to roll for Super Pickups. The big thing is that we've had already 3 races in this championship, a change to the way that this runs for 2025. 3 races at both of the brew room rounds, and I believe we're only going to have the 2 in operation here this weekend from the Bangsaen Grand Prix, which means we are already 3 races into the championship as well for these guys. A lot of opportunity will present itself at Bangsaen, but first and foremost, Dave, with a field 27 cars in it, survival is of the utmost importance.
Yeah, and as they go out on their formation lap, they're all going to begin triggering the sector timing, and looks like Jack Lemvard might not be out there of the 26. This is a look at the track. It's a little dose of Monaco, Macau, but set in a beautiful Thai beachside resort town here. Lots of great views, resorts, hotels, markets beside the foreshore there, and of course a great beach.
Yeah, and it is 3.7 kilometers, the duration, that long front straightaway, the climb up through Monkey Hill, Twilight and Twisting Monument section, the fast and flying final sector. 3 sectors with, you've got to say, very distinct characteristics to them. It is not easy to make your way around this track, particularly when you're on a semi-slick. And this is going to be the challenge of it all here, is looking after these tyres. 12 laps, the distance for Super Pickup Racing from Bangsaen, as has been the historical way they've gone about it as well. And here's your starting grid. Nutnutch has managed to get it done in qualifying from Thanafon. Thanafon's been quick this year as well. Tanawat and Nuttawat off of the second row. Row number 3 is going to be Bandit from Super Chai. Super Chai always being the fan favourite at number 7. Sandy Stuvik into 7th spot, be looking for him. And Chinawat line up alongside of him. Jack Lemvar was saying he might not have rolled off for the formation lap. Suwat, Surachai and Shalom Pond going to round out row number 6. As we quick fire through the 27 drivers we've got here for you. Waris deeper in the field from Chayapon on row number 7. Row number 8 will be Simon and Saranyu to bring us through row number 8. The top 20 are going to be rounded out by Nantawat and Akasit, and Frutapong and Jataron to round out your top 20, the first 10 rows of the grid. 7 more drivers to come your way, 2 more pages of them will be Chenon from Songsat out of 21st and 22nd. Alon Korn, long way down the field for Alon Korn. He's always had pace, and Firawat will line up alongside of him. Keep your eye on the 85 truck, move his way through the field. In fact, I think he's already had a race win this year, so to see him that deep in the field, something went wrong for qualifying. Akilak and Anawat out of 25th and 26th, and Ekasit will round out the field. So that is your 27 drivers coming our way. And that is the camera down at the end of the back straight, and turn 8 before they'll tip in to head off to the monument.
Yeah, really nice wide open street there heading down towards turn 8, but then it tightens a little bit on the exit. So you see a lot of them try to use as much of the road as possible to open up to a late apex there.
Hello and welcome to everyone that's joining us right across the social media platforms, including Facebook and across on Speed Cafe for the Australian viewers as well. And we did receive some questions about the engines that these guys are running. I believe they should be just about modified. They are turbo diesel. Bulk of the field will be Toyota Hilux. Sorry, my apologies. Isuzu D-Maxes. Because the D-Max factory is located in Thailand. So these are the local cars. I just had a quick look. Aloncorn has not won a race yet so far this season. He has finished, I believe, 3rd in race number 3, and he has been quick.
I see 2 forwards, so Jack Lemvard looks like he's in line behind Sandy Stuvik, like he should be.
Yeah. That might just be a timing error that we're looking for. Righto, feed into the hotel. Hairpin to round out the lap, and then we'll be off in green flag running. No standing starts. They will roll down and away towards turn 1. There is a lot of power that has to be put through the transmission of these cars. And then they'll feed it into turn 1. You can see the difficulty of just getting in there. There's the Toyota Hilux Champ car as well. One of the additions to the field last year has returned for 2025. And Toyota Zoo Racing Team Thailand very, very proud of their entry in their series as well. Righto. They'll form themselves up. The class driver this year in terms of outright speed has been that number 15 car of Thanafon, but he has 2 DNFs to his name. And they will get to green flag racing. He's got a reasonable launch. Here comes the 24 machine. He's going to feed it to the inside. Bandit was looking for a little bit of an overlap as they funnel down to the turn number 1. 3 wide. They'll be the first of the forwards. They'll be Stuvik to the inside of the 23 machine, and the 56 will be alongside it as well. Chinawat. And I believe that might be Suwat, the 59 machine, not the 56. They feed in there. They're going to get boxed up, and have a look. 4 wide at turn 2. 4 wide as they get to Monkey Hill. They feed back into 2x2 as they come out the other side. And the cloud of smoke as they rise up Monkey Hill for the first time in anger on your Saturday morning.
Got to look to get single file approaching the hairpin though. Single file through here, no overtaking and tough on the steering, using all of the road available to then try to square up that exit. Road opens up heading down towards turn 8. Nothing much leading this one right now, but look at that car park trying to get single file into a complete stop at the tail of the field.
Yeah, and there was contact back there as well as they all got single file because the checkup started happening and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. At the back end of the field, front left tire in the air for the number 15. So that is a very softly set up Thanafon at the front. And you know what? We're not seeing the 93 in those shots, so I wonder whether or not we might have lost him. I did see a Sector 2 time, and in fact, he was one of the quicker cars through Sector 2 at the front end of the field. But we haven't seen additional shots from that 93
just leading
truck.
By too much.
Yeah, it's just out there way too far in front. There was the first of the forwards. That's Stuvik, a local favourite. A little bit deeper in the field. Lemvard's managed to slot in, and they will drift when they get down to 15. And that is where the side of the incident from yesterday happened, carrying too much speed on the final lap. You've got to look after the cars. Thanafon's got the lead. He's got it off him, actually, some way. It's not leading by too much. It's not the truck missing. It was actually sitting in second place when they got to the hotel hairpin. And here's a big old dive bomb at the final corner from the 19 machine. Can he pull it up? Yes, he can. 1 spot gain for him.
It takes that second apex, squaring up the exit to run onto the front straight as well. Jack Lemvard, we can definitely see out there the 41 truck, but not triggering the timing, so it might show him down the bottom of this timing column, but I'm pretty sure that Blue Ford Ranger, the number 41, is out there. First lap completed with 11 more to go.
Oh, and there's someone gone straight on at turn 1. That's the number 9 machine, and he isn't looking to back that car up. I think this will just be... He's done for the day. Is he having troubles trying to crank that car back to the right?
The number 9 is Samon. We're going to get a replay, no doubt, here. Turn 2, just running straight on, so maybe encountered an issue, something else, and gone to the nearest escape road. Could have been damage from the previous hairpin. Thanafon leading the race, as you point out. Now out to a 1.5 second lead through the monument, and could be more than that when they get to the next timing sector. Now a notch under pressure from Tanawat.
That's the feed on. Down towards turn 15 again. Braking markers. And the number 93 machine having to cover off a little bit from the 22 of Tanawat. And he's got problems. Whether or not it was selecting a gear issue, feeding into turn 17 will be a problem for the cars in behind if he can't find some speed. And he's just going to pull to the side and allow them all to feed in. The problem will be he needs to get to the right to get back to pit lane. which he'll do right now. So he was watching those mirrors quite aggressive. That's well done. He's managed that really, really nicely, and that will be back to the pit lane, which is the problem. Pole position, you really want to convert that one, particularly the street circuit, Dave. So issues for that car. Back to pit lane. I'm not seeing fluids dripping from the rear end of that car as yet. Well, no, it's already dumped all its fluids, and there's another car that's followed him in here. And that's one of the Fords. It's Sandy Stewart.
Yeah. It's got the newer Ford Ranger, Jack Lemvard, in one of the older looking ones. So quite a few problems for a few of these in their first race of the day. A lot of sort of mechanical looking stuff, perhaps gearbox type stuff. Not seeing too much, suspension or body panels out of alignments or visible crash damage, but just sort of a mechanical reliability issue seems to be what's going on for just a few that have dropped out. It's meant a lot of gains for some others, and here's Stuvik on the pit lane, and they are looking at potentially a puncture.
Yeah, that rear tyre is definitely down. Does that rim look like there's a bit of damage in there? They're struggling to get that jack underneath to try and get the car raised up to get in there and get
that looks like wheel-to-wheel contact has broken the rim and then put the tyre down.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was thinking was going to happen as well. They're trying to get that car up and off the ground as best as they possibly can, finally get it in the air. They're going to go a lap down, but be able to slap a tyre on that car and at least get it back out there. But for the 93 machine, Nat Nutch, I think he might just be done for the day. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that one. Late braking down the inside is the 19 machine. And that will be Nanthawat on potentially Saranu on the 54 who gets that job done just before they get through to the monument. And indeed it was the 54 that he's managed to make the overtake on. There's one of the few trucks in the field that doesn't have a rear wing.
Not all of them have got a tailgate either.
You reckon that's weight saving? You reckon the downforce in the rear end is actually just weight saving? It's actually not too bad?
I know some people who do some amateur wind tunnel and CFD stuff, and I want to know exactly how effective the rear wing is sitting just off the tray and behind the cab in that sort of air zone. You're going to see a couple more moves heading to the hairpin here, and maybe a couple more drivers heading for the pit lane, if we're honest.
Well, there's actually one of them, the 88 machine. We're just talking about Warris on Urab is going to feed into the pit lane. Not seeing the forward of Sandy Stuvik, which means probably back out on the racetrack. Well, no, I'm still seeing it, the timing machines in the pit lane. 15 of Thanafon was actually just having a quick dive through the points at the moment. And he is in the A-class driver standing, sits 8th with a tie, actually, with the 88 machine that just went to the pit lane of Warris on Urab. So this will be a huge opportunity to bank some points for him. These guys are going to get banked up. He's also sitting 11th in the overall standings. Only 6 points picked up in race 3. 2 DNFs for the number 15. They had massive issues back at Buriram a bit over a month ago. Now feeding down the back end of the back straight. Bandit, remember, he was trying to get down the inside and potentially steal a couple spots on lap 1. Chinawat and Surachai will follow him through.
Fastest lap of the race at the moment belonging to your race leader Thanafon. He's got a 2.8 second lead. Last timing line that they crossed, but it was a personal best from Tanawat in second, who actually managed to close the gap somewhat. So that could be a race that continues to unfold as they try to look after their vehicles, phase in their tyres, and potentially encounter a bit of lap traffic. There are a number of drivers and cars we've seen go through pit lane as well.
I'm going to be honest, the tyres are asked some big questions in this category, but I actually like the fact that they're on a semi-slick for a number of reasons. Number one, it's obviously quite difficult to do a tyre change if they have to go to a wet tyre, so put it things that they don't have to worry about that. And number two, the tyre slides around a lot more, and that requires a fair bit more skill. So could these trucks go faster? Yes, they absolutely could if they're on a slick tyre, but that also might be some of the safety aspect of it as well, is limiting the grip fraction length. And the 66 machine is going to feed in the last corner. Chayapon is going to have Jadaron try and go the long way around at the final corner. That will be very difficult, and the door gets shut on him, and he might lose a couple spots as a result. They're all going to back up in behind him. The 81 machine misses a shift. Akasit's going to lose spots. Was that the 95 machine on its way through of Anawat? I believe it was. Still looking for, by the way, the 85 machine of Aloncorn has managed to go from the rear end of the field all the way to 11th, so he has been supreme in overtaking. He's had to make his way through this bunch, and he's already gotten through. They feed into turn 1 once again, and that was really pain. That's nearly a car in the barrier at turn 2 on the outside. A lot of speed carried in for the 91 of Chatteron, and he's going to lose a spot as a result.
Yeah, well, it's ferocious here, and it's a whole heap of traffic, and you can't afford to get checked up off the corner exits, because then you'll get swallowed alive by the next 3 or 4 trucks behind you as well. The 92, the Hilux champ of Songsak, right in the middle of this as well. Strikes a slightly smaller, more slim figure than some of the others around here. Maybe that's a benefit on a street circuit, even if a few of the others around look a bit more mean, a bit more powerful, or maybe a little bit more aerodynamic.
Once more, down the back straightaway. And I'm just taking a quick look, 2.4 litre turbo diesels for the Thailand Super Pickup Series, and that's Sandy Stuvik, who's back out on the racetrack.
Maybe
and
just
that was
trying
a
to stay out
fan.
of the way with that new tyre.
Yeah, that was a fan actually waving along Sandy Stuvik from along the side of the racetrack. No, he's going to be done.
You see damage to the headlight on the rear right, and that's also the side where we saw the broken rim and down tyre. So maybe there was also suspension damage. The left rear suspension actually looks like it could be out of whack.
That's parked up in an awkward spot as well, because that's runoff area. But there's no spot for him to get out of the track right there either. By the way, Tenowat just set a new fastest lap of the race in this battle for the lead. The 22 machine we're watching on board at the moment. Just see the 15. And Stanifon tried to crawl out of the hairpin. All over the road with the rear end of that car, not wanting to apply its power nicely. A couple black smoke warnings coming out from multiple cars. I'm seeing 88 and 85. And I've just seen one for the 81. So cars starting with an 8. Check for black smoke.
It's clear of the monument.
Was that a 22 that just went around? That was a lot of... Oh, there it is. It was the audio mic down at turn 1. And that would be the 4th major accident we've had at turn 1 so far this weekend. Barriers look okay, so we may not require some repairs. There's still 7 laps to go as well. And that car is going nowhere at the moment. Driver's not animated,
was
trying to get there. Yeah.
in the pit lane earlier. To the replay here. Oh, already lost it in sort of the transitional braking area, curving to the right before you go hard left.
And that was a big hit on the front right corner of the car, which is why he's not moving there at the moment. And it was a low impact to that barrier. There may be some repairs required. Safety car has been deployed. Field is going to come back under the control. And I've just seen, by the way, we was talking about Alon Korn, who made his way all the way up to 11th spot a few moments ago. He's fallen all the way back to 21st. So something happened to him on that most recent lap around a 2:39 when the bulk of the field, some of the field were below 2 minutes. So he's lost 40 seconds on that lap somewhere.
Is the 85 one of the numbers that you called out earlier when you were calling out vehicles starting with the number 8?
Was, yep, indeed. Not seeing pit lane transition counts, unfortunately, on the timing settings for this one. But yeah, there's just wondering. And I do have to call out one of our regular viewers over in our YouTube chat over on the Thailand Super Series page, Omaris Bumariadi, who has been here right the way through since we began commentary all the way back in 2023 for this series. And comment made, so far so good. No incidents and cautions for now. Oh, Omaris, what have you done?
And it wasn't from where we thought some of these incidents might come from. We had that sort of 2 wide, 3 wide pack coming out of turn 19 towards turn 20. And that wasn't where the safety car has come from. It looks like too much ambition braking into turn 1 in the curved braking zone. So much body roll in these vehicles that when you're turning and braking and then you maybe go for a downshift, you can have an unloaded tyre lock so easily. You can then have so much going on that you can lock the rears up, which is seemingly what happened going for the downshift in the curved braking zone, seeing the rear step out and it go around and into the outside wall in turn 1 just before reaching turn 2.
Right, drivers moving back and forth across the track. One of the benefits of that is that we'll actually clean up the circuit quite a bit. Talking to a friend working over on the number 44 car actually in GT4, which we'll see a little bit later on today. He said the track's been so loose. There's so many cars, so many big incidents. There was a big incident yesterday in Porsche Cup practice. They've been out this morning for qualifying just before we were live here as well. So not only do we have the Thailand Super Series categories on this weekend, so to give you a run through, if you're joining us for the first time, hello and welcome. Pleasure to have you along on board for coverage of the Thailand Super Series and this the English language broadcast. We've got a range of events coming to you this weekend. GT3 for the first time this year has been combined with other categories, so there is traffic I believe to be dealt with as a part of the GT3 racing. I believe the GTM cars will be the cars that we'll be seeing out and on there, and that's the 95 machine getting out and A-OK for Anawat, walking away from the scene of the crime. GT4 and GTC I believe will be the other category that will be combined for your 1 hour racing. The other one of our 1 hour categories is Super Touring as well. We've already seen one race for those guys this weekend. Additionally, we have Super Eco, both of the categories for your Thailand Super Pickup A and B class drivers, which are on track right now. And C class drivers have already run 2 races this weekend, and I do believe that might be them done for the weekend. Also in attendance, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia and Formula 4 Southeast Asia will be along for the ride this weekend, which is, we had Porsche Cup Asia here last year, but this is the first time that Formula 4 Southeast Asia is in attendance, and those drivers have been putting the works, been put through their paces in terms of practice, have been in the barriers, you know, new circuit for them. It's a lot of learning to do, and coming to a street circuit for the first time, a bumpy street circuit at that, Dave, with a load of the ground cars, not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, particularly along the waterfront, places like exiting the monument through that turn 17 sweep, and then even braking into turn 15 are super challenging. You've got a kink braking into turn 15, just a little bumpy as you're at some of the highest speed corners in some of the other places, and then of course a few big stops around here at turn 2, turn 6, turn 18. So recovery underway on the outside of turn 1. It is 5 laps to go. So based on the truck, the marshals, everyone doing their work, you expect a resumption, and to see if the pace that Tanawat was putting in, Danafon, that could be a very, very exciting battle for the race lead when we get going again.
At the moment, 5 laps to go in this one as well, which we'll keep an eye on because I guarantee after yesterday and losing significant amounts of time, they'll be keeping eyes on delays. Be a little bit of a look at that barrier down at turn 1 as well.
Even the fans have got fans in Thailand.
Enjoying their coverage for the weekend, I'm sure. Down and along the waterfront. Hotels, as far as the eye can see. Beautiful picturesque water, beautiful picturesque boardwalk. Monument roundabout that they go down and through. All the lovely cars on display. That looks like a large group of Porsches in the bottom corner of the screen. And I want to say that that's going to be a Gymkhana course in the background of that one as well.
They have night markets and stuff, typically in that area on the waterfront, so lots to do in this resort town, some beautiful resorts. There's a big one by the hairpin at turn 6 as well. So all around the track, lots of hotels, resorts, and all of the dining and drinking that would go along with that as well.
That's it. Where else
nice
in the
Lotus
world,
there.
Dave? Can you... Yeah, a couple of nice Lotuses, actually. Where else in the world can you go to... Well, there's the eatery, actually, in the bottom corner of that shot. Where else in the world can you go to a racetrack, you walk 20 meters, and you're on the beach?
Surfers paradise, baby.
It's a bit more than 20 meters. little bit.
It's not. They call it the beach chicane, man. You can beach is right there. A lot of the fans do. Sort of racing finishes, walk out onto the beach, spot some whales, whatever.
You know, Surfers Paradise is actually my closest track. It has been. In fact, it's one of yours as well, I believe. I wish I went
after Queensland Raceway and Lakeside. Yeah, not beachside, just Lakeside.
You're lucky. You're on the right side of the border of divides New South Wales and Queensland. You've got a few more racetracks up your way and do a little bit of adventure.
If your words that there's a correct side, then I'll go with it.
I take back my words. You're on the right side of the border for racing.
Ka-chow.
Ooh.
Lightning McQueen is looking really, really deluxe there. That is so shiny. There is not a hint of rust. With the Rust Ease medicated bumper ointment doing its work for the Ka-champion.
That's what we're on about. Everyone's down here with a smile on their face, enjoying some car racing. Down in the pit lane, this one, 4 laps to go at the moment. So if safety car is in this lap, we'll have 3 laps of racing to take us to the end of the race. Silver white, 95 on the left. It's a unique one.
I think there's a Toyota Celica underneath that.
See the other car all the way on the left-hand side of the shot. I want a shot at that as well. Unique race cars. That's the benefit when you go to events like this.
Only on show.
Yeah. Getting to go for a wander and have a look at some really interesting cars. And I know there was a media night last night for a lot of the categories for about 3 hours at the racetrack. I can guarantee you that just would have been party central. Provided your car wasn't in the barrier and needed repairs, of course.
Or the stewards who were signing documents at 8:15. I think some of those were stamped and signed and delivered after the welcoming ceremony had an opening night had begun. Good view on board. Really long gear shifter, the position and the ergonomics of how you sit and where the gearbox is down there as well. And you see quite often, you know, rear wheels chattering in the braking zones, or sometimes drivers just don't quite get off the corners how we would expect, and it looks like they've not got the shift. Well, it's not quite the super tight, slick gearbox that you might expect out of like a Ford Mustang or something. You see the kind of shifters and pedal boxes and everything that they're working with, and that sort of separates the really good drivers, I think, is how consistent they can be with machinery that does not begin life as a racing car, begins life as a practical workhorse.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, you wait until we get to Super Touring later on. And the reason I say that is there's a Toyota Yaris, proudly prepared by Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand as we get set for another restart here, with a long gear shifter. And by a long gear shifter, I mean it comes up and it hooks. So it's nearly like you're just pushing the handlebars of a push bike forward and backwards to complete your sequential shifting. And Thanafon's actually not waited at all. That safety car gets into pit lane, and he's gone very, very early. And everyone else has responded to that. Green flags now displayed at the final corner. I do wonder whether or not he's gone too early, because did you see the safety car boards and flags prior to the last corner?
Yeah, I mean, often the safety car comes in, the green flags begin waving, and then it's the leader who controls no passing before the start-finish line. What this has done, if it's allowed and legal, is avoided a massive car parking for 1 and 2 here, spread the field out, particularly at the front a little bit. It's not going to stop some optimistic opportunists, but for Thanafon, with how much pressure Tanawat was putting on before the safety car, I think that's a good restart, to just put a couple more car lengths in between yourself and your rival in second place, who's shown a lot of speed.
Yeah, well, back at the drop of the green flag, 3.7 kilometers the length, with 3 racing laps, so it's going to be just a whisker over 10 kilometers to go in terms of the race. The number 5 of Natawat's managed to go with our front 2, at least for now. But they'll do what they can as they fire down the back straightaway, and Tanawat, if his tyres are still in the right zones, will have a great opportunity to try and close in if he can carry that speed. In the meantime, Nathawat, the rear end of that truck did not look compliant as they tipped in at turn 8. And listen to the amount of tyre squeal on the effects mics as these cars challenge the limits of the Hankook semi-slick.
Yeah, the RS4 is a very durable tyre, but it is quite thermally sensitive, so the time behind the safety car will have cooled them off and given them a bit of the grit back, really brings the tyre back in. They can last a really long time, hours and hours and hours, but once they get hot, the grit drops away from them. So that restart lap, insane from Thanafon.
Have a look at the 22 machine now, all of a sudden having a lot of issues trying to keep that car going in the right direction. You can see Thanafon starting to disappear. And we'll get an update on the timing when they get to the start-finish line. I believe that's the final warning now being displayed. I wonder that we don't see the other end of that board. I wonder whether or not that might be the number 5 of Nadawa. As I think we've just gone time certain, gone to final lap of the race. It's being displayed on our timing screens at the moment. So we might have gone time certain on this one. As your timing tower still says 2 laps to go at home. At the moment, nothing doing up in this green lead group. Just not quite close enough. But the 22 machine, Thanawat's taking it deep in the braking zones, and that's the number 7. That'll be Superchai, who was running in 6th spot, and there is something dragging from the tail end of that car. Take it through, take it behind the barriers if you can.
Well, if it is the final lap and it looks to be displaying that now for the graphics for everyone, then I don't think they're going to go past there at racing speed again. It is a good idea, though, that if you could get it out of the way and behind the barriers, you ought to. This restart's been mega from Thanafon, though, because Thanawat had been closing in the longer run in the early part of the race. But whether it's the pressures, the driving style, the age of the tyres, Thanafon on this restart lap and the following lap has left them all behind, and a really commanding performance from the number 15.
Well, run down through the fastest section of the racetrack, 15, 16, and into the left-right combo that is known as 17. No risks being taken from Thanafon. Nadawa was trying to carry some speed through the mid-corner there, but they won't challenge him to the final corner. And the 15 of Thanafon is going to go ahead and just about, in fact, he has led every single lap. Didn't lead him to green, but he led all 11 laps in this one. He'll come out of the final corner, pick up a checkered flag. And finally, for a car that has been quick but unlucky this year, he gets one done. He will bank 20 points in the championship and start to charge from a very, very long way back towards the 93 machine, who scores no points here. And Natnach was 11 points clear at the top of the standings in the overall. A long, long way out in front. But he will be wrapped with that one in Thanafon after the draft disaster that was through him in the first round of the season. 2 DNFs from 3 races. Race number 4 is all he'll be talking about for a while.
Yeah, just really, really well done is all you can say about it. Got to a decent lead at one point. It began to wind back a little bit. Then the safety car, actually you thought might have hindered him, has actually really helped Thanafon.
There's confirmation of your podium. Thanafon from Thanawat from Natwat. 2 A-class drivers and a B-class driver on the overall podium. 3rd place, Natawat, the first of the B-class drivers. Here's the podium for your A-class drivers. Chinawat, he finished 4th overall on the road, 12 seconds back off the race lead. Will manage to pick up the podium in class. B-class drivers now, Natawat from Surachai and Saranu. To give you an example of where those guys finished, 6th place for Surachai and a 54th for Saranu down in 9th spot. So good results inside the overall top 10 for both of those drivers as well. Fastest lap of the race, 53.182 for Thanafon. It showed a real ton of speed in that car. Only one other driver managing to get down into the 1 minute 53, so he has had pace this weekend. I do feel for Natnach Wongson Boon, because that car was quick in qualifying. Was there and capable of winning this race, but not quite being able to get there on the racetrack.
Hand out the window on the victory lap for your race winner, Thanafon. Signalling to the fans, maybe waving to Lightning McQueen as well, maybe just getting a little bit more air in, all of that. definitely saying hello to all the fans out in the heat. He appreciates their support.
Back to pit lane and the celebrations, and look at the lineup of people and fans in the pit lane waiting for the cars to come back. Tell you what, Dave, Thailand was always thought about. I always thought maybe I'll go for a trip there one day. And then when we start working on this one, and very, very quickly, I'm like, I'm going to be there next year. I'm targeting being in Thailand in 2026 to maybe call this one from the sandy shores of Bangsaen. Ever thought of going on a holiday to a lovely tropical region of the world? Consider traveling to Thailand. Come along to this event, July every single year. And that looks like Jack Lemvard's car, not necessarily too healthy at the back end of that one. That looks like oil smoke, because that's a turbo diesel that should not be blowing white smoke. Might be a failing turbo on that car.
Was his teammate who had the cracked rim. They line up in the victory lane, and your winner is pleased and should be. What a really mature and well-handled race, and that fastest lap of the race coming on the restart lap that looks like he absolutely nailed.
It's important. I do wonder about that restart. I haven't seen any notes come through from race control, but the fact that there were safety car boards out worries me. But if there was to be an investigation on that, it would have been handled. So whether or not there was some communication from race control to say that safety car was in the pit lane and they were free to go, and therefore it's not being looked at, might explain things. Celebrations down out the back. And have a look at the amount of tents for pit lane.
ครับก็จบลงไปแล้วนะครับ
A long way down the back.
Division 1 Class A และ Class B นะครับ
As well, it takes a lot of resources to
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
get a series like this off the ground at the local level and make sure the barriers and everything, let alone manage the track, maintain it across the week as well.
หวังไว้ครับประมาณนี้ ครับผม
ถือว่าพอใจเลยในผลงานของเรา
ก็พอใจครับ
Shuts down the town too.
รถวันนี้ก็พร้อม
You can't get from the inside of the circuit to the outside of the circuit except during the lunch and break. The start of the day to the end of the
ส
day.
นามนี้ต้องปรับอะไรพี่ถามหน่อยในฐานะคน
So
ที่ไม่รู้เรื่องเลยนะ
and the locals in Bangsaen, this does take away from their ability to access things, but hey, you get car racing out the window.
พลาดไม่ได้เพราะว่า
I don't know what you prefer, Dave, but I'd sacrifice access to downtown Bangsaen for a few days every year for a bit of car racing.
I mean, it happens to everyone who lives inside of the track at Bathurst. It happens to a bunch of people in Surfers Paradise, and it doesn't seem to diminish the value of properties up Mountain Straight in Mount Panorama. So maybe it's doing wonders for the town of Bangsaen as well, as our winners celebrated in front of the crowd and their team, and boy did their teams look pretty jazzed about the results as well.
Welcome back to the team as well. Next class up in a few moments' time, ladies and gentlemen, will be Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Will not be a lap distance based race. We'll have 25 minutes worth of racing for that category. Sawa Hongdat's been very, very quick this year and continues that pace at the Bangsaen Grand Prix. But I tell you what, Edson Asdathorn actually nicked the pole position, I think, for the second race of the weekend. We'll get to see that as we move on. But now we might just step away for a few moments, take a quick break, and we'll be back with racing action for Formula 4 Southeast Asia shortly.
ตามด้วยนะครับเบอร์ 22 ต้องสตันครับธนวัฒน์สุนรัตน์ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับ อันดับ1นะครับธนพลชูเจริญผลเบสบุญยม
ขอบคุณครับ
ครับ เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
โคตรดีใจเลยครับ
กับการกลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
ครับ
ในสนามบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตแห่งนี้
ใช่ครับ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ผมกดดันมาตั้งแต่สนาม 1 2 3 แล้วครับ
ครับ
ที่มันแทบจะไม่ได้มีผลงานเลย เพราะว่าลองกับเครื่องตัวใหม่ที่เราลองใช้ดูในปีนี้นะครับ
ครับ
3 สนามแรกพังไม่มีคะแนน
ใช่
ครับ
ปลดล็อกไหมสักวันนี้
โคตรปลดล็อกครับ
ถือว่าประสบความสำเร็จแล้วก็ดีใจมากเป็นแรงผลักดันต่อในสนามต่อไป
ที่สุดเลยครับ
ครับพี่เบสต้องบอกอย่างนี้ ทุกคนก็พยายามตามเชียร์พี่อยู่
ครับ
เขารู้สึกไปพร้อมๆกับพี่ทุกครั้งที่มีการแข่งขันนะฮะสำหรับแฟนๆพี่นะอันนี้
ครับ
ก็จะเห็นว่าบางทีก็รู้สึกผิดหวังไปด้วย
ค
ใน
รับ
เรื่องของ 1 2 3 สนามที่ผ่านมา
ใช่ครับใช่
แต่
ค
วัน
รับ
นี้พี่ทำให้พวกเขาดีใจขึ้นแล้วนะ
สุดๆครับขอบคุณครับที่ติดตามนะครับ
อ่ะฝากถึงแฟนๆครับ
ก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่ติดตามเบสเทอร์โบยัมนะครับก็รอดูพรุ่งนี้นะครับออกรีเวอร์สกิตที่ 5 นะครับว่า
ครับ
จะขึ้นมาท ที่ 1 ได้หรือเปล่าครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ธนพลชูเจริญผลนะครับอันดับ1นั่นเองนะครับแน่นอนครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับยังมีอีกต่ออีกมากมายเดี๋ยวหลังจากนี้ไปชมกับไฮไลท์กันก่อนครับ น้องพัตเตอร์นะครับวรพงษ์เอี่ยมจันทร์เชียร์กันให้ด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปพูดคุยกันครับกับคันแรกที่ทำเวลาดีที่สุดในสนามนี้นะครับกับอเล็กซ์ซาวเวอร์นะครับเป็นชาวเวียดนามซึ่งมีประสบการณ์ในการแข่งฟอร์มูล่าเรจิโนที่ยุโรปมานะครับสนามนี้เป็นครั้งแรกของนักแข่งทุกท่านด้วยไปพูดคุยกันครับตามกันมาเลยครับ Hello Alex Hello How are you How are you How are you
Yeah, mate, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. That was the first time for come here to the race in Bangsaen Street Circuit. How do you feel in this race?
Yeah, it feels quite hot. Yeah, it feels quite hot right now. So, yeah, we'll just see how it goes.
Yes. Very good tech. All right. Very good tech. Okay. How do you prepare for this race?
With a lot of visualization and hope.
I can't hear. I can't hear. Pardon?
Well, just a lot of practice through in the videos.
All right. So best of luck here.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I appreciate that. โอเคขอคุยกับไอตันอีกคนนึงครับแน่นอนนะพลาดไม่ได้ครับสวัสดีครับน้องไอตันครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับได้ยินไหมครับ
โอ้โหวันนี้เป็นครั้งแรกนะฮะกับการแข่งขันล้อเปิดแล้วก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่มาในเรสในสนามบางแสนมีความรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างครับไอตันครับ
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับเพอรถค่อนข้างจะเร็วครับมี Apex Speed มี Downforce เยอะ
เร็วมากจริงๆนะ
ใช่ครับ
จากเห็นการคุริฟายแล้วก็เหตุการณ์ต่างๆเกิดขึ้นในแทร็กนี้สตรีทเซอร์กิตเป็นยังไงครับไอตันพูดหน่อยครับ
ก็แข่งกันเอาเสียวครับใครใกล้กระแพงสุดเร็วสุดครับ
ครับแน่นอนว่าแฟนๆทุกคนพยายามเอาใจช่วยนะครับแล้วก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งปรากฏการณ์กับการที่ได้มีนักแข่งชาวไทยเนี่ยไอตันและพัตเตอร์ด้วยนะมาร่วมแข่งอยู่ในรายการนี้ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับไอตันครับ
ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับไอตันอัศาทรครับหมายเลข51ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับไอตัน
ขอบคุณ
ค
ครั
รั
บบ สวัสดีครับ
โอเคครับคุณผู้ชมครับสำหรับรุ่นนี้นะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในรุ่นฟอร์มูล่าสูตร4ติดตามกันให้ดีและเชียร์น้องไอตันและน้องพัตเตอร์ด้วยครับติดตามกันให้ดีครับ
มันเป็นรถแข่งฟอร์มูล่า4เซานักแข่งหลากหลายครับโอ้โห
ยังต้น
3 minutes before the pit exit opens.
เก็บไว้จะได้พี่ขวัญเปลี่ยนไว้แล้วเปลี่ยนอีกรอบนึงเอาเก็บไว้
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, on to Formula 4 Southeast Asia and the second round of their championship that coincides with the Thailand Super Series for this year. Good little inclusion inside the championship. 10 of the Formula 4 racing machines in operation here this weekend, David Haynes. They are considered the first time that a lot of these drivers will be jumping into a car with wings, and the Formula 4 platform has been picked up globally. It's in the entry-level program now for a couple of years for Formula racing the world over. Once you get out of things without wings and your Formula 4s and your Formula Vs and such, this is generally the next step on that path towards Formula 1.
A lot of it's about the FIA Super License points as well. Just reading up on all of that FIA Formula 4 Championships and Formula 4 Southeast Asia are awarded Super License points. So if you're on your journey towards F1, fresh out of karting, this is a great place to get accustomed to the cars, the racing, before taking on maybe a more ferocious F4 championship like Germany or Italy, and then up towards Formula Regional Europe, F3, F2, and Formula 1, or whatever your racing career may take you. It's a great category and championship for young drivers to just begin accumulating super license points and develop and take the right steps. 1 minute board, they're ready to get out there. These are super zippy little race cars.
Yeah, that they are. And the local boy, Ayrton Asdathorn, will be one who'll be looking for a race win this weekend. So far, it's been about stopping the near unbreakable Sawa Hong Dat, colloquially known as Alex Sawa. He's been absolutely unstoppable this season. It's just about seeing if anyone can bring themselves close. And that's the trouble, realistically, for everybody else, is they've got to hunt him down, see what they can do. And for now, and watch him and wait. The cars will make their way onto the circuit.
And we had some transponder issues in the previous lap for one car. So I don't know if that's what Josh Berry's got or if he's not going to be part of this race start. So count them all as they go. Do we have 9 or 10 F4s for Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship?
5 rounds for the championship, by the way, for 2025. First round at Sepang, second round at Buriram at round 2, round 3 here at the Bangsaen Grand Prix, and then the final 2 rounds will also be held at Sepang. So 3 of the 5 championship rounds to be held in Malaysia, 2 in Thailand. And just doing some reading up as well. It is the Satis F4 T421 Gen 2. Spec of the F4 car. Basically a spec series right the world over. It's just slightly different manufacturers. It is powered by the Fiat Abarth F413T turbocharged 1.4 litre engine, generating about 160 horsepower. As you can see, the wings on these things are very, very trimmed out. There's a little bit more wing this weekend than there was at Buriram, but it's all about maintaining minimum speed, and you do want some wing on them to keep the front end on the ground. Same with the rear. A lot of work done by that underbody as well. The big thing is just making sure that you can extract a straight line speed from these cars as well. Championship's been run for 6 seasons previously. Was not held in 2024. Previous winners: Presley Martino, Daniel Chow, Alessandro Gueretti, Luca Allen. And then, of course, we went into COVID, so that's up to 2019. And COVID for 2020, 21, and 22. Jack Beaton won it in 2023, and the championship was not held last year. Returns to Southeast Asia for 2025 as well. First time his cars have actually been here on the streets of Bangsaen.
One of the few categories are going to be doing standing starts this weekend as well, per the schedule.
Moment we'll be watching and waiting for them to feed into their green slots. 10 drivers here this weekend. Pole with Alex Sewer. Edson Asdathorn will be lining up alongside of him in the front row. Seth Gilmore, the Australian driver, will be on row number 2 alongside the Filipino driver of Inigo and Son. The Indian driver Rishin Rajiv will line up 5th spot alongside Wang Zhongwei from China. The Vietnamese driver of Hui Naman Nguyen will line up alongside the American Thomas Yu Lee in the final row of the grid. Wu Wuropong Im Wichan will be another local driver. 2 local drivers in operation this weekend from Josh Berry, Singapore's driver. And that looks like we
don't see him on the track though.
Lap. Yeah, so and we are thinking, yeah, we do miss Josh Berry at the moment. So say that it probably is a result of incident or potentially issues with the car this weekend.
Qualifying had a big crash as well. Let's bear in mind.
It was actually Eston Asdathorn nudged the barrier late on the, I believe, qualifying 2 session. Just a light nudge. He just barely brushed it, so he's already had to replace a front wing this weekend.
Double formation lap before a standing start seems like a very good policy. They leave the pit lane, but effectively that's sort of like a reconnaissance or to grid, and then a formation lap proper. And then they're looking at 25 minutes at the drop the green flag. The fourth race of this season of Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship.
จากตรงฝั่งนี้นะตรงตีธง
4 in the book, looking for number 5 this weekend. And Alex Sawyer
เดี๋ยวตีกลองฟังดู
continue his control of the championship. That's the Evans GP crew that Alex Sawyer does drive for. Evans GP teammate Seth Gilmore will be on row number 2, and Thomas Yu lead deeper in the field in the number 56 machine.
The customary prescribed number of burnouts to try to receive perfect tyre preparation on these slick tyres. That's the final procedures before they get ready for their race start.
At the moment, they'll start to feed in. And we'll make ourselves ready for our standing start. Well, here we go. They're all now live and into their grid positions. So we'll get ourselves set for our standing start. We'll see the green flag from the tail end of the field. Marshall will jump out of the way. Lights will start to come on from the front, from the left. 5 lights. When we get there, they will go off and we'll be green flag racing. Can Sawyer lead his way down to the first corner? He's had a terrible start. It's actually going to be, I believe, Seth Gilmore who gets the best start of the lot of them. Goes from 3rd to 1st already. That is going to be Ayrton Asdathorn, the local driver who tries to slip down the inside and does. So Sawyer's had a terrible start. Drops 2 spots straight away. He'll get one of them back as they get to turn number 2. Then you're going to see the Black Arts racing cars go toe-to-toe as they climb up the hill. That'll be Inigo Anton, a Rishon Rajiv in the 33 and the 25 machine. Single file as they get up and over the crest at turn 4. And the run down the hill. Here we go. For the first time today.
Seth Gilmore should be so proud of that one. Slotted the gap just perfectly. Got left just enough space. You don't want to tangle wheels in an open wheeler. Seth Gilmore to be leading once they exited turn 2. That is a great start. Street circuit here got fast sections, but still very hard to pass.
So it looks like Ayrton Asdathorn has managed to hang on to that one. Thought he might have lost that place at turn 2. Still holds on to it for now. And Asdathorn, remember, touched the barriers at the back end of qualifying. Wasn't an absolute flyer at the end of qualifying 2 for the weekend. And that was down out of turn 15, which they're on their way to at the moment. Have a look at the cars moving all over the road. Still looking for a little bit of tyre temperature and pressure at the moment. We watch and we wait. Because for now, they're on their run to the hotel. Have a look at the bouncing, the jostling of the cars as they bounce all over the road, Dave. That's one of the Black Arts racing machines, I believe might be Inigo Anton. As he's, oh, sorry, my apologies, would be Rishon Rajiv sliding on the way into the hotel hairpin. And now the run down the start-finish straight. And Alex Sawyer is going to be hunting Ayrton Asdathorn on the run to turn 1.
There are places to overtake on this street circuit, and that's one way, is to have a massive dive into turn 2. Not quite going to work out in this battle for the podium positions. Hongdat trying to fight back after not a great getaway.
Yep, starting to make some time though, up on the the Australian driver, Seth Gilmore. who will lead the way. Didn't get a great run into turn 6 hairpin, but he got great drive out. And that was the big key that he was looking for. Seth Gilmore still leads the way at the moment. But getting a touch closer. Now have a look at Soa Hongdat, who's going to get right next to Ayrton Asdathorn as they come off. He just covers him and just shows him that there is no vacancy to the inside. You're going to have to try and go the long way around. Ayrton Asdathorn is still hanging on to P2 at the moment. Seth Gilmore's got a little bit of a buffer now as they charge through the fast and flowing turn 17. Run to the final hairpin. He's going to show the nose once again. Room left on the inside. Is there grip around the outside? No! Slams the door shut. Alex Sawyer picks off P2 and Ayrton Asdathorn, the local boy, will have some work to do. Sawyer looks quick though. Looks quick, looks in charge and in control, and he looks like he wants to challenge for the spots ahead of him as well. Asdathorn didn't cover that one. He just needed to cover it a little bit better, Dave.
Yeah, it almost looks like Asdathorn was kind of getting checked up a little bit behind Gilmore, and it was providing an opportunity that was putting them under pressure. So now Seth Gilmore, from that great standing start, is going to feel more pressure. Alex Sawyer now on the attack, heading for the front. Evans GP versus Evans GP teammates. What's the number one rule?
Well, the number one rule is, in order to finish first you must finish. For me, but yeah, you're right. Teammate, don't make contact with the teammate car. That will be 2 cars that will be on the damage repair bill. And for now, Seth Gilmore's got control. You'll know about the speed of his teammate, but at the same time, is it time to see a new winner for Formula 4 Southeast Asia for 2025? It has been all Soa Hongdat's way thus far in the championship, and if they're gonna beat him to the title in 2025, that will have to start now. Gilmore's probably going to cover him to the inside down here, and you can already see Sawa's expecting it. Sawa in the barrier! We're talking about contact between teammates. Huge impact with the barrier down at turn 15. He's gone straight on. They tripped over wheels. Look at the damage to that race car. And the Evans GP mechanics, hands on their heads. They cannot believe it. Alex Sawyer was quicker than his teammate, but he needed to be smart about it, and instead, he will be scoring no points from race number 5 of the championship. Hard in the barrier, safety car deployed. You could just, he was brilliantly quick compared to Gilmore. He was brilliantly quick, but did he just need to be a touch more circumspect, Dave?
Well, I mean, it has to be a safety car. That's a pretty horrifying incident. Now, under safety car, we're going to lose our front wing here. Amongst this, the field's checking up behind that safety car. A big crash, racing for the lead. Seth Gilmore half covered the inside, but wasn't going to leave room around the outside. There's wheel-to-wheel contact. It's all 4 in the air, then into the wall, then no braking, straight on into the Tech Pro. Seth Gilmore, you know, just half covering that, and Soa Hongdat, Alex Sawyer going for a space that really wasn't there. Dangerous to try to go around the outside on a street circuit. The moves down the inside had been so strong to get back into that second place. That is a really nasty accident and massively important in the championship.
Huge and very, very big for the championship and everything that's going on. I was a medical official racing over to have a quick look at the chat to Alex Sawyer. And the other thing is, that's a front wing for the number 24 car that they're potentially looking at and getting prepped. On second replay, second time of looking at it, I thought it might have been Sawyer maybe having a look. But did you see there was already overlap between those 2 cars? And Seth Gilmore's tried to pin him back up against the fence. I don't think Seth Gilmore's left enough room. They've got that wing ready and then taken it away again, so I don't necessarily think that they're going to do very much about it. Race Control are going to have a look at the contact between those 2 cars.
It's also part of the racing line there. I've said yesterday and multiple times today, there's sort of a little kink about 100, 150 meters before the corner in the braking zone there. So you do sort of have a little apex at the kink before 15 and then track back out to the right. And Gilmore, I think he's not seen him deliberately come across. I think he's just taken the racing line, and it was a closing space around the outside for how much more speed, particularly off the Monument corner, that Sawyer had.
Yeah. You just knew Sawyer was going to get him.
And with that amount of pace and overspeed, maybe you're right. You do need to wait, but clearly through that part of the lap, committed up against the walls, it's where he was at his quickest. But now Sawyer is last, unfortunately, and out of this race. And hopefully okay, got out of the car well, but it was obviously a very big scary crash. The wheel overlapped, the thing was in the air at full speed, and then just a little graze across the Armco. We're going to get a look at it in slow motion. So the racing line brings you to the left here for Gilmore, and so there's no option but to try to go around the right, and that's where there's sort of overlap, and it closes as Gilmore's taking what is the conventional racing line, but perhaps should have been aware of how all over his rear wing Sawyer was.
There's two ways to look at that, and the big thing for me is that when you're in a position that Alex Sawyer's in terms of the championship, and how dominant and supreme he's been, and this is the maturity that you've got to pick up as you're climbing through the lower formulas, was did you need to do that? And well, the results there for him to be aware of now, and perhaps it's a lesson that needs learning, but there are a lot of times where...
So yellow flag's already waving, safety car board's already out, and this is the front wing to rear tyre contact that happened. Oh, and after this, they're getting ready for the car display.
I believe there'll actually be a couple of parade laps at the end of this one as well. As we'll step away, there'll be 10 minutes worth of hot laps and classic car parade for 20 minutes and the opening ceremony. Next up, 15 minutes left on the clock, by the way, 15 and a half minutes at the moment on the clock.
They're well prepped to recover the car at that corner, though. You saw the crane immediately at work. We're going to take another look. So there's the left-hand kink just up there, and then Gilmore is taking the regular braking zone as Sawyer makes front tyre to rear tyre contact. And look how damaged the car already is there before it goes into the Armco. All of the pieces doing their work to try to absorb the impact, both from the car and from the track design.
Their next race is for the weekend as well, because I believe that's race 1 for them. And Formula 4 Southeast Asia is not on until 3:10 p.m. local time tomorrow, so pit lane will open at 2:55 p.m. Current local time is 10:50 in Thailand at the moment, so they've got a day and a half to repair that car. A lot of time. There will be spares in operation. There you go, Dave. The eyes work. On Lightning McQueen over there.
Great. I think I'm taking it back about what the car underneath is, but I'm still... I love it. It's great. I'm a big kid. I'm a really big kid.
Out of all the cars over there, David Haynes has already picked out he's going for a race lap in Lightning McQueen, no matter what manufacturer is. I'm going one of those Porsches though. I'm a Porsche fan. I have been since I was very little. Oh, how about that? That's some uniqueness.
That's fantastic. It's a Daihatsu MyJet, isn't it?
It's a Daihatsu, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller than the Mighty Boys, so I think you might be right on that, right? And they've brought the 56 machine of Thomas Yu Lee back into the pits for a front wing change of his car. So that makes sense. That was the car. Went into the back there. And there was a initial start procedure investigation for the 44 machine, by the way.
We saw that was not in its pit stall, and it was a little bit askew and on the race start. It was far enough back, but the lateral positioning might have been too far. Something that's been brought up many times in Formula One of note, laterally, how far out of your pit box can you be? Everyone else looked very, very snug and positioned, but that was a car that on the race start would have looked to the rear of the grid and gone, is that in the right position? Now, it wasn't so ludicrously out of place that the marshal with the green flag didn't wave it and tried to abort the start, but it was enough that you're thinking, look into that, see if there is penalty to be had, because that's not something that everyone could do and give us a clean race start.
Well, I can tell you that has been looked at, has been investigated, and penalty headed down. It's a 5-second time penalty for the start procedure. They're still reviewing the contact between Seth Gilmore and Sarah Hondat. This could be Ayrton Asdorn picking up his first race win of the season at the moment. We're just waiting for that final judgment to be handed down. But if he's looked after those tyres nicely, we've lost probably about 8 to 10 minutes removing that car, and the safety car will be on its way into the pits. There's like 12 minutes on the clock at the moment, so about halfway through the race, just beyond halfway.
Yeah, at the speed these go, there's still going to be lots of laps with the remaining time. Gilmore's going to need a good restart. Safety car pulling away, he's going to begin bunching them up, and if he can get a surprise here, then he can really build a gap that might allow him to defend, or at least put more time between himself and the drivers outside of podium positions and aim for a podium in this one.
Here we go. They'll feed down into the final corner. Evans GP cars now bookend the field with Thomas Yuli and that pit stop to replace the front wing on his car. Seth Gilmore will lead us back to green flag racing from Ayrton Asdorn. And we'll see if the Thai native can get a win on his home streets. Run down to turn 1. And Gilmore's still in control, but with a question mark hanging over his head now, David. But you can't focus on that. You can't worry about that. You just got to get the head down and think about the next corner.
I guess the biggest worry would be the integrity of the toe links or the right rear suspension for him. But through the hairpin, Asdorn so much more confident in these big braking zones, and that's where a passing manoeuvre could happen even quicker through that first sector for Asdorn as well. Your top 4 putting a bit of space between themselves and the rest of the field here.
Settle at the end of the back straight. Line up, line astern. Yes, Asdorn is starting to look like he's right there and ready to challenge. Tell you what, trying to get an in-helmet cam from one of these cars would be super interesting to see the ride. He's just so low down. Visibility to try and spot markers, turn-in points, and the barriers will be just about nigh on impossible. Right, through into the final sector of the lap. And good driver for turn 15 for Seth Gilmore. Has given him a little bit more of a margin. Rishon Rajiv up and on the podium as well. Yeah, he is very, very wide. Going to check out massively. Here comes Asdorn. Change for the race lead. Benson Asdorn will now lead. Small mistake from Seth Gilmore. And that might be the last he sees of Ayrton Asdorn.
Locked up front, wheels hopping, missed the apex, got into some of the dirty stuff there. Ayrton Asdorn goes through to the lead of the race, and Rishon Rajiv was going with them as well, particularly through the beachside section. Oh, now a snap from the rear of Asdorn. So this race is well and truly alive. The conditions are looking difficult, and this is going to be a look there. Lock up wide, kept it out of the barrier, which was smart, but no momentum, no drive there. Cedes the race lead, just getting too eager on the brakes into turn 18.
This was the section where Gilmore was backing them up. Now, what can Ayrton Asdorn do? Look at, he builds margin through that hairpin. Whereas Seth Gilmore was backing them up on the way in so he could get a really clean shot out. Whereas Ayrton Asdorn more worried about lap time than defending. He's still enough margin. He doesn't need to control the entry and the exit. Rishon Rajiv, Inigo Anton, the 2 Black Arts racing cars sit 3rd and 4th on the road. Their teammate, Pointerman Nguyen, sits down in 6th spot as well. The whole field is going to pick up points. You know, with a 10-car field, Dave, everyone picks up points each and every round. One race, one DNF might be enough to seal a championship, you know.
Yeah, in that kind of circumstance, it's not like, oh, win one race, DNF, win one race, and you score a big pool of points.
Oh.
No, you need to be consistent. So how is the braking zone going to go here into 18 this time? Asdorn, I think, extending his wings here. Gilmore maybe driving a little bit more cautiously. Rajiv takes a little bit of time out through a few of the sectors. So I don't think Podium's decided, but it looks like of the remaining drivers, Asdorn has the most pace.
Yeah, he does. New fastest lap of the race. He set a fastest first sector of the race as well. So purple for Asdorn, 7 minutes 45 seconds on the clock or so at the moment. And And for Asdathorn, this will mean something to him. Thai native driver winning on the streets. And you can imagine that with the longevity of the Thailand Super Series, he would have grown up dreaming about racing in general. I'm sure he would have visited the Bangsaen Grand Prix in years gone by as a fan. And now he'd be out there turning laps and showing them all what he's capable of. Could he be the next Alex Albon?
Well, it's a really sensible race if he goes on to take this one, because he didn't over-defend against Alex Sawyer. So he dropped back into third, and would have thought, I've given up a decent opportunity from my qualifying, but now it all comes back, waits for the opportunity to go back by Gilmore, then just begins to slowly increase the pace and pull away. Laps are trading between Gilmore and Rajiv for second and third, so that initial closing up at the gap, see Rishon Rajiv begin to drop back just a little bit closer to teammate Inigo Anton.
New fastest. Final sector is going to go the way of Seth Gilmore. So he's brilliantly quick in sector 3. About Asdathorn, where is he showing pace? And he loses 9/10 of a second. Rajiv to Gilmore loses 9/10 of a second in that final sector. And I'll tell you what, our race leaders only about 1/10 of a second apart in the most recent lap times. New fastest lap of the race for Ayrton Asdathorn on that last time by. The problem for Rajiv, I think he might have made a couple mistakes on that lap. Because his first and final sectors were at 1.4 seconds combined off Seth Gilmore's times. Maybe an eye on the 22 machine of Wang Zhongwei for Origin Motorsport. One of his best results of the season in 5th spot at the moment. And the black livery in Formula 4.
Bare carbon, but being pursued at the moment by Nguyen. Just a little bit slower on the previous lap, but they're matching each other so far around this lap. It's the other running Evans GPs. Start performance.
Just taking a look at the championship results, by the way. And Alex Sawyer, 6 wins from 6 races. Second in the championship, Seth Gilmore. The points totals 188, plays 108, so he might actually get away with that one. Gilmore second, 6th, and 3rd from Round 1, so playing 2nd, 3rd, 3rd from Buriram. So he hasn't been quite as consistent, and that 1/6 result, I'll tell you what, if every result for his was on the podium, might have been enough to just claw back some points. But alas, not to be. Inigo Anton, after a disqualification in race 2 at Sepang, means that he's a lot further back than he necessarily would have liked. 2 podiums so far in the season for Inigo Anton. He had a 3rd place in race 1 and a 2nd place in the middle at Buriram. Rishon Rajiv as well, 2 2nd place finishes for him so far this season. Just only about consistency at the moment. Gap's starting to spread a little bit. Hoi Naman Nguyen and Wang Zhongwei, closest 2 cars on the racetrack at the moment. The 22 and the 37 machine, the 5th spot. That's Seth Gilmore we keep an eye on at the moment. Again, we're just monitoring that car, just make sure there's no damage to the right rear corner of it. Or the right front. Looks like it's taken the knocks quite well, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's a surprise, because even before going into the Dr. Alex Sawyer's car had quite a bit of damage on it to the front wing, to some of the suspension and things like that, and got fully airborne off contact from Seth Gilmore's right rear predominantly, but Gilmore seems to be holding on, pushing on after that has found decent pace. Now the second fastest car on the circuit.
She's done at 10:15 for a replay. And another car's gone into the barrier down at 10:15. And it's the 44 machine of Warapong. And there might be some damage there on a safety car. Well, that'll seal it. That'll sign, seal, and deliver the race. There will be no further on-track battling because there will not be enough time to extract that car and get back into green flag racing. It looks like it might just be a front wing change, although that right front tyre looks at an angle. That may be an okay angle for that tyre. May not be any major damage to the right front. And that's the other of the tyre locals as well. So whilst one of them is having best day of his life, the other is unfortunately going to be finishing his race in the barrier.
Not a gigantic amount of runoff there and just a little lock-up. Takes Warapong Aimway-chan into the Tech Pro barrier. I think the front suspension looks a little askew off of that, but not irreparable for tomorrow. And of course the marks on the pavement suggest he's not the first, won't be the last driver to lay down a little bit of tyre rubber a little wide and find the wall in that place. So I think the safety car will bring them around one more, and then the checkered flag. I'm sure Ed Nasdathorn's counting down the laps and the minutes. What a roller coaster of a race for him, from pole position to losing many spots on the opening lap, to then letting Alex Sawyer go, to then seeing that incident right in front of him. And then on the restart after the first safety car, a mistake from Seth Gilmore, Ed Nasdathorn perfect, taking the fastest lap of the race and getting back to the lead. So not a lights to flag sort of victory in 25 minutes for Ed Nasdathorn, but a very well-deserved, and like I said, mature victory. It's the kind of thing you're looking for in a category like Formula 4 Southeast Asia, is lessons and experience and knowing that sometimes things don't go perfectly your way, but if you keep a cool head, you can recover them. And it's a great race for Nasdathorn, as we see. Warapong Aimway-chan looking okay and out of the car after that. Time has just expired, so I think it's because they've already gone past the start-finish line. They get this one and the checkered flag. Oh, gives you wings. The 10 F4 cars on the entry list, 9 taking the start of this race, 7 of them behind the safety car after 25 minutes looking for the checkered flag at the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Yeah. And safety car to come in at the end of this lap too, Dave.
Let Ed Nasdathorn celebrate with a little bit more right foot coming to the checkered flag as well, to enthusiastically celebrate a great race.
Wait, actually, because it could be the 25 minutes plus 1 lap as well, which means that they would get one more lap worth of racing when they come back to the start-finish line. I have a sneaky suspicion that was exactly what happened back at the Brewery Ramp. What we do know is the safety car is actually in. So whether or not we go green flag racing, we'll have to watch and wait. But the field will pack back up. An opportunity for the entire field to still pick off some potential spots. Runs it wide at the last corner. And we'll dart back. Have a look at how close they are as they line up out of the final corner. They are going to put the hammer down, and there will be one more lap worth of racing. They will go back to green flag, and there will be one final lap to go. As they shoot across the start-finish line, it was the teammates, Richard Retrieve and Inigo Anton, who are going to go side-by-side on the run down to turn 1. Can Seth Gilmore do anything about it as well? The long way round for Anton. Can he try and get down the inside? No, covered off for Rishon Rajiv at turn 1. But the drive out the other side. Anton got good drive up the hill. He's been forced to slot back in. They'll all slot and single file out at the moment. Final run down to the hairpin for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Race 1 of the weekend, Dave, has been an exciting one.
And it gives us all the finish that we deserve here as well. Rajiv and Anton really fighting in towards turn 1 there, and that could carry on as the Thorn has found the tyre temperature and everything back underneath him to put a little bit of space to Seth Gilmore. So this is looking like a victory lap for Asda Thorn, but you would not be certain for who's going to be on the podium. Rajiv giving it everything. I think Anton on this restart lap could still put some pressure on.
Yeah, could be applying some pressure. It's not done. It's not done for the two guys. For Black Arts Racing, Rishon Rajiv plays Inigo Anton. India versus the Philippines for the final spot on the podium in Formula 4 Southeast Asia. The run down to turn 15 for the final time. The run through the chicane at 16-17. And the run down to the hotel hairpin to finish it off. It's an Asda Thorn, the 51 car, and the Star Performance Racing Machine out of the final turn will win at home in Thailand. Rishon Rajiv did manage to get home in front of teammate Inigo Anton. So it'll be Ayrton Asda Thorn from Seth Gilmore. We didn't hear any further on the contact between the 12 and the 24 either. So consider that race result provisional, which could promote the second of the Black Arts Racing cars onto the podium. But the fact that we've heard no further action, nothing further, from the stewards at this stage, I would say means they've had it long enough to have a look at it, and I would dare say there's no further action that will be taken there. But Star Performance will celebrate with Ayrton Asda Thorn home with his first victory of the season.
The other possibility is that they wait till post-race to see all of the data and speak to both drivers, because there's no penalty now that redresses it. One of the cars is out of the race, so if you're going to wait to make a decision, it could be reasonable. This is how they have crossed the checkered flag.
It's an Asda Thorn. The 51 machine gets it done for Star Performance Racing. Head of Evans GP, Seth Gilmore. Rishon Rajiv in the Black Arts Racing Machine from teammate Inigo Anton. Wang Zhongwei in the Origin Motorsport entry. And Hoinaman Nguyen in the third of the Black Arts Racing cars. Ahead of the Evans GP machine with Thomas Yu lead the cars to finish. The two cars not to make the checkered flag. Warapong's Star Performance car calls the final safety car. And of course the first one, Alex Soa, championship leader, only completing 2 laps. Righto, that is going to kick us over, ladies and gentlemen, into the middle part of the day. And I believe there might be some highlights on their way in just a few moments as well. But we'll have hot laps and the classic car parade kicking off here shortly. We'll get into Toyota Yaris One Mate Racing and local celebrities in the Division 1 and Division 2 cars. So bear with us as we get everyone back into pit lane. I'm sure we're about to have driver interviews. Goody is going to be rapt to be chatting to Ayrton Asda Thorn after his first race win of the season. And that's it. The sun, the sight, the surf, and the race cars all in one on the streets of Bangsaen. Very, very beautiful location in the world. Picturesque. So, what are the highlights, Dave? Take us through.
Yeah, so Formula 4 Southeast Asia on the grid. They were all ready to go. It's a hot day in the sun. Wait to get going. Drivers being cooled by their crew, ready for the standing start. Keep an eye on the very back. That was a car out of position, and then a great launch from Seth Gilmore from the second row of the grid, launching into the lead of the race on the opening lap. The battle was Asda Thorn versus Alex Soa in the background, and Soa eventually getting through there. Battle raged on, but the big moment was this contact for the race lead, Seth Gilmore and the championship leader. A big crash from which Seth Gilmore managed to continue, but the damage to his rival and to the barrier significant. And that face says it all, as that brought out the first of two safety cars in the 25-minute F4 race. When we resumed, it was Seth Gilmore leading from Etten Asdathorn, the Thai driver. Then Gilmore runs wide on the restart in the marbles, out in the dirt. Asdathorn goes through into the lead of the race, sets the fastest lap of the race on his way to victory. There will be one more safety car to retrieve Warapong IMY Chan from the barrier at that same corner, turn 15, claiming a couple of scalps in F4 Southeast Asia.
We go back green flag racing. No one was touching the 51. And it'd be Etten Asdathorn and the first victory to a driver not named Sawa Hongdak for the season. So far to date, the number 12 machine has been dominant. Now it's the 51's turn. He will get race win number 1 of his season in race 7 of the championship. One more race for these guys to come tomorrow afternoon. And for now, it'll be time for a little bit of parade and enjoyment for all the fans watching along the sides of the racetrack. It's going to be hot lap time, and the parade. We'll see some historic cars. We'll see some of the more modern stuff as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking you into one of the best parts of the day as the fan engagement kicks off just after 11 a.m. local time. We'll be back shortly. More racing action as we see the cars coming back in the pit lane on the hauler.
5JUL25. This year it is continuously 19 years and 17 events เราจัดการแข่งขันมากับบางแสนที่นี่เป็นปีที่19จัดมา17 ปี จำกัดท่านได้ยินเสียงเรียกประกาศเชิญท่านมา
And today, we held the festival here in Bangsaen as the first race in order to produce smile and happiness. So please continue to enjoy the excitement in our one-mile races, starting with highlights level one-mile race, which showed 3 rows.
ว่าพิธีการในช่วงพิธีเปิดนั้น เป็นเรื่องอันสำคัญที่จะต่อเนื่องด้วยการแข่งขันขอบคุณผู้สนับสนุนอย่างทุกท่านเป็นอย่างมากนะครับที่ได้เข้าร่วมในพิธีเปิดการแข่งขันบางแสนกลางปรีเชิญแขก VIP จากเวทีไปที่บริเวณเดี๋ยวถ่ายรูปด้านนู้นก็ได้ครับเพราะว่าจะเข้าสู่ช่วง GR ใน Hot Lap ครับนะครับขอบคุณครับเพราะว่าขบวนพาเหรดซุปเปอร์คาร์คลาสสิกเรโทรรถการ์ตูนตอนนี้มาแล้วนะครับผ่านแล้วนะครับในจำนวน100คันนะครับในคณะของคณะผู้จัดงานขอขอบคุณแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะครับในช่วงพิธีเปิดเรากำลังจะขยับไปสู่กิจกรรมToyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับในเรื่องราวของ GR Hot Lap ครับ
ความเร็ววัดกันที่ใจให้ล้อมันหมุนไปด้วยหัวใจที่ดุดันฤดูกาลแห่งการวัดใจให้หัวใจพุ่งไปในการแข่งขันสองมือสองตากับหนึ่งใจรวมกันสัมพันธ์เป็นหนึ่งเดียวจุดหมายปลายทางมีสิ่งเดียวนั่นคือเส้นชัยลงสนามความเร็วกันอีกทีบางแสนกลางปียังมีให้ท้าทายเรื่องราวของเราแม้ต่างกันแต่ความสัมพันธ์นั้นยังมีความหมายในสนามแห่งการวัดใจบางแสนกลางปีคือจุดหมายคงตามมาพรุกสะบัดไว้ให้เราพุ่งสู่เส้นชัยความเร็ววัดกันที่ใจให้ล้อมันหมุนไปด้วยหัวใจที่ดุดันฤดูกาลแห่งการวัดใจให้หัวใจพุ่งไปในการแข่งขัน
สวัสดีทุกท่านครับในบริเวณของ GR Hot Lap นะครับก็จะได้เวลานะครับในการที่เราจะมาสัมผัสกับประสบการณ์สุดเร้าใจใน Hot Lap วันนี้เรามีสปอร์ตสมรรถนะสูงจาก Toyota GR Series นะครับที่จะนำพาทุกท่านไปสัมผัสขีดสุดของสมรรถนะบนสนามแข่งแห่งนี้ โดยที่ในรถแต่ละคันนั้นจะมีนักขับจาก Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand เป็นผู้ขับพาแขกผู้มีเกียรติไปชมแทร็กนะครับคันแรกครับเป็น GR Corolla คันนี้จะขับโดยคุณสุธิพงศ์สมิตรชาตินะครับไปกับคุณสรวงศ์เทียนทองท่านรัฐมนตรีครับวันนี้ท่านจะมาเป็นแพสเซนเจอร์นะครับเป็นผู้โดยสารขับโดยนักแข่งรุ่นพี่ GR86 คันแดงกันนี้ครับคุณมานัทกุลปารานนท์ซึ่งจะไปกับมิสเตอร์โนริยากิยามาชิตะท่านกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัทโตโยต้ามอเตอร์ประเทศไทยต่อด้วยอีกหนึ่งคันครับคุณแมนณัฐพงศ์ห่อทองคำนะครับอยู่ในรถคันนี้นะครับไปกับคุณสุภกรรัตนวราหะท่านรองกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่นะครับแล้วก็ 2122 คันสีฟ้านะครับเป็น GR Supra สวัสดีครับใครขับครับคันนี้นะครับคุณกล้านะครับที่จะอยู่ในรถคันนี้นะครับสำหรับคุณปิดวสุรัตน์จะไปกับคุณวีรชัยอัศวะใจเพชรท่านผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่นะครับแล้วก็อีกหนึ่งท่านครับคนขับคือคุณณดลนะครับคุณณดลขยับเลยครับต่อด้วยอีกหนึ่งคันขยับออกไปตอนนี้คุณอัครพงศ์อัคนีนิโรธไปกับคุณพุทธิรัตน์ นะครับแล้วก็ขยับกันออกไปนะครับมีคุณกรันสุภพงศ์ไปกับคุณอำนาจเจริญศรีนะครับท่านรองผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีคุณอัครพงศ์นั้นไปกับคุณพุทธิรัตน์รัตนกุลเสรีเริงฤทธิ์นะครับแล้วกฤษวสุรัตน์นะครับเมื่อสักครู่ไปกับคุณวีรชัยก็ยังมีคุณอรรัตน์อภิวาทนะครับไปกับคุณณัฐธรศรีนิเวศผู้ช่วยกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่เชียร์ซูปราคุณณดลวัฒนธรรมไปกับคุณโคกิยานากิสวะและเราก็จะไปพร้อมกันที่ด้านหน้านะครับที่จะเป็นดัมมี่กริดของรถในรุ่น Toyota Yaris One Make Race นะครับที่ตอนนี้ไปไลน์อัพอยู่แล้วนะครับหลังจากที่ GR Hot Lab วนกลับมานะครับแขก VIP นับตั้งแต่ท่านรัฐมนตรีสรพงษ์เทียนทองจะลงบริเวณด้านปากทางออกตรงนั้นนะครับแล้วก็จะเข้าสู่ช่วงของการปล่อยรถแข่งในรุ่นของ Toyota Yaris One Make Race นะครับรถจอดอยู่ตรงนี้ในรุ่นที่น่าจะสนุกที่สุดอีกรุ่นหนึ่งนะครับเป็น Toyota Yaris One Make Race ที่แบ่งออกไปเป็นนักแข่งในดิวิชั่น 1 และดิวิชั่น 2 จอดพร้อมเรียบร้อยนะครับเข้าใจว่าการแข่งขันในรุ่นนี้จะล่าช้าออกไปนิดนึงนะครับจะมีการล่าช้าออกไปนิดนึงเนื่องจากเวลานั้นเลยกำหนดไปบ้างเล็กน้อยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นพอเดี๋ยวกลับมาจาก GR Hot Lab โดยนักแข่งใน Toyota Racing Thailand นำแขกผู้มีเกียรติไปแล้วนะครับในรุ่นของ GR Hot Lab กลับเข้ามาก็จะเข้าสู่ช่วงของการปล่อยรถนะครับช่วงของการปล่อยรถแข่งในขณะนี้ในขณะนี้เนี่ยผมมายืนรอใน GR Hot Labs นะครับที่เมื่อสักครู่ได้นำเสนอไปแล้วนะครับว่านักแข่งในกลุ่มนะครับในทีมของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ระดับนักแข่งที่ไปแข่งขันใน 24 ชั่วโมงนูเบิร์กริงประเทศเยอรมนีแล้วเป็นแชมป์มานำแขกผู้มีเกียรตินับตั้งแต่ท่านรัฐมนตรีสรพงษ์เทียนทองนะครับมิสเตอร์ยามาชิตะนะครับท่านรองผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดชลบุรีด้วยนะครับนั่งรถไปชม1 รอบเมื่อสักครู่น่าจะเข้าใจเป็นรอบที่ 2 แล้วนะครับกับ1 รอบของสนามบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตในพื้นที่ของชายหาดบางแสนแหลมแท่นเขา3 มุกซึ่งมีระยะทางต่อรอบ 3.754 กิโลเมตรวิ่งทวนเข็มนาฬิกานะครับแล้วก็มี 20 โค้งนะครับกับการแข่งขันที่เป็นโค้งซ้าย 12 โค้งขวา 8 โค้งนักแข่งต้องใช้ฝีมือมากทีเดียวในส่วนของการที่จะรองรับในการขับแต่ละรอบนะครับโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งในรุ่น Super GT ที่จะทำการแข่งขันนั้นในรุ่น GT3 GT4 GTM ที่จะทำการแข่งขันรวมไปถึง GTC จะต้องแข่งขันในระยะเวลา1 ชั่วโมงบวก 1 รอบนะครับ Formula 4เนี่ยแข่งขันในกำหนดรอบได้ 25 นาทีนะครับดังนั้น Porsche เองก็ 30 นาทีแข่งกันยาวแบบนั้นเนี่ย1 รอบวิ่งกันประมาณ1 นาที 40 วินาทีก็จะใช้ระยะทางประมาณสัก 20 รอบหรือ 10 กว่ารอบโดยประมาณนะครับดังนั้นในประสบการณ์ผมว่าท่านรัฐมนตรีสรวงศ์เองคงไม่มีปัญหาเท่าไหร่กับการนั่งโดยที่คุณสุทธิพงศ์สมิทธชาติขับนะครับเพราะว่าอดีตของท่านสรวงศ์เทียนทองนั้นท่านเป็นอดีตนักแข่งนะครับตอนนี้เริ่มขยับเข้ามาแล้วนะครับ ความเคลื่อนไหวในส่วนของพิทเลนนะครับเริ่มแล้วนำเข้ามาโดยรถเซฟตี้คาร์คันที่1นะครับเซฟตี้คาร์คันที่1ซึ่งจะรับข้อมูลคำสั่งจาก Race Control นะครับเราจะมีเซฟตี้คาร์อยู่ในสนามนี้2จุดด้วยกันเพื่อความพร้อมในการที่จะนำเซฟตี้คาร์ออกมาวิ่งให้เกิดความปลอดภัยเมื่อเกิดอุบัติเหตุนะครับผมขออนุญาตพามาพบกับผู้มีเกียรติแถวนี้หน่อยนะครับคนแรกเนี่ยจะเป็นจากโยโกฮาม่านะครับมิสเตอร์นูโอเอะแล้วก็4 6ครับสวัสดีครับวันก่อนนี้ทีมคุณกอบชัยไปรับถ้วยมานะครับมาด้วยใช่ไหมครับโอเคแล้วทีมทั้งหมดมานะครับตัวแทนดีลเลอร์จากจังหวัดชลบุรีนี่คุณกอบชัยนะครับก็เป็นทีมเดียวกันเพราะว่าอาศัย46นี่แหละเป็นผู้สนับสนุน วันหลังผมจะได้ไปอาศัยบ้าง นะครับนับถอยหลัง1 นาทีสตาร์ทเครื่องยนต์ครับนับถอยหลังแล้วนะครับท่านผู้ชมเพื่อไม่ให้เสียเวลานะครับแท็กเคลียร์ท่านสนธยาท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มท่านก็พร้อมนะครับรวมไปถึงท่านรัฐมนตรีเชิญครับเจ้าหน้าที่แจ้งรัฐมนตรีให้ยืนตรงไหนครับนะครับรวมไปถึงท่านนายกอบจนะครับคุณวิทยาครับเชิญครับเราจะเข้าสู่การปล่อยรถอย่างรวดเร็วด้านหนึ่งจะเป็นทางฝั่งโตโยต้าโดยมิสเตอร์ยามาชิตะนะครับแล้วก็ท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มท่านรองประธานจัดการแข่งขันคุณพุทธิรัตน์รัตนกุลเสรีเรืองฤทธิ์นะครับคุณสุภกรรัตนวราหะคุณสุทธิพงศ์สุวิทยชาติทางฝั่งนี้เนี่ยท่านรัฐมนตรีท่านรัฐมนตรีสรวงศ์นะครับแล้วก็คุณวิทยาคุณปลื้มกับตัวแทนดีลเลอร์ของจังหวัดชลบุรีแล้วรุ่นนี้คือรุ่นโตโยต้ายาริสวันเมกเรสรวมทั้งดิวิชั่น1และดิวิชั่น2สนามที่1นับถอยหลังครับ5 4 3 2ระวังนะครับที่นั่งอยู่ยืนครับที่นั่งอยู่2 1ออกรถครับออกไปจะเป็นรอบ Formation Lap เลยต่อไปจะเป็นรอบ Formation Lap เลยครับวน1 รอบ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your Saturday afternoon action that we're going to get underway here very, very shortly. This is going to be the Toyota Yaris One Make Racing, 8 laps worth of action, celebrities and race cars. I feel like saying the words, put a star in a reasonably priced car, although that would probably get me taken off the internet.
Yeah, I don't think we own the copyright on that one, but getting into an exciting period of racing here. A lot of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand personnel present to support their cars and their categories. So the Toyota Yaris One Make Racing Division 1 and Division 2 drivers together, about to have an 8-lap race, and then it's followed by Toyota Corolla Altis GR Sport One Make Racing and Toyota Yaris Active Lady One Make Racing. And we've also got prize presentations for them afterwards, so getting into a really exciting and busy part of the day for Saturday, the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
And this is just a little bit more about the Toyota Yarises that are in operation here this weekend. You can see they're all going to be just about an identical race car we're going racing with. We'll be off racing here in just a few moments. Big thing to note, of course, same street circuit, which means that these narrow cars that regularly tour the city will now be doing so in anger under the hands of some of our stars. So, ladies and gents, they are on their formation lap and way around at the moment. There is going to be 25 Toyota Yaris's out and in operation here today. And they are about to make their way around 1200cc, 1.2 litre 5-speed manuals. They're going to be on the Adven Neova tyres with fuel provided by a PTT station and the Lenso 15-inch rims as well. This is going to be exciting, at least because, you know, the biggest thing is Cup-style racing where everyone's in the same car. Getting out from Benjerong is going to be on the front row. Pancha and Siripakorn on row number 2. And I believe that's Pancha that actually drives the Be Quick Racing team. You'll see him a little bit later on this afternoon as well. We'll move our way over onto page number 2. Will be the 11 of Ethan Hayward at a 5th spot. And Abdul alongside of him. 6 of Low on row number 4 will be lining up alongside of Kwan Chai in at the number 40. Moving away further in the field is going to be Kimura from Cavan on row number 5, running in our top 10. Ikachai and Kantapat, 11th and 12th. Another one of those Be Quick Racing Team cars. 13th, Rapifan and Hiroya from Danielle and Clement out of the top 8 rows. We'll get back to Jong Chai from Chatnafar. Boontavi. Sorry, my apologies. Jong Chai from Chatnafar. Boonchok from Suravi. Royu Intinasat. And it's going to be Akradech and Pichai apart, rounding out row number 12. Final row of the grid is going to be Payot back there and on his own. And 13 rows worth of Toyota Yaris's will make their way into this one. 8 laps worth of racing. What can the celebrities put on show for us here this afternoon, Dave?
Well, it'll be a rolling start for them. The pace car is away, but many nationalities represented in this. A lot of Thailand drivers, obviously, but also with the Toyota connection. Some from Japan, Malaysia, some Hong Kong flagged drivers as well. They're ready to go across 2 divisions, Division 1 and 2 green numbers for both, I think.
Right, they'll roll out of the last corner and we'll be ready for a start here in just a few moments. Lights are on at the front end of the field. They've gone off, and here we go for a launch. Can they make their way through the field? A little bit of a break between the 2 classes as well. Deeper in the field. Might have been somebody with some sort of issues back there. Either way, feeding down to turn number 1. To be side by side on the run through there into turn 1. Front couple rows. Here we go, Dave. Toyota Yaris's feeding in here nearly 3 wide and using up all the road. And they're going to go around at the front end of the field, facing backwards. But I hope they can all see it and go around the outside. Nope, one of them's picked the wrong direction, unfortunately.
So it's the 44 of Kitanat who's gone around trying to battle with Benjerong for the race lead, and I think made contact with Pancha Waiprip, who was trying to sort of cut over-under through turn 2 and from the front row of the grid. The 44, Kitanat is spun around. We get to the hairpin for the first time. These city cars should navigate it a little tidier than the pickups or even the F4 cars did. Again, we're coming to a concertina absolute stop on our way in here. Yeah, a replay of the start, no doubt. So you've got the battle for the lead, trying to cross over under, but there's a car on the inside there for Kiptonat.
That won't be Pancha. I think it might be Siripakorn, who was the car that was there and waiting, unfortunately. And that's the contact and the rotation. Yeah, that does look like potentially the 68 machine that's gotten involved there. Have a look at the boxing that's going on a little bit deeper in the field as well as they make their way down the back straightaway. Through the monument for the first time in race 1 of the weekend for these guys.
Kitanat has gotten going again. There's green flag still waving, so there wasn't too much damage to anyone after that turn 2 skirmish. But it's cost a lot of position. There's going to be another skirmish though.
Oh, that's right on one of the worst spots. Blind as you can believe, and that's right at the tail end of that one. He's been rotated on the way in. I don't know whether or not there actually was contact involved in that one.
Well, there's a gap if you breathe in. That's how it works. And just sweeping our way past the 55 of Kantapat. Tayo Patum.
Here we go, back down the start-finish straight. We'll get an accurate read on where all the drivers sit here in just a few moments as they'll cut their way through back over the timing line. Safety car board being prepped right there, not being displayed just yet. There was cars on the scene, at least in the officials, to try and get a better view of that one. More into that's a car that's going into the right-hand side barriers. The 44 machine of Kitnat. He's got no right front tyre. The 39's done a great job to avoid him down there as well. So that's the 66, I think, of Payet. And that will trigger the safety car for sure.
Yeah, you could imagine there was also a bit of debris beginning to pile up. A few bumpers have gone missing, some other little bits. So even if everyone kept going, you were looking at a significant amount of debris, but not keeping on going when one of your drive wheels is that far askew. Driver of the 66, Payet Thanawarak.
I believe the medical team down there and having a chat with him at the moment, making sure that he's okay to get out of that car. Because that went into the barriers very hard on the right-hand side. Walking away from the scene of the accident. So all good to go. As we come into safety car, and they'll get that car out of there as soon as they physically can.
There's a lot of recovery stuff in that part of the track, though, between turn 14 and turn 16. There's holes in the fence where there's flatbed trucks. There's a crane to pull cars out of the Tech Pro at turn 15. So if there's a car stopped anywhere on the track, that's one of the places that they're able to recover it quickest. You can see the marshals and the other stuff, and the recovery ute already in position as well. This is the 55 Kantapat, with quite a lot of damage to that front bumper. I suspect you can't quite carry on, or wouldn't want to carry on if you knew that's the kind of damage you've got.
Most importantly, you found the hazard lights and got them on. And the hazard light's still functioning on the front end of that race car. So he's at least being conscious of everyone else out there on the track. Hey, I'm a little bit of a hazard at the moment. There's not the front end left on this car that I would like. And some battle scars up and down the field. For a lot of these cars, it's another Toyota Gazoo Racing.
No doubt there'll be many people in Thailand watching going, hey, I make that bumper. Looks like I'll have to make another couple more, not just lots of factories and things for Thailand, for Toyota in Thailand and Toyota Gazoo Racing in Thailand, but so many parts manufacturers and the whole supply chain for it around this region as well.
Yeah, it's important. There's a huge amount of support. I don't know whether or not you'd be aware, Dave, but we treated last year in 2023 to the celebrations of the Gazoo Racing Team Thailand because they'd actually had success at the Nürburgring 24-hour. I don't necessarily think they've had that success here in 2025, but over the last couple of years, they brought home trophies in class racing. I believe the Yaris's over in Germany. So the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand has been international with success, and wanted to come home and share that victory with the fans. And they've done so. Now it's just going to be about... Oh, look at the damage on the right front corner of that car. They are just dragging it back into the pit lane, into the gap in the fence there. It'll be the earliest we can go racing at the end of this lap, if we are indeed capable of going racing at that point. Not much room to work with when you're extracting a vehicle down the radar.
This was timetabled as an 8-lap race, but there's also a time-certain clock slowly ticking down as well. We have 6 to go now, so if we got going, we'd get those laps in. But if we have another safety car or an extended safety car, it could be a problem. A lot of damage, not just to the front. You can see that the right rear tyre is down on the 55 as well. Kantapat entering pit lane also just clears off the track a little bit more, and this is some of the other damaged and wounded vehicles. The 69 of Akradech getting some work done on the front left, like a new tyre, but gee, I don't know if that suspension is okay or if it's just that because the car's on its side, the steering has turned hard right.
I'd say that might be the case. They're definitely working on that suspension arm in there, though. So some work being done to that section of the race car.
big winner of the racing that we did get has been some of those D2 class drivers who've moved up a whole lot of spots if they've had a clean start. So that's being led by Hiroya Minowa right now, and the Japanese flag driver of Kumuro Toshiki moved up into 4th with that incident that we saw at turn 2 on the very, very opening lap. Trying to keep some temperature into all of those Yokohamas. A lot of our drivers behind the safety car, and halfway around the lap on this one, like, fingers crossed for safety car, and it looked like everything was mostly recovered, and there's a gap beginning to form between the safety car and your leader, Ben Jerong.
Yeah, I can confirm safety car listed as coming in at the end of this lap. So I do believe that they will be on their way into the pit lane. And we should get back underway with 5 laps worth of racing. Albeit there's no longer 25 cars out there, there will be 22 that look to continue on in this one. So for now, we'll watch them and wait as we, excuse me, await the cars to get back underway. Safety car will be pulling into pit lane, probably be accelerating away from the field right now, and then we'll be back to green flag racing. That calls it seeing 22 Toyota Yaris's out there, and everyone with smiles on their faces because they're going racing around the streets of Bangsaen.
So the lead is being absolutely pushed along. Pancho Waiprip not going to let Ben Jerong get a clean getaway and build a massive gap like we've seen in some of the other restarts. They are so eager to get going again, including Ethan Hayward in 3rd in this train as well, accelerating out of turn 19, always flat out through turn 20, onto the start-finish straight. 5 more laps to go, 15 minutes to make it happen, and if it remains green, we're going to get 5 more laps of this Yaris one-make race.
Yeah, and to Ben Jerong, he's got control at the moment, but he'll be punching the hole in the air. Panch is getting a little bit of a hurry up from Ethan Hayward, who sits 3rd, attached base to that car. And they will follow down into turn 1. Somebody just a touch wide. I believe that was 5th place in line. So that would be the 68 machine of Sarah McCorn. Looking for a hole on the run into turn 1. Look at the green machine trying to get out there. And that's the laps car that's just gone back to the pit lane to get the damage repairs. But still out there, still circulating for the 55 of Cantaput. So for him, it will be a case of trying to make sure that he jumps out of the way of these guys. He's actually done a really good job of jumping out of the way and letting them have on with their race. Oh! That'll be on the outside of turn 2, I believe.
Kit the 44 is Kitanat, who restarted in 20th place. And yeah, early on in the lap, finding the wall. Still got the race led by Ben Jerong. Decent restart. Pancho Waiprip not quite with the speed of Ethan Hayward or Ben Jerong on that restart. Significant damage to the 44 in the wall right now, though.
This will give us a replay. He's wide on the way in. Nope, it's actually the car's just up ahead. The 99 machine gets down. He was looking for a little bit of room to work with. And the next prepared Yaris in the fence. And still sat there. That'll be another safety car for sure. That car's going nowhere. So for now, unfortunately, we'll probably come back on a safety car. There's confirmation that indeed we are. 13 minutes on the race clock remaining. 4 laps when they come back to the start-finish line. And that is the safety car being deployed from the monument. Well, I think the field might have just trundled past that one, so they might back that back up.
Yeah, front-wheel drive race cars, once you damage one of the front wheels, it's not going to go particularly well. So we've seen that. They're not limping around on that kind of damage. When the first safety car brings out the second safety car. Very often, depending on how your differential is configured, one damaged drive wheel will then prevent the other from putting down the power requisite to even just drive out of harm's way and behind one of the barriers or anything like that. puts Spenderong in position to need to make another safety car restart to preserve the race lead, though. Passes that happened on that lap, though, before the safety car was called again. Daniel Cha making some positions, Zhong Chai up some spots as well. Clement Leung looks like he might have made 2 positions from 20th to 18th before the safety car was called again. So it's very exciting racing when it is racing, and a fair bit of tape and repairs happening. You can see the 99 could also do with half a roll of tape to keep that front bumper on. It was the one that went into the back of the 44 at turn 2 there that is being recovered right now. No time to react when the other car ran wide, grazed the wall, and so then in tagging the rear almost sent it further around and further into the wall. Narrow spot behind the truck to try to get through here for the field as well.
Everyone coming to a stop at the exit of turn 1, just trying to create that space and create that room at the moment. So 2 incidents in 2 racing laps, setting us on the safety car for the field here.
Gee, I wonder who those people are supporting.
They've got their fans out on their banners and they're very, very happy to be out here on a hot day in the middle of summer in Thailand, enjoying the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
They've all got their Toyota Gazoo racing shirts and their armbands for Pai Pai Audio. I think pictured there. Yep.
But how cool is it just seeing the amount of fans just out there just enjoying themselves as well. I believe that would be the number 95 of Chatnafa Welcome. Or Toyota Racing Star team is actually Chatnafa in the 95, yeah. For the support for him, there's 4 Be Quick Racing team entries in here. Don't forget the Men's Health Masterpiece prepared car number 8 of Wairu. But it's the Super Club Racing team entry number 59 of Benjerong, who leads the way at the moment. We do now have to worry a little about that timer, because at this point in time there's 9.5 minutes left on the time certainty clock, and I believe there'll be 3 laps to go when they get back to the start finish line. That car's still being recovered, so we won't be going green flag this time by.
Yeah, and green flag conditions, these cars take sort of 2 minutes, just a tiny bit more to get around. More fans for Pai Pai Audio with their printed out pictures of that signed, perhaps. They've got pictures on sticks. They're big fans. And so not only are they music fans, drama fans, they're racing fans now today. And maybe always, but definitely today.
I've always enjoyed the idea of the celebrity races. But out here in Australia, we used to have the likes of Chad Reed competing, and me growing up as a motocross rider. Of course, I was always going to support Chad Reed, benefit being he had dealings with fast-moving objects, was comfortable moving around at speed, so he was always at the point. We loved that as a motocross community. Aren't you a fan of racing like this, Dave?
I love when they put athletes and stuff. So you've got like gold medal Olympic swimmers and stuff, and you go, yeah, see, racing's not that easy, is it? Anyone can jump in a pool and splash now. I mean, even the crossover between different, racing disciplines always draws a lot of interest. And just based on everyone that we've seen in these shots of the crowd, they're all loving it, and probably keen for this to get racing again as well, which I hope would be soon.
So much like us, we're sitting here all keen to go racing yet again.
It's that scene at turn 2, of course, where all the work has been taking place as far as recovery And some amount of recovery is happening. Just got to wait for the field to go through here, I think. But they've managed to crane up the Yaris onto the back of the Hino truck. Very well decorated and incredibly shiny Hino truck it is.
Yeah, I believe that we'll probably be back racing at the end of this one. 3 laps on the timer, which will 3 laps in 7 minutes on the timer, I believe will leave us. I reckon we might lose one lap. It's gonna be very tight. We might get the remaining 2 laps of this race in. We might not. Will be the difficulty, unfortunately, ladies and gents. But yeah, we're right on that.
Wow, a flag for Pai Pai.
Supporters up there in the crowd, aren't they? They know who they love.
And a scarf too. I think that's a scarf. Not sure you're going to need a scarf today. So I would be holding it off my neck.
Down the back straight away and waiting for the confirmation CS that we just got, and that safety car will be in at the end of this lap. So we will be going back to green flag racing here in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. And that does mean there is an opportunity here to at least get some racing in. For the teams, you can see the excitement down in the pit lane.
What advice would you give your driver? I'd be telling him, drive fast.
Don't miss your braking marker. Don't make contact with another car. Nail all your apexes. Keep an eye out for your braking markers as you're heading into the next corner. Make sure your tyres are up to temperature. Yeah. And don't forget no overlapping. A lot of advice. How do you think the celebrities are dealing with being issued instructions on how to drive a race car?
I don't know. It's a different environment, but it's a type of pressure. So it's a different type of pressure, but it's pressure nonetheless. It's on a different type of stage as well. In some cases, creating a different type of symphony. About to get this one underway again with the green flags waving for the Toyota Yaris one-make race.
Here we go. The race will be time certain now, is what we just heard from race control as well. They're going to fire it out of that final corner. Pansha looking to try and create some space to Ethan Hayward, who will follow him into T1. And here we go. As we run down the back straight. Oh, sorry, front straight on the run to turn number 1. Feeding in now. And Pansha was quite good on the brakes, closed up significantly to Benjerong there, but Benjerong got such good drive off the final corner. And when he launched forwards, a little bit of an issue with trying to get the 22 machine of Kimura Toshiki, the Japanese driver, up the hill. Will he manage to hang on to that spot? They're going to pull alongside of him and try and get the overtake done. Crest of the hill, run down to turn number 6. And yep, overtake was completed nice and early.
Yeah, I think Kwanchai's gone ahead of Abdul Mikhail in that little group there. Again, we're almost going to have a complete stop negotiating through the hairpin. Benjerong, with a great restart, almost ran wide through turn 2 that put them back under pressure. So not impervious to the pressure being brought by Pancha Waipret and Ethan Hayward, second and third behind.
It will start to follow nice and closely as they cut their way through. And there's going to be an investigation for a false start between the 95 and the number 8. So issues on the restart for those guys. Means that they will be having a close eye kept on them. But for the rest of the field, down through the fast and flowing into turn 15, where we've seen so many incidents already thus far today. What's left on the clock? 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So this lap and one more. 23 machine hard into the barriers is Abdul Mikhail.
had a feeling like at the start of this lap, that car might have had a problem, wasn't completely up to speed out of turn 2, was getting passed by a couple, and now down at turn 15, we're going to have a look. That's out wide, it's locked up, it's understeering, and it finds the Tech Pro as well. I think what happened before that is also perhaps pretty important.
Just been quick shots. The confirmation final lap of the race. I think we were going to lose one. No, we're actually going to get all of our laps in for this series just.
Pressure onto the race leader, braking uphill into the sweeping turn 1 to then switch back into the tight turn 2. This is where Bangsaen ran wide a lap ago, nearly runs wide again, just keeps it off the Armco. Pressure will be on this final lap.
And here we go, up and over the crest. And the run down towards the hairpin for the final time. Number 11 of Ethan Hayward starting to get a lot closer to these two up ahead of him. What are they able to do on this final lap? Puncher's going to get boxed in and they'll dip through the hairpin. Look at the drop away as they take the curb on the inside. Run out straight. That'll be at turn 2 yet again. The 99 machine to the sat. And now the run down the back straightaway as well. And a replay of what happened to the 99. Just in hot at turn 2.
That's one thing I notice a lot about celebrity races. A lot more understeer than oversteer. This is hot through the monument section. You've got a couple places left on this final lap where you still can pass 5JUL25 close enough to put pressure on the race leader, either into turn 15 or into turn 18, whatever it may be.
I'll fire down into 15 at the moment. Tip it in, none of them offline. They all carry the appropriate amount of speed down in there. But they will get alongside as Pancher gets the better drive out the other side. They're on the run to the far chicane though. Left and back to the right. And Pancher's got to the inside. Here comes Ethan Hayward. He's going to pull alongside as well. He's got a whole host of momentum. Might be enough to shove it down the inside. Pancher's forced to cover. And now the 22 goes for a huge launch to the final corner. Contact and goes around. I reckon he's missed the braking marker on the run of the final corner. So he's going to lose ground. Pancher gets it done on the final lap of the race. How about that? Out of nowhere. Didn't expect that one to be coming our way. Line. Pancher gets it done. Great drive off of turn 15 to steal a race win from Bangsaen. And Ethan Hayward will nick a spot on the last lap as well.
So brave, trying to go side by side through turn 17 and then defending it into the braking zone at 18. A great race win. A last lap pass for victory. But with some drama in that battle for the podium there as well. Ethan Hayward did manage to sneak through second as Bangsaen goes to third. It's the aggressor from back there, the number 22, that ends up spun around at the apex, and that was super costly to Komura Toshiki.
Yeah, that was round backwards into the barrier, unfortunately. And 8 laps of racing run and done here for the guys this afternoon. And Pancher Y-Prep going to get it done. You'll see him later on in Super Eco Racing as well. Enjoying double duties on the Toyota Yaris one-make race here this afternoon. 25 machine will get home in the end.
Bit of smoke still coming off that 22. The guard and the body panels pushed onto the tyre a little bit. And all of the Pai fans are loving it.
Excitement, celebrity racing out there, and there'll be more of it coming our way as well. Not done for the weekend. In fact, we'll have Yaris Corolla Altuses and Yaris Atives, which will see the ladies get out there in just a few moments as well. So, confirmation of our final placings. Pancher from Ethan from Bangsaen. Bangsaen does manage to hang on to P3. in the Division 1 class drivers. The first of our Division 2 drivers, Hiroya Manoa, down in 9th spot from Danielle Cha in 11th. And Zhong Chai will get home to round out the podium in class as well. Finished 13th overall. So great job to all involved.
Andrew Whiteprip, the race winner, also coming away with the fastest lap of the race at 2:20.2. Highlights now of the race start. There was high drama for the race lead going into turn 1 here. So with Benjerong on the inside. Side by side, they battled into turn 2. Contact and a spin. Benjerong through and into the race lead, but was super costly for some and laid down a fair bit of damage. That wasn't the cause of the first safety car, though. It was an incident further around on the opening lap. Even this, I don't think, was the cause of the first safety car, though it did rip a front bumper or two off a couple. It was down at turn 15 later on the opening lap. This damage on the 66, unable to make the corner, unable to continue, and needing recovery.
We go on to safety car. There'll be a few drivers coming back to pit lane for a little bit of repairs, including the fan favourite Pai Pai. And look at the damage on the front end of that car. We get back under green flag racing and dive deep into turn 1 from the 44 machine and into the barrier. Ran it just, what, a couple feet too far. Not even all that much as well. Go onto a safety car once again as that 44 machine would be going nowhere. This car would lead us back to green from Benjerong and the Super Club Racing Team car, but he'd be chased down by two of the Be Quick Racing Team cars late on in the piece. Another car in the barrier. He'd lead us to the start, the final lap of the 59 machine, but he would not lead us back to finish it. More drama down at turn 1 as well. Another car hard in the barriers, and the tyre bundles being tested down there for the 99 machine of Tinasat. This was bravery to get through the inside, through the chicane. The 22 machine would dive it deep up the inside, make contact with the number 11 and go around. Well, it was about bravery. He had to go, but it ended in the barrier and was able to cross the finish line. Down in 10th spot for Kimura Toshiki, who was in 4th spot heading into that one. Race winner, the Be Quick Racing Team, managed to finish 1-2 on the track, with Penshaw from Ethan getting it done. Have a look at the damage to the rear bumper of a couple cars as they trundle back into the pit lane. As the dummy grid gets set up for the next of our Toyota Gazoo Racing one-make classes for the weekend. The celebrities will be back with more in just a few moments.
เสร็จจากรุ่นการแข่งขันของ Yaris A-Team ไม่ใช่ครับเป็น Yaris One Make Race ครับนี่กำลังจะเข้าสู่รุ่นการแข่งขันของ Toyota Corolla Altis Sport One Make Race แข่งขันรวมกันกับ Yaris A-Team Lady One Make Race เลยครับกองเชียร์พี่เจิดก็โล่งใจได้ครับพี่เจิดปลอดภัยครับเดี๋ยวปาร์ตี้ริมทะเลกันต่อดีกว่าแล้วเดี๋ยวพี่เจิดก็คงจะไปมีตแอนด์กรีตกันครับที่บูธกิจกรรมของทาง Toyota ก็ต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมครับนี่เป็นซัพพอร์ตเรสในรายการของบางแสนกลางปีครับเวลาของเราเนี่ยอาจจะน้อยกันไปสักหน่อยเดี๋ยวรอสนาม2ครับกับอีเวนต์ของทาง Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand เองอันนี้จัดเต็มจะได้มีเวลาให้ได้เขาเรียกว่าชื่นชมคนที่คุณตามเชียร์กันอยู่นะอันนี้ก็จะเป็นสนามเฉพาะกิจครับแล้วก็มีการแข่งขันหลากหลายรุ่นตอนนี้ครับกับรุ่นการแข่งขันใน2รุ่นรวมกันเลยครับ Corolla Altis Sport One Make Race แล้วก็ Yaris A-Team Lady One Make Race ครับในสนามที่1ครับ
Corolla Altis GR Sport One Make Race หมายเลข3 Kentaro Chiba หมายเลข9 สิทธิชัยคังนิมิตรหมายเลข10 อัครวุฒิมังคลสุดหมายเลข17 โรเตอร์ทองเจือหมายเลข36 ปณิธานรักไพบูลย์สมบัติหมายเลข46 ศักดิ์ชัยเยี่ยมวัฒนาหมายเลข47 เบรนดัน พอล อัลโทนีหมายเลข66 สิทธนา มิตรอารีหมายเลข89 วรัญชิต วัฒนาธนกุลหมายเลข90 ณฤนนท์พัฒน์ รัชเลสินทรหมายเลข99 นัทธนันท์ เพียวทองคำยาลิสเอทีฟเลดี้วันเมกเลสหมายเลข107 สิตานันท์ พิกุลขจรหมายเลข122 สุทธาสินีสิริรักษ์หมายเลข126 โสระยาอุภัยพรหมหมายเลข135 ปิยวดีพฤติสารหมายเลข156 อรินทราดาฮอนหมายเลข169 จิตนันท์อนุชิตเลิศชนหมายเลข189 กิติยาธีรวัฒน์วาทีหมายเลข195 เขมิสราขอนพุทธาหมายเลข198 พิชชามีญาติทองเจือ
นั่นก็คือหน้าตาโฉมหน้ารายชื่อนักแข่งทั้งหมดครับของทั้ง2รุ่นการแข่งขันแต่ว่าที่คอลิฟายมาอันดับที่1ในโคราชติจาสปอร์ตวันเมกเลสกับคันนี้ครับโมนายครับวรัญชิตโมนายนั้นเป็นแชมป์ในยาริสวันเมกเลสปีที่แล้วครับปีนี้ขยับขึ้นมาขับรุ่นใหญ่แล้ว Number 2 ของการคอลิฟายครับเคนทาโร่ชิบะครับคอลิฟายมาเป็นอันดับที่3ครับนี่คือซิดนีย์ครับสิทธนามิตรอารีจากเลนโซมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับ47ครับแบนเดลพอลอัลโทนีครับจากซูเปอร์คัพเรซิ่งทีมและก็นี่ครับโรเตอร์ทองเจือครับจากซูเปอร์คัพเรซิ่งทีมเช่นกันครับตีอยู่ในรถครับคุณพ่อติดกล้องอยู่ข้างหลังแน่เลยเมื่อกี้36ครับเจ้าอุ้มปณิธานครับจากมัลติทีมทอมต้องบอกว่าเจ้าอุ้มกับโมนายนี่ไปป่วนกาซูเรซซิ่งมาเลเซียเหมือนกันครับและนี่ครับอาร์ตี้ครับนฤนนท์พัฒน์พีทีแมกนิตอนไวส์ก็ไม่ธรรมดาครับอาร์ตี้เดี๋ยวต้องดูครับเวลาในการคอนฟาร์มเมื่อวานนั้นน้อยไปหน่อยนี่มาริโอครับสิทธิชัยสปีดเลฟเรซซิ่งถูกจะแพงต้องแดงไว้ก่อนครับปังปอนอัครวุฒิมังคลสุดครับจากโตต้าเรซซิ่งสตาร์ทีมวันนี้สีหน้าเคร่งเครียดครับปังปอนอยู่ในอันดับที่10แล้วก็นี่ครับเต้ยรถถ่านครับศักดิ์ชัยเยี่ยมวัฒนานัทธนันท์ครับเพียวทองคำครับโอ้โหติดโกโปรไว้บนไวเซอร์ด้วยในรุ่นของโคราชอัลติจาสปอร์ตวันเมกเลสครับทั้งหมด11คันด้วยกันครับมาถึงเอทีฟยาริสเอทีฟครับอันดับที่1ของเลดี้เป็นของสิตานันท์ครับนะสิตานันท์เป็นอันดับ2นะครับเมื่อกี้ต้องมีปิยวดีครับกองไล่คลามไปนิดหนึ่งเดี๋ยวไล่เรียงกันใหม่อีกทีครับนี่195ครับเขมิสราขอนพุทธาในการคอลิฟายของยาริสเอทีฟเลดี้ครับอันดับที่1จะเป็นของข้าวฟ่างปิยวดีครับอันดับ2เป็นของสิตานันท์อันดับที่3เป็นของพิยาทองเจือนี่เป็นจิตนา
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Toyota Corolla and Yaris's. Keep your eyes on the Yaris's. That will be the ladies in the category getting out there and getting amongst it. There will be a mixture here of drivers that have done some racing before, as well as some drivers who are out there for the fun of it. I can tell you, the driver that sits on pole position, Varanchit, participates in racing amongst the other categories across here the weekend, including Super Touring. We'll see him later on today in one of the cars. But for the Altus GR Sports, 1.8 litre sequential 6 speeds. And they're going to be on the E20 and 17-inch wheels with the Yokohama Advan. And the ladies will be in Toyota Yaris Active. And I believe we'll see some details of that car in just a few moments as well. 2ZR engine, of course, for the 1.8 litre Altuses. And that's the Active, the 1.2 litre automatic CVT transmission cars. Also on the Neova, but only on the 15-inch version. Same fuel in operation for both categories. Here this afternoon is now afternoon over in Thailand as well. Pole position, Varanchit. And like we said, we'll see that 89 machine later on today. Kentaro will be lining up alongside of him. Swathana from Brendan on row number 2, the 66 and 47 machines. More of the Super Club Racing Team entries as well. Rhoda and Panatan in the 17 and 36 machines on a row number 3. And we'll throw it back to Nirinapath and Siddhachai. Aklavit and Sakchai going to round out the top 10. None of them from PYD. Outside the 10. Here's the first of the ladies as well. Sittanun from Pitcha on row number 7. Kimisara and Arinarada on row number 8 in the ladies. And we're going to see Chitana from Kitaya, Sudasini and Soraya rounding out our top 20. That is everyone in participation here for this afternoon's first of the racing action we've got available to us for the one-make racing, including the ladies' classes. And Dave, it's going to be a mixture of 2 different categories here, and we get to see the celebrities out there and in operation. And I think that's what the fans are looking forward to at home.
Yeah, 11 Corolla Altus sedans with the 1.8 litre engine up front, and 9 of the Yaris Actives driven by the ladies in their class. Starting at the tail of the field, but I do wonder, you know, the pedigree of just a couple of those ladies. They could be very, very competitive and find themselves in an interesting and perhaps precarious situation as this race unfolds, and soon it will. 8 laps of the Bangsaen Street Circuit. Corollas up front, Yaris's in behind, both of them on Yokohama tyres and with the same E20 fuel.
And we're getting some engine stats on these cars as well as we make our way through the racing action. Right, they'll line up heading into the hotel hairpin. The safety car has fit its way off. We're in formation. Keep your eyes on the green machine in the left-hand side of your picture as well. Teammate a little bit deeper in the field. We get an opportunity to see those guys, and then here comes the ladies at the tail end. And listen to the buzz boxes as they get prepared for a race start. They'll form themselves up. Lining up before they get the run out of turn number 1. Lights are on, waiting for them to go off, and then we'll be underway. And indeed they are now off. Here we go. Immediately jumping out 3 to 4 wide in the middle of the pack. There's going to be a row of 2 followed by rows of 3 as they make their way down to turn number 1. The ladies starting to drift a little bit further back with the smaller engines. And here we go on a run down to turn number 1. There's a little bit of squeezing, but they all manage to make it down through there as we get in. They'll feed in 2 by 2 on the run to turn 1. And they all managed to survive lap number 1. Although I believe there was one of the Toyota Racing Star team entries. I think Pitcha was potentially pushing one of her rivals up the hill. And the Actives for the ladies.
If the hairpin, there's no overtaking. Often to try to take a wider line through here is a good strategy. Stay off that bump right at the apex curve, straighten your steering, and then try to get your power. It's a reasonable run towards turn 8. Baranchit in the 89, keeping that race lead from the number 3 of Kentaro Chiba, the Japanese flag driver. Swathani Natari third behind, and Brendan Paul Anthony with the Malaysian flag. We work our way through turn 8, and then look to who's leading amongst the Yaris Ativ. Close battle here in this category.
Quite well close together for the ladies as well. Yeah, I thought I saw the leading car on their way down there with the hazard lights on.
So it's
looks like they've
Piawadi
been
still
turned off.
leading, with Sittanun behind, and then just a tiny gap to third place, but really working well in towards turn 15 and out of the monument from the leader in that class. The outright lead is looking very spicy heading into the hotel hairpin. Defensive positioning from Varun Shit leading the way.
Yep, he'll cover it nicely on the way to the hotel hairpin. And pit lane to the top left-hand corner of your screen as we get the picturesque overhead shot. As they run down past the effects mic at pit exit. And zoom their way down towards turn number 1. Varun Shit now still leading from Kintaro. P1, P2. Brendan Paul Anthony. The Malaysian driver Srathana Sudachai. Your top 5. Back to your ladies. Looking for their top 5 is Piwidi from Sitten and Kemasira. Anrada and Ichimiya are going to be your top 5 in that category. Difference in lap times of the two categories about 18 seconds, 18 to 25 seconds or so.
The staggered rolling start perhaps makes that deceptive on the first lap, but it's incredibly competitive up front. Pichamiya losing some spots in the Yaris Ativ category as Kemasara and Anrada went up into third and fourth. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth on the way down towards turn 8.
And tear down. Go back straight away.
Sitachai in the number 9 made some spots on the opening lap as well. And I think just sitting in behind that group coming through the monument as well. So the driver currently in 5th place with the fluoro yellow, looking to position to try to take some more spots in behind Sridhana Mitari. As we head towards 15, there's a kink on the left here, and then if you can get down the inside, it's an overtaking opportunity. But otherwise, we've seen some passing at turn 17. We've seen some optimistic passing at turn 18 as this race continues.
Yep, that we have. But he is right there, and he is harassing Srathana Mitari at the moment.
And harassing the wall, giving the concrete a bit of a scrape.
Yeah, gave it a touch. And now the 36 machine of Panatan is going to try and get down the inside when they get to the hotel hairpin. So mistake is getting there, getting closer. A little bit caught out, perhaps maybe missed the turning point. The fast and flowing left-right flick. Still maintaining status quo up at the front at the moment. A little bit of a margin now built for Varun Shit.
Well, this is quality racing in towards turn 2. The group has seen the 36 of Panathan gain some positions in that podium battle, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Back there, but you've got to look at the 10 and the 90. Aklovit trying to lead, but you can't pass by about here, heading to the turn 6 hairpin.
You can actually just see it. There's a white line up at the top of the crest of the hill, and from there,
Particularly from on high, you see the line.
yeah, it's a no overtaking zone. So that's what the drivers have got to work towards. There was controversy a couple of years back when there was a pass in the final lap of the race, actually set up and completed as a result of an issue down at that hairpin in the GT3 category on Sunday afternoon. And it was ruled no further action. The reason for it was that the driver was off pace, offline, made a mistake heading down into the hairpin. So realistically, had no case to answer for, didn't maintain speed.
Well, Monaco's swimming pool, eat your heart out. What a view of the monument section there, right up against the wall, the apex on the way in, and then riding across the curb. And the apex in the middle of the corner leads us down towards turn 15, which definitely been one of the more incident-prone areas. It's a big braking zone, it's a curved braking zone, and then also that corner sets you up for here, where you can look to make passing opportunities. They're so committed through turn 17, headed for 18, a switch to the inside, covered late between 66 and 36 will lead to contact in the final hairpin.
That's it, and rotated. The 47 machine now facing in the wrong direction. Brendan Paul Anthony gets rotated, was sitting third on the track. Does manage to find a gear, and he'll find some way to get that car turned back around and facing in the right direction. There's a little bit of a gap before we get back to the ladies, so he will have some time to turn that car around and get rolling yet again. But look at this, 3 wide as they run down the start, finish straight. And it's going to be the 16 machine who gets the job done. Sorry. On the one to turn 1. Might be the 10 of Aklavit. We've got a great run down there. At the moment, sorry, the 46 machine. My apologies, Sakshai, and I believe that'd be Brendan Paul Anthony starting to try and feed back through these guys. No, it was the 17 machine of Rhoda Thongchua ahead of Swetana. And those guys going about it. That's all for P4 on the road, I believe. Sorry, there'll be P5 on the road at the moment. Got to feed down here. There's so much action going on. All the fans having a great time in and around the circuit.
Takes 2 phones to keep up with it all.
It does. Screens left, right, and centre, and I'm struggling to keep an eye on things at the moment. Such has been the quality of the racing thus far. 17 machine of Rota Thongchua. Doing well. Picked off a couple spots. There's the number 9 machine, Siddhachai. So he's made his way past Swetana, I believe, and potentially Aklavit in the number 10 car as well. Have a look at them blocking left and right as they head through some of the fastest parts of the circuit. Most dangerous. We'll try and switch back to the inside. Not really going to open it up. That will be Aklavit. Manka Lasset in the number 10. Roller Altis. Continuing to try and apply some pressure to the 17 machine. Swetana's got clear of these guys and made a little bit of ground. Now it's going to be the switch back on the run to the hairpin as he forces his opponent to go in a touch too hot. No, great job on the brakes for Rhoda Thongchua, pulling the car up nicely at the hotel.
Half race distance, 4 completed, 4 to go in this Toyota one-make race. Toyota Corolla and Toyota Yaris. This is the hottest battle at the moment. The 5th place between Rhoda Thongchua and Akalavut, and they're going to battle again heading into turn 1.
Did you see that? The racing car a little bit loose in the rear end into turn 1. That'll be one of our ladies jumping out of the way, making sure that she's providing an opportunity for them all to continue racing. I believe that's Soraya Upaiparam jumping out of the way. There you go. Everyone's gone on through safely. She's having a great time. She's out there circulating, doing the best thing that she possibly can.
Significant power difference between the 2 classes as well. Something in the order of 60, 70 horsepower difference. And they're not massively high horsepower cars. They are very, very production spec road cars. A good thing to get you around. The fastest lap for the Corolla Altis, 203.8. The fastest lap for a Yaris Native, 219.
Of course, remember that's probably going to be about half the horsepower of the Altis.
I think the Corolla's got 33% more cylinders.
Yeah, that'll do it. Everyone down the pit lane enjoying the racing that they're watching along with and continuing to watch this battle going on with Rhoda and Akalavat. And there was an opening to get down the inside when they got down turn 15 and backing out. Akalavat making sure that he lives to see another day, another race lap. That's been one of the big things so far this weekend, Dave, isn't it? Make sure that you get to the finish line. That's critical. Run out of the final corner. Another one of the ladies at the moment we're watching. Pia Wadi leads the way. It's about an 8.5 second margin over Sittinen, who has about another 8.5 second margin over Kemasara. Here we go. Cross back over to the other side of the road. Tell you what, I love it's making a great case for looked most like a racing driver. With the darts left and right. He's certainly trying to fill that mirror. He's learned. He's clearly watched some racing before.
or driven in Bangkok traffic.
Yeah, that might do it too. Realistically. Oh, there we go. That'll be one of the ladies down and off the road, the 198. Maybe picture Mia. Remember, she had an issue earlier on in the race as well. Feeds back out from all the other cars. And again, this will be an issue. This will actually be a battle for position. Is that Panathan that's currently covering off? I believe it might be. Sidachai, those two continuing to go at each other. Indeed it is. Panathan from Sidachai, 36 from the number 9. Only thing missing from this weekend, David Haynes, is tuk-tuk racing.
Yeah, gosh, I don't think we're ready for that. A little bit more traffic as well, so it's tough to be racing up front in these categories, breaking into turn 15. That almost, but not quite flat through the upcoming turn 17 section. So every time the camera goes there, you've just got to wince as they try to think about flat out through there. But the wall on the outside looks very, very inviting. Not too many laps left in this one for them to continue to battle it out. So if you've got an advantage, you've just got to keep chipping away at this, try to move up the spots.
3 more laps left to run as they thunder down the start-finish straight yet again. There's going to be a blue flag displayed. I guarantee you there would have been a flag education course provided to the drivers here this weekend. And that will be the 156 of Aaron Rada jumping out of the way. Oh, that's a Toyota locking up and just barely pulling the car up. Got it 10-1. Is that Quintaro, perhaps? That's the 89 machines. That would actually be one of the ladies actually having issues getting down and into turn number 1 right in front of our race leaders. In fact, it's forced an overtake for the race lead. Baranchit had to check up for Quintaro. Quintaro's taken full advantage of that one. There's the yellow line back at the top of the hill to be single filed out, by the way, on the road. Much easier. Oh, look, there's contact at the hairpin. That will be a no-no.
Yeah, so Kentaro Chiba getting to the race lead. Optimistic use of the traffic because Baranchik had to slow down, and Baranchik gives just a little bit of a hello through the turn 6 hairpin. Do not think this race will be done. No, this one won't be done all the way to the final lap. Baranchik just trying to do the same thing, get around in the mirrors of Kentaro Chiba. But I tell you something, I don't think Kentaro Chiba is looking in either of his mirrors because he can't see a damn thing in either of them. It's going to be the central mirror only, which in racing is normally the most useful. Both of these drivers can go tit-for-tat with each other on pace. And there's also certain question marks about how the remainder of the race could play out as far as traffic, as far as tyre overheating, any of those things. So a great battle for first and second. Great battles a little bit further back as well for the remaining spots on the podium. Inseparable, the green and red cars.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Akalovit. He'll have one more lap at the end of this one to try and find his way by. Forces the cover from the 17 machine, a Rota Thongchua. He'll get down here, get into the final corner. And this is the battle for the race lead as they run out of the final corner. They will get the 1 lap to go board when they cross the control line. Final lap. There will be one more lap for the celebrities, and this one's been awesome to watch between the two Toyota Corolla Altuses that are going for the race lead. Baranchik, best opportunity to get a pass done. Makes his opposition in Kentaro Chiba cover him at turn 1. He's going to be a little bit offline when they get to turn 2. Can he carry enough momentum? There is momentum. He's going to get alongside. There's a lady at the top of the hill. Baranchik had to back out. Lift, glances the wall. And so the 195 machine. Is it the 195? I believe it will be.
I think so. They get by before the line as well, which is pretty critical. Kentaro Chiba holding this race lead, but under so much pressure, is going to get another little hello in the hairpin. But it's your run out of here, down towards turn 8 on this final lap that'll be so critical. Then you run off the monument, out of turn 15, through the 17 sweeper in the braking zone at 18. Baranchik wants this so badly, you can tell.
And Panataya got checked up by the 195 of Kimisera as they went through permanent yellow flags on the hairpin. He had to wait. He had nowhere he could have gone. Are they? He is closing. He is closing significantly. Look at this battle pack that's gotten all packed back up together. Akalovit's running out of time to try and get that one done. He was there for a long, long period throughout this race. Actually, you know what? He's gotten through on Rota Thongchua on this lap. He might have had to relinquish that position Unfortunately for Varenchit, he's now off the back of Kentaro as they head through the high-speed section. He makes a significant amount of ground right there. He is right attached to the rear bumper. 2 Corolla Altises, couple more corners, carry the speed through 17. The flick back to the right, covers all the way to the inside of the road. Is there going to be a hole? There will not be. Both drivers will head deep into the final corner. Swings it wide. For Varenchit, can he carry the momentum? He's going to run out of time. He's going to run out of room. To run out of the final corner, Kentaro Chiba is going to get the job done, and a cheeky move pins him against the lap traffic. And Varenchit's going to try and run him to the line. Kentaro Chiba gets the job done. What a race in that one. Panatan's going to get home in third. Sidichai just from Akalavit. Akalavit had 1 lap to try and get that job done on Sidichai. Made a significant amount of ground. Nearly ended up stealing 4th spot away. How about the racing from the Altises? And your race leader in the Etives is going to be Kemi Sira, I believe. Might have picked up a ton of spots late on in that race. I think we might have had issues for our race leader in the ladies. Just waiting for confirmation on that one. Although the other opportunity, I do say, Dave, would actually be that our race leaders...
but the leader has gone the lap down. So it's just a victory lap for the 195 that hasn't crossed the checkered flag yet because, not gone the lap down. A few others
there she is.
As well coming around.
Kiawati in the 135 right there on your screen. Managed to stay on the lead lap with the Altises. Fastest racing lap, by the way. 2:03.863 from Varenchit. And then fastest racing lap for Kiawati without this final lap, of course. Waiting on the timing for that one to finish. 2:18.287 as well. I believe that's Sittinen who might have also stayed on the lead lap in the ladies class as well. Kiawati, very quick. Put 2 seconds a lap on the competition. Here she comes. Final corner. Get around and take the checkered flag for the ladies classes as well. Out of the final corner, she'll take race on weekend for the ladies class. And 107, great job by Sittinen as well, getting the job done there to finish things off.
Just the two of them staying on the lead lap, not going a lap down to the outright leader and race winner, so that's a good performance from them. You're talking about what might have happened in some of the drivers' briefings about flags and all of those other things. I don't know, the last lap I've seen out of these Toyota one-make races, the driver's briefing might have been, make it spicy.
Certainly got interesting at the back end of things so far. We'll keep an eye on the one-make racing for the remainder of the weekend. Don't forget there's also the Hilux Revos as well. 2.4-litre turbo diesel. My apologies. That was the entirety of the one-make racing program for the weekend. That will be the last time we see these guys out on track. Kentaro gets the job done from Varenchit and Panatan in the Corolla Altis GR Sports. That'll be your Podium. He'll be absolutely over the moon with that one, getting the job done on Varenchit. And that is your confirmation of your top 10. That was the battle between Akalavit and Rhoda in the middle of that field for P5. Phenomenal racing put on by those guys. And the ladies as well. Confirmation as well. Piawadi gets it done from Sittinen from Kemi Sira. In the ladies class, that would be your Podium. And that is the celebrity racing done for the weekend. We'll have a quick look at the program. Because next up, we've got the first of the Super Series Supercar events coming your way. But look at the excitement on the faces of the one-make drivers. And that was Varanchit leading us to green flag. Chaos ensued in the background of this one, but they would go green flag the whole way through. A couple cars would find the barriers. 4 wide at one point, the 47 machine got a touch on the run into turn number 1, still pulled it up nicely as they fed in there 2 wide. Touch of contact, nothing going on. Gone down the back straight away for the first time as well. From here, it'd be about settling in and seeing what everyone was capable of. 66 machine getting to the 47 at the hotel and rotate him around. Sent spinning and tumbling through the field, unfortunately for Brendan Paul Anthony. Had speed, not quite able to show it. Akalovit was right in the center of all the racing, right the way on. This battle was with the 17 machine of Rotathong Chua. They go toe-to-toe. Little bit of a mistake, but kept it out of the barrier for Mia. That was the overtake for the race lead. Unfortunately for Varanchit, followed one of the lady cars into turn 1. Couldn't find the hole. And Kentaro Chiba would sneak through to get the job done and get a race win. Albeit without very much vision to the rear of his car. Couldn't look left, couldn't look right. Mirrors were pointing only at him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away for just a few minutes. It'll be time for the first Super Series Supercar categories for the weekend. Qualifying's been run and done 60 minutes and 1 lap with pit stops to come for your Supercar GT4 and the Supercar GTCs on the other side of this.
ก่อนเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 และ GTC ครับผู้นำบนแชมเปี้ยนชิพคือแชมป์เก่าครับ Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport นะครับ AAS Motorsport ขึ้นชื่อว่าเป็นทีมที่เป็นเจ้าแห่ง Porsche ในประเทศไทยอยู่แล้วนะครับแล้วก็นักขับอย่างบูมเองที่ได้ตัวของคามิกกันสูตรมาช่วยเนี่ยก็ถือว่าช่วยทำให้บูมเองนั้นผ่อนแรงลงไปเยอะมี50 คะแนนเต็มจากการชนะมาทั้ง2เรสในสุดสัปดาห์นี้เริ่มต้นการซ้อมแล้วก็การทำเวลาในเซสชั่นต่างๆมาก็อยู่ในจุดที่อยู่ในกลุ่มหัวแถวเช่นเดิมดังนั้นโอกาสที่เขาจะชนะสนามนี้ก็มีสูงเช่นกันแต่คนที่เป็นคู่แข่งของเขาดาวรุ่งครับนาควิปนออัสลันแล้วก็มิเชลเชียมินจายขับรถแข่ง Toyota Supra Evo 2 นะครับซึ่งเป็น GT4 มาจากประเทศมาเลเซียครับซึ่งผลงานดีนะครับคุณผู้ชมเป็นรองจ่าฝูงตามผู้นำอยู่17คะแนนโอกาสที่จะไล่ขึ้นมาอยู่ที่สนามนี้แหละครับการทำเวลาของทั้งนาควิปแล้วก็มิเชลเนี่ยถือว่าทำได้ดีนะครับในการแข่งขันที่บางแสน ส่วนหนึ่งก็อาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าด้วยช่วงล้อหรือว่าฐานล้อวิวเบสของตัวรถมันไม่ได้กว้างนักโซนชิคเคนหรือว่าการเข้าโค้งแคบๆพวกเขาก็เลยทำได้ดีจะไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้นะครับก็คือเอโรลาสนาโกโตและก็แม็กซ์สถาพรวิริยเชื้อจาก B Quick ในสนามที่แล้วนะครับเขานำอยู่จนถึงประมาณช่วง 2-3 รอบสุดท้ายก่อนจะมาพลาดท่าเสียตำแหน่งผู้นำให้กับมิกกี้กานาสูตรอีกคนที่น่าสนใจครับเผ่าพงษ์จันเฉลี่ยที่จับคู่กับดาวรุ่งของทีมครับนั่นก็คือภูวพลทวีไกรกุลนะครับเป็นอีกทีมหนึ่งที่ใช้ Toyota GR Supra GT4 นะครับทำเวลาในการซ้อมมาก็ถือว่าเป็นหนึ่งในท็อป 3 ที่เกาะอยู่ในหัวตารางมาโดยตลอดนะครับสุดสัปดาห์นี้คนที่จะเป็นหัวห่อให้กับทีมก็คือเผ่าพงษ์จันเฉลี่ยส่วนทางด้านของภูวพลนะครับปีที่แล้วเนี่ยประสบการณ์ของเขากับบางแสนก็ได้แสดงให้เห็นนะครับในการที่ขับรถแข่งในคลาสของ Super Compact แต่ว่าปีนี้เนี่ยขยับขึ้นมาแข่งขันในคลาส Thailand Supercar GT4 รถเปลี่ยนฟิลลิ่งเปลี่ยนก็ต้องมาดูครับว่าภูวพลจะปรับตัวได้เร็วแค่ไหนทำให้สามารถมีลุ้นในการเป็นผู้ชนะได้หรือไม่ในสุดสัปดาห์นี้ส่วนในคลาส GTC ครับก่อนเข้าสู่สนามนี้ก็ถือว่าเป็นเซอร์ไพรส์เล็กๆนะครับจากเป๊ะรงโป๊ะนะครับที่สร้างรถแข่ง Civic FK8 เขาชนะการแข่งขันในเรสแรกแล้วก็จบอันดับ 2 ในเรสที่2นะครับเป็นจ่าฝูงบนตารางคะแนนสะสมพอเข้าสู่สนามนี้เนี่ยมันก็อาจจะได้เห็นนะครับว่าใครจะทำผลงานได้ดีที่สุดเพราะว่าตั้งแต่การซ้อมมาเนี่ยทั้งเคนเนตโฮแล้วก็เชนอังยังเจอปัญหาในการเซตติ้งตัวรถอยู่พอสมควรในสนามนี้เนี่ยตั้งแต่การซ้อมนะครับเราได้เห็นชื่อของอดีตนักขับฟอร์มูล่า1จีอันนี่มอร์บิเนลลี่นะครับนักขับชาวอิตาเลียนเป็นมือขับในคลาสโกนะครับก็มาจับคู่กันกับราฟาเอลกาเลียนากับเทคโปนะครับนั่นก็คือรถแข่ง Ford WR Daytona GT Coupe สุดสัปดาห์นี้ก็ต้องมาดูครับว่าการลุ้นแชมป์ในรุ่นนี้จะมีความเปลี่ยนแปลงไหมนะครับว่าเคนเนตโฮและเชนอังจะหาเซตติ้งเจอหรือไม่ดังนั้นมาดูกันครับว่าการแข่งขันทั้ง2รุ่นนี้ครับทั้ง GT4 และ GTC ใครจะคว้าชัยชนะประเดิมการแข่งขันบางแสนกลางปีไปครองไปชมด้วยกันครับกลับมาเจอกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งกับพวกเรา2คนนะครับพี่จอนอริยพงษ์แล้วก็ผมเต่ายศพงษ์นะครับ
ครับคุณผู้ชมครับกลับเข้ามาสู่งาน Big Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับกับงานบางแสนกลางปีนะครับที่สนามจังหวัดชลบุรีแห่งนี้นะครับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้นะครับมี 2 รุ่นด้วยกันคือ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTC 2 รุ่นนี้นะครับจะแข่งด้วยใช้เวลา60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบนะครับซึ่งจะมีนักแข่งเนี่ย2ท่านด้วยกันนะครับรุ่นที่ทำเวลาได้ดีที่สุดนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 นั้นจะเป็นของ AAS Motorsport นะครับคมิกกันสูตรหรือมิกกี้ขับคู่กับบูมกันทีกุศิรินะครับมาด้วยเวลา1 นาที 42.809 นะครับวันนี้ไม้แรกเป็นของมิกกี้ไปพูดคุยกันหน่อยนะครับว่าเขาเตรียมความพร้อมกันอย่างไรนั่นเองนะครับอยู่กัน2คนเลยนะครับทั้งมิกกี้และบูมนั่นเองนะครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับขออนุญาตสัมภาษณ์นะครับมิกกี้ครับบูมครับแม่ต้องบอกว่ากลิ่นความเป็นแชมป์นี่ยังไม่หายเลยนะจากสนามช้างมาถึงสนามบางแสนขนาดนี้เตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรเพราะมีความแตกต่างกันบ้างมากเลยระหว่างสนามที่เป็นแบบเซอร์กิตทั่วไปกับสตรีทเซอร์กิตมิกกี้มีความเห็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ปีนี้ก็คนมาชมเยอะเลยนะครับก็สนามนี้ก็น่าตื่นเต้นดีครับเพราะว่าบรรยากาศมันได้แบบได้อารมณ์การแข่งขันมีแข่งขันกันหลายรุ่น
มันเหมาะกับการเป็นสตรีทเซอร์กิตจริงๆ
ใช่ครับ
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้
ครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะบูมครับการเตรียมความพร้อมในสนามแบบนี้เราต้องเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างและข้อควรระวังในการขับขี่ซึ่งแตกต่างจากสนามเซอร์กิตเหมือนช้างที่ผ่านมาเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็แน่นอนครับว่าการเซตรถมันต่างกันโดยสิ้นเชิงอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าสนามมันค่อนข้างต่างกันนะครับแต่ว่าทีมงานก็ทำได้ดีครับอย่างเราก็คุริฟายที่1ทั้ง2เรสแล้วก็การขับก็พยายามขับให้เซฟที่สุดครับ
คือเราจะบอกอย่างนี้ต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมให้เข้าใจเกมด้วยว่าจริงๆการคุริฟายเรามี2เรสใช่ไหมในเรสแรกเนี่ยก็จะเป็นไม้แรกที่คุริฟายมาซึ่งเป็นมิกกี้แล้วก็เวลาดีด้วย
ใช่ครับ
แล้วก็ในเรสที่2ก็จะเป็นไม้ที่2ก็คือบูมซึ่งพรุ่งนี้ไม้แรกก็จะสลับกันคือบูมจะมาขับ
ใช่ครับ
แต่วันนี้เราวางแผนก่อนเพราะว่ามิกกี้กำลังแต่งตัวแล้วเดี๋ยวขับก่อนเราวางแผนอะไรกันบ้างในเรื่องของการเข้ามา
ให้น้องรักษาตำแหน่งไว้ให้ได้ก่อน
ครับ
แล้วก็พยายามยืดแกปออกไปให้ได้มากที่สุดครับ
ครับ
เพราะว่าอย่างบูมกับมิกกี้เป็นซิลเวอร์ทั้งคู่ด้วยก็จะต้องใช้แกปตรงนี้ให้ได้ประโยชน์ที่สุด
เพราะมีผลต่อ compensation time
ใช่ครับเพราะวันนี้มันจอดเกือบ3 นาทีเลย156 วิก็
นี่แหละฮะ
เยอะอยู่
เป็นความมันและเสน่ห์ของการแข่งขันในรายการนี้บูมครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ด้วยนะครับทีม AS Motorsport นะครับมีเบอร์1นะครับแล้วก็เบอร์99นะครับในอันดับที่3นะครับก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับ
ครับมิกกี้ครับส่งให้แฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับรถ AS Motorsport หมายเลข1กับหมายเลข99ครับ
ครับ
ในรุ่น GT4 ครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับบูมและมิกกี้นะครับแน่นอนนะครับอันดับที่2เป็นของนาควิปนอสลานเป็นไม้ที่1นะครับขับคู่กับมิเชลเซียมินจ่ายซึ่งนาควิปจะเป็นไม้แรกก่อนนั่นเองครับ
Hello
Yes welcome back to the Bangsaen Street Circuit for the first race
Thank you very much
How do you prepare for this race
Very well the car's performing very good
Yes
the team did a very good job so now all we can focus on is praying that we have a clean race
Yes
and may the best team win
เขาก็บอกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่ดีมีการความซ้อมที่ดีทีมเวิร์กที่ดีแล้วก็ตั้งใจที่จะโฟกัสในเรื่องของการแข่งแบบให้ใสสะอาดนั่นเองนะฮะ So talk about your teammate Michel how do you feel
He did a really good job yesterday in qualifying we worked together very well we learned from each other and we push each other to the limits so it's very good
Yes Okay best of luck
Thank you very much
ครับก็พูดถึงเพื่อนทีมเมทเขามิเชลก็บอกว่าก็แน่นอนนะครับคุริฟายมาดีผลคะแนนก็ดีนะครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดกับการแข่งในวันนี้นั่นเองไปดูอันดับ3กันหน่อยตอนนี้เราอยู่ตรงนี้แล้วฮะอันดับ4เลยนะครับคุณเช้านะครับประคุณพรประภาครับสวัสดีครับแม่เราเดินมาสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับเป็นอีกหนึ่งนักแข่งนะครับที่มาอยู่ในสนามนี้เป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับคุณเช้าครับ
ก็บางแสนก็ทำให้ตื่นเต้นตลอดนะครับก็ดีใจที่ได้กลับมาอีกปีหนึ่งแล้วปีนี้ก็ได้ขับคู่กับคาสุนะครับ
ถามทีมเมทเป็นยังไงบ้างในเรื่องของการขับแข่ง
บางแสน
Yeah it's so fun track
ว่าฟันแทร็กก็คือเป็นสนามที่น่าสนุกสนานแน่นอนมันแตกต่างจากช้าง
ครับผม
คุณเช้าวางแผนยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
จริงๆก็คุริฟายก็โอเคนะครับวิ่งรอบเดียวก็ถือว่าโชคดีที่ได้ที่4ก็เดี๋ยวจะพยายามตามกลุ่มหน้าให้ติดนะครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวให้คาสึไปบูต่อครึ่งหลังครับ
วันนี้บูหนักแน่ต้องมีโพแน่ๆครับคุณเช้าครับเอาใจช่วยฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
คุณครับก็ฝากเชียร์ผมกับคาสึด้วยนะครับเบอร์95ครับ
ครับ
คุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับคุณประคุณพรประภานะครับและคาสึนั่นเองนะครับคุณผู้ชมความมันยังมีกันเยอะมากรวมไปถึงรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTC ด้วยนะใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีครับทั้ง2รุ่นกับ Big Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
เซตครับทีม NZ เป็น Vantage GT4 ครับนิวซีแลนด์มีผลเยอะมากครับอันนี้ก็เป็นพี่จ้ำครับการสุภพงศ์ครับจับตาดูไว้ให้ดีนะครับโดยต้านการสู้ Racing Thailand ครับนี่เป็นปั้นครับคุณพิรัตน์รัตนกุลเสรีเรืองฤทธิ์ครับหมายเลข44กับ Mercedes AMG ครับ A Motorsport เป็นช่วงเวลาที่กำลังจะเริ่มต้นการแข่งขันครับก็มาต่อแล้วครับเอาโค้งจะเฉลี่ยครับตอนครับเอาป้าไปลายของสร้างจับคู่กันกับหัวคนครับแข่งดาวโลกนี่ครับพี่พอลครับคุณพอลกัญญาภาสเคนยิลเลอร์เรซซิ่งครับข้างหลังก็จะมีเฮียโร่ครับเฮียโร่รัสนักกุสโตครับเพราะอะไรครับนี่ก็จะเป็นเอ็กซ์ครับอัครพงศ์อัศนีนิโรธครับฮอนด้าซีวิก FK8 ครับอันนี้เคนเน็ตโฮก็เดเวียนแฮมิลตันครับฟอร์ดมัสแตงครับอันนี้สปีดแฟคทอรี่ฟอร์ด
Formation lap for TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC underway right now at Bangsaen GP. Bumper Saturday of action coming to you live.
Yep, now none of those formation laps for the GT4s and the GTC categories. And here we go on that outlap. We're getting set for 1 hour worth of racing action, GT4 Pro and M categories, and then the GTCs as well. There will be the 4 of the GTCs in operation this weekend.
you always love a little bit of local spice to a category like this, be it an invitational class or something else like that. So the 4 cars in the GTC category are the Toyota Altis GTC, Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe, Ford Mustang TA2 and the Honda Civic FK8 GTC. We're going to get a closer look at the category, at our grid and the race ahead of us.
It is Bangsaen Street Circuit. You've seen the map a few times already this weekend if you're on the coverage. If you haven't, Sector 1 runs from the start-finish line all the way down to Turn 1, Turn 2, all the way to Turn 6. Best overtaking zone on the lap at Turn 1, Turn 2. This is the long run down the back straightaway. You can get to the inside at Turn 8, but other than that, it's going to be single file through here. The final sector, the fast and flowing, Turn 13, 14, 15, overtaking zone there, and then at the final corner at 18 as well. And don't forget that flip back between Turn 16 and Turn 17 as well. High risk, high reward. If you can carry speed through there, you'll know that you're on for a good lap. And for now, all we can do is watch and wait, ladies and gents, because we are getting ourselves ready for a race start. How did qualifying go? Well, Kimmich and Cantor D managed to put their car on pole position. Nakib and Mitchell will line up alongside of them. Decathlon and Raccoon will be on row number 2. Todd James Kingsford, the solo entry in the 98 machine, I have in 5th spot. It looks like there might have been an issue for Raccoon, Daniel, and Grant, and Graham I have rounding out that row. So there's Graham there. Karapong will be alongside of him. Yarrow from Shuipang out of 11th and 12th. That gets us through GT4s. Here we go with the GTCs. Raphael is going to be starting off the front row of this one from Kudarat, Damien, and Chongyi to round us out. That is the GTC field. All on slick tyres. And they're getting themselves sorted.
Have before me the official compensation time for the pit stops that we are going to see. So there'll be some slightly different mandatory minimum pit stop times depending on driver composition and other things, varying between 95 seconds up to sort of 120, 150. So it should be really close depending on how the race plays out at the end of the 60 minutes.
The car feeding into the pit lane before we'll even go to green flag racing. So, signing lap into a formation lap. As conditions have changed a fair bit at the moment. We're looking at 1:30 p.m. local time at the moment. And that puts us touch behind schedule. This race was supposed to be underway about 4 minutes ago, so just about bang on time, which we're always going to be happy with. And prize presentation for all of the one-make races currently underway down at the podium as well in pit lane, so I guarantee there'll be a fair few fans down there. Manufacturer battle in GT4, Porsche from Supra, Porsche from Supra. Your front 2 rows, Porsche and Merc on row number 3, Supra from Aston Martin, Supra from Mercedes, Porsche from Supra to round out the field. So a good mix of Supras and Porsches. A couple of the other manufacturers scattered amongst there as well. Righto, they're going to form themselves up here and get ready for a race start. And you'll see the GTCs come along into the background of this shot as well. We're going to have the Altis GTC from the Ford Daytona GT Coupe. Damien Hamilton will have the Ford Mustang Trans Am 2 car in there as well. And the Honda Civic bringing up the rear of the field in GTC. Forming up on the run down to the hairpin. We'll get ourselves set for a race start here. I believe we are missing the number 32 machine, which is the Porsche Cayman we might have seen fire off in the pit lane at the end of the starting lap. Next up nicely now as they feed back in. And there's the GTC field trying to bring their way around and group up just prior to the race start. Lights are off at the front of the field and we are going to get our way underway as they'll feed off down into turn number 1, GT4s. And their first racing lap of the weekend, 39 machine. Nakib trying to find a way through. on defending champions Kamek, and Kamek's going to have to be forced to give that one up at turn 1. So the Toyota Supra first blood in the water for that car will lead us up and over Monkey Hill for the first time. On the run down through the crest of the hill to the hairpin. What's the gentry race start in this one? Everyone nice and sorted before they get to the slowest point in the circuit.
2 cars off your front of your grid being 2 driver combinations of FIA silver graded drivers. So both of them are silver combined. Some really solid drivers throughout this field, particularly as far as GT4 racing around the world goes. And it shows with that battle we had leading in towards turn 1. It is the Supra that goes ahead of the Cayman in that battle. Pretty ferocious amongst the GTCs in the back of the field as well. They're all going to have strengths in different areas. It looked like the Honda Civic was really good on the brakes into turns 1 and 2. But the horsepower of some of those other cars, like the TA2, are going to be tough to avoid. Here's a battle into turn 15. It's contact and a crash down there. Cars in the Armco again.
Yeah, and they're all going to fit their way in there. The Aston Martin's parked up, and that number 7 machine just had nowhere to go. Graham behind the wheel in that one. I think they're excited about the racing. I don't think they'll be so excited about seeing cars in the barrier. Is that a left front ripped off? That 53 car, I think it is. I think it'll be the 33, my apologies. There is no 53, which means it'll be Falfong.
Well, there was another squeeze heading towards the apex at turn 15, and this time they've made contact with the Armco on the inside before making contact with the Armco on the outside, and almost assuredly brings out a safety car just at the beginning of lap 2 for this GT4 GTC race at the Bangsaen Grand Prix. Trying to see what can untangle here. The Mercedes is still trying to get going, but the Supra not in a good way after contact on the right, on the left.
You didn't see him. He just didn't know. He had no idea he was there. And that's the 33 squeezed into the barriers on the left-hand side. I'm going to go ahead and say that'll be... Oh, that's the Hayden Heikal 36 Mercedes as well. Hayden's... My word, we're under safety car so early on here. And a lot of damage to be repaired to get that car back and operational. Before tomorrow, lap 1. My word. I mean, it is street circuit racing. We you know, it's always going to be a little bit like this, but we've seen so many this weekend, Dave.
It's always such a wild card, the run off the monument chicane there, sort of around the roundabout. Some really carry more speed there. Others sort of struggle with the bumps, and then you get this speed variation of the cars heading down towards turn 15. And while it's a flat-out run towards that braking zone, it's not straight. There's a couple of kinks in it. It kind of becomes flat out, but only one line. And so when you do pop out to try to outbrake someone down the inside at turn 15, it always has to be a late maneuver because of the kink just 150 meters before the braking zone. And so you need to see, you know, another angle of that. I saw it initially from up high with the helicopter and drone, and then we saw the ground level camera. But in both of them, hard to tell exactly how far up the Supra was. This AMG is, well, what do they say in German? I think that's not a Flachbau, but a Kurt's tail with the damage to the rear of it, but it's driven to the pit lane.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting that car repaired and back out there for racing, unfortunately. And remembering that's the lower rated driver. Unfortunately for that car. So, look what to do to get that car prepared for tomorrow. You just look at it and go, there's no way that car will be continuing on. Driver out of the car. With 33 machine, that'll be Falfong out of the car down at turn 15. He had no idea. Did the 36 machine. And it'll be Daniel Bilski. Had no idea that there was a car down the inside at all when he tipped it in there. It was a late move.
As you said, it's the place where the most recovery equipment is, down at turn 15, so they need to repair the Armco. They're going to get that Supra out of the way. It's flying on out of the scene, unfortunately, with the amount of damage that it's sustained. A hard hit from the Mercedes sent it for a hard hit on the Armco right at the point and the apex of turn 15.
Yeah. Another got a safety car. For a little while here. As they get that one out of the way, and they'll investigate the barriers as well, but it wasn't... the problem is it's the inside of the barrier as well. If you're a fan down at turn 15, you've had a lot of excitement going on in your area today. A lot of cars being craned over the wall. And a lot of bits and pieces of race cars to have a look at as well.
So Todd James Kingsford's leading GT4 AM in the 5th outright behind the GT4 Pro entries. And then it's the 23, the Toyota Corolla leading GTC. It looked like it was ahead of the Ford Coupe, then the Trans Am, then the Honda Civic.
Trans Am car of Damon Hamilton's gone to the rear of the field too.
So it has.
Galliana and Morbidelli have made their way. Sorry, they were already ahead of him. They started ahead. As that Honda Civic passed the entire GTC field on lap 1, I felt like that car was at the back.
Well, it was ambitious in turn 1 and turn 2. Looked very good on cold tyres and in the braking zones. Just look, oh yeah, there it is, the 23 up front of the class.
I'm confident that car started from the rear of the field too. So that's a great job on lap 1 for them. And that's aggression that's been rewarded realistically. As everyone else is having trouble bringing those tyres up to temperature. Be really curious how they balance that car, those cars out, because that, for me, would be 2 front-wheel drive cars in the GTC category against 2 rear-wheel drive cars with giant engines too.
I think all the flags flying there are the nationalities of the drivers we've seen today. Or at least many of them. See the flag of Thailand, but also Vietnam and others flying next to the bay. It's an international event, particularly when you look to some of these categories like Formula 4, Carrera Cup Asia, and here in TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC, and yet more when GT3 and GTM come out for their 1 hour race later in the day.
We're going to have another look back at the incident that has brought us to safety car. And here you see these two guys fighting each other. It's Daniel Bilski in the Mercedes who's got track position ahead. Just keep your eyes on this shot down here. Look at the late dive from the Supra up the inside. It gets the inside barrier. And it is Foul Fong behind the wheel of the Toyota Supra GT4. And it's the number 7 machine with Graham behind the wheel. Graham Dowsett, who's run to the outside of the track area and just sat there. Ultimately, he's protected the car, so there's no damage to the number 7 Aston Martin. And Bilski's managed to pull the Mercedes away. That was a few moments ago, and brought us under safety car.
Pretty sure that the crew cheering were for the pass for the lead, not that accident, and the timing just looks a little off. But we had that battle between the Supra and the Cayman heading into turn 1 and 2 on the initial race start that saw the 39 take the race lead. I think that was their crew celebrating it.
They definitely weren't in the colours of the cars that got involved in that one, and that is the number 7 of Graham Dowsett in the Aston Martin attached to the rear end of the field. So he did get going and has a perfectly clean race car for those guys to continue on with. As this race continues, he'll be handing over to the French driver Romain Leroux, Team NZ in that Aston Martin at pit stop. First, he'll have to cut his way through. a bunch of GTC cars. Get there. And we've already had this category reduced by 3. We lost Yarrow and Sathapon on siding lap to the grid. And since then, we've lost those 2 cars that were involved in that accident. Daniel Bilski behind the wheel of the 36 Mercedes-Benz GT4 safety car, I believe, is pulled away from the field, so we'll be going back to green flag racing by the look at this in just a few moments. And there is the green flag to signify that we are clear and back for a race start. 48 minutes on the timing screen, and Nakib squares off the final corner to get a run. And the problem for Graham Dowsett at the rear of the field and that number 7 Aston Martin is that there is a Trans Am car with plenty of poke just ahead of him. He's going to have a lot of problems trying to cut his way through because he'll have the grip in the corners. These guys are going to have speed in a straight line. Back to green flag racing, the feed down into turn 1. We said, compared to most of the racing today, Dave, it was pretty sedentary at turn 1, and the restart even more so.
I'd bet on a GT4 Aston Martin in a braking zone, out braking a TA2 though by quite some distance. So we'll see how that plays out as they try to work their way back through the field, having lost all of those positions, avoiding the lap 1 accident. Restart in the racing, a great getaway from Nakib in the 39 Supra. A Porsche battle behind in 2nd and 3rd with Mick and Decathorn. They're heading down towards turn 18 with the next Supra in 4th place of Prakun.
Yep, so feeding down that back straight away. GT4 AM leader is Todd James Kingsford in 5th overall at the moment, so he's doing a great job. In fact, he finished on the overall podium back at Buriram in the opening round of the season as well. Did a great job. They're coming down through the pit stop cycle, and that'll be a thing, you know, is if you can stay close enough to the field, you'll gain ground in the pit stops, with particularly when we've had a safety car to bunch the field back up here, not enough time to spread the legs and have that field spread happen in the AM versus Pro battle.
There's no added compensation time to complete the bronze lineup as well, so that will favour you a lot when it comes to those pit stops.
And for any of the drivers that do actually have a single driver lineup, which will be Todd James Kingsford, who will stay in that car, Puttarat in the 44 Mercedes, Shrupang in the 60 Toyota Supra as well. Those guys will have to switch their cars off in the pit stops.
So this is Todd James Kingsford in the black and red Cayman, feeling some pressure from the Toyota GR liveried Supra just in behind. Grant at the moment driving the 19, and as we approach this zone over Monkey Hill, the Supra has gained so much but can't pass at the hairpin. It's a good line here to straighten up and try to exit. There's a bit more straight line performance from that Supra. It'll look to challenge into turn 8. Certainly Todd James Kingsford's got his hands full at the moment.
Oh. And how has that ended up there?
The only Mercedes in the field.
Puttarat in the 44 Mercedes GT4. Has he had some sort of steering failure and he's just gone straight on there? Couldn't get the car to rotate all the way around and he's had to wait. I wonder if he's trying to find reverse at the moment. So race control will probably give him an opportunity to pluck that car out of there. And I'll keep an eye on the sector times because we're waiting for him at the moment. In fact, I think he has made the end of the first sector. So I believe he has been able to get that car moving again. We had to sit there and wait for the field. Remember, first sector timing line just off the exit of the hairpin. This battle for M-Class lead will continue. 15 minutes already taken out of our race timer, by the way. That didn't take long.
Getting to spread just a little bit in front of the field, as you might expect. That's what the compensation time's designed to bring back together by the time of the pit stops and the end of the race. Todd James Kingsford gets a big slide, exiting turn 2, and suddenly the Supra is all over him climbing the hill.
But defensive moves forces Grant to think twice, and he has to lift out. It hangs on the spot for now. Nothing in the 2 lap times from the 2 drivers as well. So we're within a tenth of each other. And that is the number 7, Graham Dowsett, starting to cut his way through the GTC field. The GTC field has stayed together really, really well as well. Aston Martin is struggling to cut its way through.
Yeah, you're expecting different strengths in different areas from these 4 very different cars that make up GTC, and of course that Ford Coupe, really, really retro, cool-looking thing, but I'm not sure it's quite as sophisticated as a modern GT4 or some of the other race cars around it. And a TA2 car, well, it's got a lot of poke, but not necessarily so sophisticated. The pit stop time coming up for the number 98, Todd James, is 103 seconds, but for the 19 behind, it's only going to be 95 seconds. There is a slight extra compensation time for being a single driver versus a 2-driver team. We've run through 17 from the Supra as well.
Yep, so he'll feed it into the final corner. He needs to stay ahead of the 19 car and build any margin that he possibly can as well. We've seen it in years gone by, that compensation time. It's all about popping out of the pit lane ahead. If you know you've got a faster driver to hand over to, and you need some clear air to cover off that compensation time, get into the pit stop early. Give them the clear air on the track to try and get the job, whilst waiting on pit stops to come. Still locked together, these 2 guys, as they climb up Monkey Hill. Just looking for any possible advantage, so... Oh boy! That'll be a yellow flag for sure, and that looks like a piece of the barrier that's come away. It's number 60, Shui Punk. So he has had a huge hit with the wall somewhere. Watch the top of this shot. He's hit the inside barrier.
Yeah, clipped the Armco on the inside, gotten into the Tech Pro in the outside, dislodged part of the foam, but also done massive damage to that Porsche Cayman that does not look like it's going anywhere, and that is a definite safety car, because you can't be leaving parts of the barrier in the middle of a racetrack, let alone recovering that stricken car without a safety car.
Yeah. And team managers will be on the radio to their drivers to tell them that there'll be a bit of Tech Pro in the middle of the road as they come up and over towards the hairpin. So just be aware. There'll probably be the signs. Well, I've seen the signs already this weekend. I've a little bit of a directional guidance for the drivers when they're in the area of an accident, telling them where to be on the road. Problem will be for the drivers that are in the car at the moment that are starting to make some gains at the front of the field. This brings them all back together again, which means compensation times at the pit stop are going to be a big problem.
There's a lot of variation in those compensation times as well. Sort of 30 seconds, 40 seconds, not uncommon. Well, Decathorn started the lap in 3rd. Would have had the red and white Motul Supra not too far behind. But you're just looking, has he clipped the right-hand side, caused him to spear into the left. Good avoidance.
Yeah. Immediate double wave yellows as well. Not single wave yellows, double immediately. All drivers immediately paying attention to that. He's stuck in the car at the moment because he can't get across the other side.
Yeah, left-hand drive car. Most of the local vehicles we've been used to seeing a right-hand drive, like Australia and Japan. Thailand drives on the left-hand side of the road, so it's right-hand drive cars for the most part. But these are international spec GT4 cars. They're homologated. The Cayman comes from Germany. In fact, so does the Toyota Supra from Toyota's headquarters, global motorsport headquarters in Germany. So with the driver on the left and the door right up against the Armco, not immediately able to get out, and you might not want to get out the other door with the traffic going past as well.
Well, I think the issue he's having is that there's that safety net in the middle of the car to keep you all sort of boxed in and confined within the safety structures in the car. Fans raising fans. Unfortunately, that fan will not be cooling us off here in the commentary box. I won't be reaching
I want to
that
be
far.
friends with the guy who's got the 18-volt one. That's serious commitment to airflow. I love that.
So the problem will be for the Porsche driver there in the 60 machine. I believe it's Shui Peng that's in that car. And the issue will be for him is, getting that middle safety net down to get out the other side. And I think that's why he's still stuck in the car.
Yeah, you do have a double window net situation. So one to the driver's left, but also to the driver's right, so that in an accident, your arms don't flail out of the safety area and into sort of the crumple zones. Particularly in rollover situations, which thankfully didn't come close to that at all.
There you go. There's a really good example. So that's one of the other Caymans in the field, and that net in the middle is what he's trying to undo to get out the other side of the car. So thank you to the media team on site. We actually got a walkthrough of the media centre yesterday, doing some safety car action. Media trucks all in use, and immediately, by the way, media guys, when you point a camera at them, they all run and hide. So there was a lot of sheepish individuals trying to run a broadcast, but also dive and not get their face on camera all at the same time. Because as much as we work on production here, we don't like to be the centre of attention generally.
It's a type of person who decides to be behind the cameras rather than in front of them, and often for good reasons.
They're holding the camera. If they ever wanted to be on it, they'd hold it themselves. But it was a good opportunity to have a look at the way broadcasting's done on the other side of the world. Here's confirmation, though, that Pretty Rat has rejoined the tail end of the field. Now, he's got the same problem that Graham Dowsett had previously. It's these GTC race cars just ahead of him. And somehow he's got to get his way through, but they've got more power. Pit window scheduled to open in about 2 minutes from now too, so I'm feeling that that will be delayed. It's a 10-minute pit window. If we go back to safety car, they'll put the window on pause too. And in terms of where the pit stops happen, it's generally just, well, that's happened. They basically lock the pit window down. Nothing you can really do. If you've already done your pit stop and you fall off the lead lap, well, that's what it is. So, but remembering our pit stops here today, what did you say, Dave? Just shy of 100 seconds?
Yeah, so the base pit stop time, the base compulsory minimum pit stop time is 95 seconds. Then there's success compensation time, so 15 seconds to the winner of the last race, and 10 seconds for second, 5 seconds for third. But then there's also driver pairing compensation time, and so that's based on the FIA gradings. If you've got 2 silver drivers in your car, there's an additional plus 46 seconds. If you're 2 bronze drivers, there's no extra. If you're a bronze and a silver, it's plus 27. And if you're a solo bronze driver, it's plus 8. So a few of those cars, like first and second, that have 2 silver drivers in them and have been successful at past events, find themselves, instead of having the 95-second pit stop minimum time, they find themselves with 151 and 156 seconds. So the race leader, the number 39 car with Nakib in at the moment, when Mitchell Che Min-ji takes over, the 151 second stop for the race leader, and for the car in second, when Quick Kanasuta hands over to Kantari Kusiri, they'll have 156 second pit stop time for the car in second place. The number 19 in 5th place outright, though, which is Grant second in GT3 AM at the moment, they only have the base 95 seconds. So all of this is actually playing very nicely for the number 19 car to be in the outright, as we get a message from race control.
Yeah, pit window has been delayed, which is what we were expecting, because the pit window should be open already. We're now with 34 minutes and about 40 seconds left on the clock at the moment.
paparazzi from the camera operators. I'm not sure we needed to see the noodles being eaten, but there's lots of fans in all the places with their fans, with their hats, with their merch, and apparently with their noodles as well.
Happy people. I mean, the biggest benefit over in Thailand is a lot of pad thai. Single wave yellow at the moment, and that thing, the accident is just about cleaned up. It wasn't cleaned up quite early enough. It's this time by, so I believe we're just waiting on a message from race. I'm trying to say that safety car will be at the end of the lap. Does that look like they've managed to get that car out of there?
So thankful that I'm not allergic to peanuts, because I love satay, love all of the peanut foods, love cooking with peanut oil. So I'm thankful for that, and I reckon that would put me in good stead in Thailand.
2 p.m. local time in Thailand at the moment. By the way, we were scheduled to get some rain most of the day tomorrow, so that'll be an interesting discussion. I can actually tell the forecast I was looking for this afternoon has actually changed a fair bit. We were expected, though, to be a little bit of rain increasing overnight, I believe, from here on out for the rest of the day. There's a low chance of rain, but expecting a high amount of cloud cover for the rest of the day. Sometime around midnight to 3 a.m., midnight to 6 a.m., expecting about 30% chance of rain. And then tomorrow, a little bit of die-off and a chance of rain in the morning, back to 20% sort of the minimum. And then around midday tomorrow, about 3 p.m, again, back to that 35% chance of rain. So I would say that there's a good chance we see some spotty showers tomorrow. Not storms by the look of it. So keep our eyes out for all of that.
Safety car in this lap, everything looked clear at the turn 6 hairpin. The barriers put back in place, the Porsche Cayman recovered, and a little bit of oil dry and stuff put down, but mostly off the racing line. It looks good for racing through there now. And the safety car will be in this lap. And then, not too far away from the pit window opening, your cars that are in the top 3 are going to really want to bolt away, particularly from the GT4 AM cars behind them.
So, pit window has been declared open, so you might see a whole bunch of cars dive into the pit lane alongside this race start, because it has been declared open. Will close in about 9 minutes' time. So basically, as this safety car's feeded off, I get the feeling that's trying to coincide with when they put the green flags out here. There was a plastic bag that's just drifted on the circuit down there, pit window open. So that's confirmation. They showed the green flag and pit window open at the same time. You might see a couple cars feed into pit lane straight away out of this queue. Everyone taking the race start? No, that is the Aston Martin diving into pit lane. That's a smart call for them.
Yeah, very good move to get out of that traffic, get your pit stop done, see if you can undercut as we go racing again. It is a nice lead for the Supra out in front of Nakib. Mick is under pressure from Prakuno. The Supra is getting a lightning getaway, both of them trying to attack some Porsches here in second and in fourth place, heading up into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, great getaway by Nakib. He's controlled those starts, and both of them really, really well here this afternoon. And we also saw the 65 GTC, the Ford Daytona Coupe, also dive into pit lane at the back end of things. That is Prutarat, who also dived into pit lane from the rear end. So that way he doesn't have to fight his way through the traffic. So smart decisions by a couple of teams as well. Approximate timer. On your screen for the duration of that pit window, which means we've only got about 9 minutes to go on that one. Slightly delayed, might be another safety car. Guarantee you want to get your pit stop in and out of the way as soon as you possibly can.
For everyone in the back half of the field, it made so much sense. You're going to actually save yourself some time when the rest of the field hadn't gotten up to speed yet. And if you were worried about being in traffic, then you'll get rid of some of it. They're working on something at the rear left of the 44 Mercedes there as well that is causing some consternation. James Kingsford immediately back in the furnace has a bit of a slide with the tyre pressures still low coming through turn 17.
And there's the second of the cars. So that's Kingsford jumping out of the way, getting his pit stop out of the way. A couple cars coming in. I just got an update come through to my inbox as well from Daniel Bilski, who was behind the wheel of the Mercedes that backed its way into the fence and caused the first safety car. He's off to get his neck checked, so hoping Bilski's actually okay about that one. He's disappointed in how that ended up, but the other thing to note as well is that the 33 car actually had contact with the Aston Martin in qualifying, so that's their second incident of the weekend, and that one's plucked the left front off that car. And yeah, Bilski said he just didn't see him on the inside, so that's racing.
Driver changes at these pit stops for every car that is a two-driver combination, which is most of the field with a few exceptions. What was the leading GTC is having its service now a lap after a few others came in earlier.
And questions about car number 65, which was the Ford Daytona Coupe. I believe that one is a kit car. We don't believe that there is actually any heritage related to a program there, because you can buy kits that build the car up. And either way, it's been produced and put into GTC spec so it can go racing. Number 88 car, that's the Trans Am car of Damien Hamilton in the pit lane at the moment. 6.2 litre V8. Continuing to go out the racing action. In the meantime, pit window is open. And they're all diving into pit lane. There's your race.
The car with the longest pit stop time, the number one, 156 seconds of compulsory pit stop time plus compensation time.
Here we go at the moment. 39 Machine McKeeb. They came in out of the race lead. We've seen their competition pit. That's the GTC Toyota Altis getting its way back out on the track. Carapon, and that's all the Caymans making their way back out as well. That's the number one car. So Cantadi Kasiri will now climb behind the wheel of the AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman. 27 minutes on the clock. Halfway through the pit window now, and into the back half of this one. Who is going to come out the other side? First half of the race with two safety car periods breaking the race up so far. Means we've not been green flagged for the entirety of our hour. And the question remains, what will happen at the back half of the race? There's the battle in GTC. I believe that car's being handed over to Morbidelli in the 65 machine in the Daytona Coupe now.
Good exit, a bit of horsepower, straight line run down towards turn 8. The Ford goes to the inside.
And that's the gold-rated driver of Gianni Morbidelli who's climbed behind the wheel, so he will get that done. Porsche's looking to the inside as well as Cantadi Kasiri is trying to get on with his race and has been released by the Toyota. Chris Barasaratna, silver-rated driver for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, now behind the wheel of this car.
Andapที่ 3 ก็ท่านครับ 15,000 บาท
25 minutes now on the clock. 3 minutes, 2 more laps to get into the pit lane. If you're in the pit lane prior to that one expiring,
และอันดับ 1 ครับชอบมะกอกและเงินรางวัลนะครับนะ 3
and you should be good to complete your pit stop, but you've got to be into the lane prior to that one happening. So,
ถ่ายภาพร่วมกันครับท่านครับ
we watch, we wait. Pit window will close at 2:18 p.m.
นะครับท่านผู้บริหารของเราครับคุณสมุทรรังสรรค์ชวนาครับนะท่านก็มามอบทุกรางวัลเลยครับ
So we keep our eyes on the pit window closing timer and wait for the final pit stops to come through.
โอเคเดี๋ยวเชิญด้านข้างเลยเอาหยิบ แชมเปญขึ้นมาเลยเอานะหยิบแชมเปญขึ้นมาครับ
I think you've just got 2 cars left to pit, and I think when that
แล้วแต่คุณ
happens,
ครับจะเปิดไม่เปิด
well, James Kingsford in the 98 becomes the outright leader. You can see with the safety cars and the significant compensation time around the pit stops how costly it's been to this number 1 car that was second in the field, because they ended up even behind the GTCs, had to work their way through the GTCs. There'll be more traffic. They're a quick car with a quick driver lineup. That's why they've got the compensation time that they do, but it makes a very, very tall task for the final 30 to 25 minutes of a street race to be able to close that much time and make passes through traffic.
So for them, foot down for the moment for the number 1 car of Kennedy Kasiri. What can they do from the position that they are in? Final pit stops coming through. Everyone has now been through the pit lane that's still out there on track. There are no pit stops outstanding. The number 19 car, Grant, will jump to the lane and he will hand this one over to teammate Sudapong on board the number 19 Supra. Out of Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. This is in the AM category as well, so that will be relevant to the overall.
It's the second time in the pit lane for Damien Hamilton and Ford Mustang TA2.
I was about to say, they're having some discussion about something going on with that car. Whether or not there's some issues, maybe some overheating issues. They're sort of talking about performance in that car, maybe tyre issues. It was a tyre issue, they'd have a tyre there ready to go. So
โอ้สนามนี้แค่สนามแรกนะครับนะฮะสุดยอดมากๆ
So now everyone running has been through the pit lane at least once. We're going to see how it all shakes out after the compulsory pit stops. And of course, just a minute left on that pit window. You wouldn't want to leave it too close or be on the wrong side of that number. Basically, this lap is when you had to pit if you were going to make your last stop as late as possible. Puts Todd James Kingsford to the lead of the race in the number 98 car with 4 seconds to the number 7. At last lap, I think almost 5 seconds quicker was the car behind. So this is going to come down to a nail-biting finish. You're looking for the Toyota Supra, but you're looking at a slow Ford Daytona.
2, 3, show! Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Keep an eye out for what's going on with the number 65 machine. Gianni Morbidelli's had issues in the Daytona Coupe. And I think with all our pit stops now complete, we actually do start to get an eye on who's in the race lead and what's going on at the moment. Tom James Kingsford does lead the way. The Frenchman is in P2 in the number 7 machine. The Aston Martin Vantage is starting to look up and its results might look good. Is that a safety car board I think you're just seeing in the background? No, it's just an arrow board. But double wave yellows through that sector tells me safety car boards aren't far away. This is the margin in GT4 at the lead of the race. 7 and 95. And safety car boards are out. We are going to be back under a full course yellow and the field is going to be brought back together. 20 minutes left. 21 minutes on the clock at the moment. Dave, we're going to have ourselves a restart and a field bunch back up.
Yeah, a safety car after the compulsory pit stop window now benefits everyone who had a long compulsory pit stop and compensation time. So the safety cars before hurt them, the safety car afterwards brings some of them right back into the picture, particularly cars like the number 1 and the 19. They found themselves from going 1st and 2nd to being 5th and 8th with their lengthy pit stop times. Now they're going to go from being sort of 35 seconds behind the race leader to right back in the safety car train. I think they'll be able to get that Ford Daytona moving pretty quickly because it just seems like maybe the engine's conked out or something. I didn't see any tyres down or anything that said that they couldn't just sort of tow it away and that there would be much barrier repair needed.
That is sticker peeling away on the front end of the race leading cane. Is it a brush for something? Just wondering, maybe that sticker's just starting to come up a little bit. I hope it's just a sticker. And that's the case. The center of this one as it comes on fire. Just peeled back a little bit. There's no marking there.
อบคุณครับ thank you very much เอาละครับนะฮะเอาขอแชมเปญก่อนพี่ลืมขอแชมเปญหน่อย
I guess we'll just watch him wait. What should I use?
โอเคนะ
Some of the audio you guys might be hearing.
The podium prize presentation for all of the Toyota One Make Racing is currently taking place. So, congratulations to everyone involved in Toyota Hilux Revo One Make Racing, Toyota Yaris, Toyota Corolla Altis, and Toyota Yaris Active One Make Racing. Sounds like they're having fun with their podium.
They are celebrating over there. Got a few moments whilst the safety cars underway to get that one cleared out.
แต่ละคนเฮ้ยรองชนะเลิศอันดับที่ 4 ครับนะฮะ
What about our racing audience right the way over the social media channels today? Now, we're live at the Speed Cafe in Australia. We're also live on the Time Super Series Facebook and YouTube channels. Don't forget to let us know. The big thing is, if you're over at the circuit and you've got a spot picked out, let us know what corner you're sitting at, chilling out in the stands. Perhaps we might get a camera pointed in your direction if you're lucky enough as well.
Tell us where the noodles came from. They looked good.
We'll need noodle guides next year. Point us in the right direction for the weekend. Make sure that we're fed appropriately.
Make sure that we eat them from the right end.
Is there a right and a wrong end to a pot of noodles?
I don't know. That's why I need someone to tell me.
I think the only problem with put noodles is when they're
ครับและของเราครับได้แก่คุณปิยวดีพฤทธิสารเชิญเลยครับเอาละครับน่ารักมากเริ่มต้น
Scott Rankin, I expect you to match that level of energy later on, okay?
อันดับที่ 4 นะครับ
That we can when we go to the flag. I've got a standard to now maintain. Here we go, ladies and gents. Don't forget, worthwhile pointing out at this point in time, 2:25 p.m. local time in Thailand, in the Chonburi precinct containing Bangsaen. A lovely picturesque drive down the waterfront. You can see the heat haze in the background. It is a lovely summer's day. In fact, it's probably not a great day to be inside a race car because it will be boiling when they're following along behind the safety car.
Look at this train now. You've got to look behind the Honda Civic GTC to find where your pole sitter is. Now back in 8th, that was a very quick car. There's a good driver combination for the number 1 Porsche Cayman. But when we do get racing, there's so many positions that they're going to have to make, and in a hurry. The next sort of best placed car in GT Pros, actually the number 7 in 2nd place. So anything could happen when we go racing again. Hopefully getting cleared pretty quickly. It could be with sort of 15 or 14 minutes left to go on the clock that we resume.
Seeing some onboard shots across the duration as well for that number 23 car. If you're interested in seeing some of the activities that Chaneng has, it does go racing right throughout the Asian region. We're seeing some lead-up shots on the way into Bangsaen Grand Prix. Loves this track, enjoys giving fans the opportunity to witness what it's like on board a race car. And over on Chaneng Motorsport over on Facebook. Get an opportunity to have a look at that. But that was a sad sight, wasn't it? The Daytona Coupe on a tray truck and on its way back to the pit lane, not under its own steam.
One of a number of retirements from this race, if indeed it is retired, alongside the number 33 Toyota Supra and the number 36 Mercedes AMG that collided at turn 15.
Let's go back through
DNS, I thought.
Yeah, one DNS was the number 32 machine. So the incidents that have gone on so far in this one. Lap number 1, contact between number 36 machine, Daniel Bilski, and the Mercedes AMG behind the wheel. Fao Fong tried to get down the inside in the entry to turn 15. Both cars in the fence. On the inside for Fao Fong, ripped the left front tyre off. He was done for the day. Daniel Bilski made it back to pit lane. That car went no further from there. Rear wing was no longer sitting in a safe manner. A lot of work to reattach that one, retired the car from the race. Since then, we've lost the 99 machine.
ถ่ายภาพนะฮะร่วม
Decathorn
กันครับมาเลย
was behind the wheel. Unfortunately,
เอานะพร้อมนะ
BM hit the barriers hard as he turned in fractionally too early, coming down from Monkey Hill into the hairpin, triggered our second safety car. And the third one underway right now for Gianni Morbidelli.
ครับท่านครับเอาล่ะแชมเปญครับพร้อมนะฮะ
And unfortunately, we're also missing Damien Hamilton, who's not returned from the pit lane. So when he came back in the pit lane, discussions are going on with that car. Hasn't returned.
ยืนต่อเลยนะครับนะฮะเอาละครับและในโอกาสนี้
Righto, back to green flag racing here in just a few moments. As the field gets condensed once more, Todd James Kingsford leads the way in the air entry, but he was being hunted down by Romain Leroux. In terms of the overall points, Kennedy Kasiri and Kamasuda have won both the races in the GT4 Pro category in the overall classes. So far this championship, they're being hunted down by the 39 machine. He's second last time out, but the number 7 has not had a podium to its name thus far in 2025 for the Aston Martin. This is its opportunity to win one. The 95 machine is going to try and go down the inside. He's gone the long way round. Can he get the car pulled up? Have a look at them feeding in here. So much contact in a turn 1. GT4s back to back to back. They'll all get through on Tom James Kingsford, and he's being used as a pick. Romain Leroux goes from being P2 to P3, but he's been overtaken by 2 cars and overtaken one of his own. My word, turn 1 after a restart, and they're all back at it. Here we go. The order has been shaken up.
2 for 1. The Toyota Supra goes round the outside of 2 cars in turn 1, takes the inside for turn 2, leads the race, also squeaking through amongst that the 39. Mitchell C driving that one, so they've moved up big time. They were race leader, restarted well back in the field, but now already through into second. The race leader's squirming around. This could be for the 39 to take, while the number 1 Porsche Cayman is still with much traffic and other cars to work through. Your one-time race leader, the 39, after all of the compensation time and 3 safety cars, is heading back towards the race lead in this final run.
And keep a thought for Kennedy Kasiri, trying to cut his way through that traffic. That will not be an easy job, but he'll have a job to do nonetheless if he wants to continue to put points on the board. This safety car's fallen at a great time for them. They won't lose anywhere near as much time as they thought they would have, and they'll get the opportunity to pick cars off as the field got condensed. But for now, it's a 3-way fight. The Podium, Kazuhisa will lead us at the end of lap number 19. It'll be Supra, Aston Martin. All of a sudden, the Porsche Caymans have dropped off the podium.
She's won in the Honda Civic, still leads GTC as well in the 7th outright. Got a couple of GT4 cars in between themselves and everyone else in class. The number 1 pole-setting Porsche is up into 5th and looking to make some more moves. So this is an incredibly exciting race on the Bangsaen GP street circuit, and it's a 3-way fight amongst GT4 Pro cars.
Kennedy Kasiri starting to pick off cars. There's only one more M car ahead of him now. And Todd James Kingsford will be the next target. No, my apologies, he's got that one done. Right, so it's going to be the 4 Pro cars at the head of the field now, or 4 remaining Pro cars at the head of the field, trying to chase down each other. Kingsford still has control of the M category by a reasonable margin.
ขอบคุณมากๆเลยนะครับขอบคุณทุกท่านเลยนะครับนะ Thank you very much เอาละครับสนามหน้านะครับเราก็จะไปเจอกันที่นะครับภูเก็ตนะครับนะฮะใครที่สนใจนะครับก็ติดตามได้นะครับทางเว็บไซต์ของ Toyota ของเรานะครับวันนี้นะครับนะฮะก็ต้องขอบคุณครับ
Kennedy Kasiri has some work to do, and he will try and lay down fastest laps of the race in his Porsche Cayman in pursuit of the leaders, because it is critical he makes up time now whilst he possibly can. He's going to be somewhere in the realm about 11 seconds off the race lead. My apologies, I've got that one wrong. It's 6.5 seconds he's going to be back off the race lead, so there is time to run that down. Supreme lap time by Kazuhisa on board the 95 machine, leading the way.
almost but not quite a new fastest lap of the race, and definitely one of the fastest we've seen since the safety car restart for your outright leader in the 95 Toyota Supra GT4, but still only about half a second ahead of the next rival, and then the number one making a charge. Looking at the GTC leader with the GT4 behind that you don't really need to worry too much about in the outright standings. You do need to worry about when it comes to on track here and trying to make sure that you run a clean race with them around you. Doesn't like to make that left-hand corner, does the Mercedes?
No, doesn't. And Honda's just able to get its power down significantly better. And then get into the braking zone, and there's the GT4 all the way back up to it. So for Bruderat, he's having fun. I'll be Shane Ang behind the wheel at the moment of the 23 leading GTC. Down the final couple of sectors. We'll keep half an eye on the margin for the Fury. He's set new fastest sectors of the race for himself. We've just seen a fastest middle sector for Romain Leroux as well. He's just gone purple in the middle sector. How about this battle? GT4 finally gets the job lined up down the inside into the final corner. And Shane Ang takes a look in the rear view, goes, yep, there's no one I'm actually fighting right there. This is the right time to let this guy go, and I can continue on with my race. And that's important in multi-class racing, isn't it, Dave? Particularly when the pace of the cars is quite similar, just generated in a different way.
Yeah, you hope that if the radio communications going around that she won in the leading Honda there knows that the advantage to next in class is about 15 seconds, so you can just let the GT4 go. It will be quicker, it will pull away and away from you, so the 1 or 2 seconds you lose this lap then gets you clean air relative to your own class to try to drive consistently, which will be so important for these remaining minutes. Watch the GT4 Mercedes navigate that hairpin left-hander. It does not like it. I nearly predicted it. For some reason, that GT4 is not taking the tight hairpin well at all. Would not get out of the supermarket car park easily.
Let alone the visibility it's got in the mirrors to try and line up into that car park either side. Nearly might be a little bit easy just drift the thing into the damn car park.
Get a handbrake.
Yeah.
Handbrake that.
Back up at the front. This is Kazuhisa Urabe. Behind the wheel currently. And the 95 thinking AutoWorks Racing Supra, being followed currently by the 39 machine and the Winghin Motorsports Evo Mark II. So two different evolutions of the Toyota Supra GT4. I'll tell you what, we aren't far away either in the next couple of years, Dave. We're not far away from seeing a Toyota or Lexus or whatever direction they decide to go, reintroduction of their GT3 program either.
Yeah, the LFR or whatever it's going to end up being called coming soon, concepts being teased, winter testing, spy shots happening, GT3 program around the world confirmed for that car, and could very well be popular in this part of the world, in Thailand as well. The longer this goes on, things are coming good for Romain Leroux in third place. That Aston Martin, yeah, through some of the tighter stuff, it seems maybe fractionally more nimble, throwing it with no restraint through the Monument chicane as well.
Yeah, those are the best lap times on board for the cars as well that we just saw. So 47.16 is the fastest lap of the race for the Supra Evo Mark II. It sits in second spot at the moment. And right, Romain Leroux making so much time up in that middle sector. That's our race leader just out of shot. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the race clock, plus 1 lap to come. And Leroux closes in. I just get a sneaking suspicion, Dave. He's thinking about a dive. He just can't find the acceleration of the Supra out of the final corner is supreme at the moment. He was close at the apex of the last corner.
Supras seem like they might have legs, but every time you look at these really tight sections, like 18 and 19 there, the Aston Martin, slightly shorter wheelbase, seems to just rotate a little better through those, less understeer, more point from the nose. but not enough straight line pace to be really challenging into the final corner or into turn 2 or any of those places. But we've seen through many of the races today that just continually applying the pressure can maybe force an error from your opponent and you can make some gains. Traffic for the race leader, not what they need at all.
No, so Kazuhisa Urabe's managed to get through there, but that was at the wrong time. And immediately have a look at the lights being displayed from both the Supra and the Aston Martin. They'll feed down into turn 8. Both of them managing to get clear. Won't be held up through the next sector. That Supra's managed to find some speed now at a second spot. Starting to put a little bit of distance. And then the Aston just creeps up, it closes in just a fraction. Fast and flowing, bravery required down here. Flow it out to the wall for turn 15. And that time the Supra looked a lot tidier, but they've made time towards Kazuhisa Urabe. 4 minutes now on the clock. One of the final couple of corners, Kazuhisa Urabe. Looks quick at the moment. Wait for the most recent lap times. That's the lap times the last time they crossed the start-finish line, so there was some gain. Urabe, about 7/10 of a second. Romain Leroux also found time. We'll get updated here in a second. 42.2, so lap traffic did impact the lap time. 6/10 of a second. Taken out of our race leader, so the gap did close. What did Kennedy Kasiri manage to do that time by? He did a 43.8, so he was more hampered by the lap traffic than both of those guys, and that was deep at turn 1 for the Supra.
Only a couple laps left in today's 1-hour race for GT4 and GTC. GT Am lead is 5th outright. Todd James Kingsford is slowly having his lead evaporated there between 5th and 6th in the outright, but mostly holding on for the moment. And GTC still led by the Honda Civic, with Shi Huan driving that one. The outright podium, though, is the source of our intrigue in these closing minutes.
Yep, getting to the Kasiri draw. I think there's too little time left on the table now. He's about 5.5 seconds back off these guys. All just looks about set, locked in, except for this battle. Both cars have a reasonable buffer to them at the moment. GTC category looks like it's only going to see 2 cars make the end of the race, which is disappointing for Damien Hamilton, because if they can get that car back out there, they only need to do 2 laps. So they need to be back out of the track right now. All they need to do is 2 laps, Dave, and they pick up 3rd in class.
It was not clear what the issue with the Ford Mustang TA2 was either. It drove into pit lane for a second time. It parked up and they weren't quite sure, the pit crew, what to do with it or what needed fixing, or if they could do anything. Blue flags out for a couple of cars as there's 1:40 to go. Our top 3 outright heading into turn 2. It's the only other running GTC car.
Well, new fastest lap of the race, by the way, for Kazuhisa Urabe. So he is finding comfort with the walls in close proximity around here. 40.711. By the way, Kennedy Kasiri just set his fastest lap of the race, 40.963. Still speed in the Porsche Cayman, but just no track position going his way at the moment. And that long pit stop after balance time added to compensation time, sorry, my apologies, added to his pit stop for winning both of the first 2 races, but it's only the most recent race results that get added to your pit time. But yeah, 2 race wins at Burira International Circuit. Kazuhisa Urabe running well across the start-finish line, and if he crosses with 20 seconds left on the clock, there'll be 2 laps left to go. Another mistake though from Evo 2 Supra at the wheel. And he's running deep in critical locations too, Dave. Like, he's not backing it up in places where there's a lot of risk.
Yeah, Mitchell Che-Min-ji driving that car in second place, the Toyota Supra, really using all of the road and feeling that pressure. That's why you keep it up. Did you not see the final lap board? Normally they are showing a final lap board, but I didn't see it as your leader crossed the start-finish line with less than 10 seconds to go. There could be a tiny bit more racing left, a little bit of bonus time left in this more than we thought.
Yeah, so it's 60 minutes plus 1 lap. There was 20 seconds left on the time. Oh no! Oh no! We'll finish under safety car for sure. That's at the pit lane entry. There's a huge fire from the engine bay of one of the 2 remaining GTC cars. That's the Toyota Altis GTC number 9 machine. Oh my word, that is a huge fire. There'll be immediately everyone deployed to the scene. I'm waiting to see safety car or red flags because they'll just call that one out. Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand, immediate deployment of the safety car. They did not hesitate on that one at all with the size of the fire on that car. And it is great job done by our race control team.
Chris Vasaratna in a real hurry, of course, to get out of that car. You saw the minute it had come to a halt, the door open, driver looking to exit. And it's an anticlimactic finish to GTC as well as the race overall. But it's punishing heat out there for the drivers and also for the cars.
It is. Field immediately arrested on the safety cars, and that'll be confirmation that that will be race over. Race celebrations will begin. And that does indeed look like celebrations for Ying Autoworks Racing down in pit lane, and the other one that will be winning. You know, Dave, there's only going to be one GTC make the finish for this race. Just the one. Team Supersonic by Rongpo Power Units. Honda Civic manages to get to the conclusion of this race. I believe that'll be a shot on board the 98 machine of Todd James Kingsford.
The only Porsche came and the number ends with an 8.
Yeah, he'll win GTM. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 4 safety cars in the race for GT4, GTC. 1 GTC finishing. And I do wonder how much damage has been done to the Altis. They'll come out of here. The checkered flag will be displayed right here. Romain LaRue, probably a little bit frustrated with the way things played out then at turn 1. He's just in the wrong lane. No, that'll be final lap. My apologies.
Different issues for all of those cars in GTC. So looking like the engine cut out on the Ford Daytona. It was driven to pit lane and then parked for the TA2 car, and significant fire from the engine bay for the Toyota, leaving just the Honda and GTC still running. We had 2 retirements from GT4 because of contact at turn 15 behind the safety car up the hill, and it is sharply up the hill here. We are going to go.
And stop entry has been set with all teams, so I do wonder if that's just I feel like that'll be an alert out to the teams just to let them know that there is a car in the pit lane. I don't think that'll be bringing the car straight back to the pit lane because we haven't received the checkered flag as of yet. Which procedurally we had to come through. There's a procedure and there's a process to these things. You can't just forego final lap board. If that's part of the procedure, then yeah, we have to circulate 2 laps on the safety car. That's just the way it all works. So they'll have to probably come back around again and grab the checkered flag before they can actually go back to pit lane. And that'll be communicated to all the cars at the moment. Race stewards do like their policies and procedures.
And competitors get angry if they're not followed, so that's why you've got to do it. Like, hey, no, we planned on you following this procedure, which you said you would, and you didn't. So can we get our pit stop time back or whatever? You should have a set of procedures, and it should be pretty transparent to everyone in the fair rules of the game and competition, how it's going to be played out. And if something needs to be cleared towards pit entry, going around to the checkered flag actually buys a tiny bit more time.
Great opportunity for the guys in these cars to potentially do some running around offline and actually clean the circuit up a little bit too. It's never a bad idea. I'm in race control and probably telling them as well, can you go out there and clean the circuit up a bit for us, because that's Great opportunity. There's that car, stop the pit lane. They haven't bothered moving that one yet either. We've just got that fire out. There will be some cleaning work that'll need to be done to get that one out of the way.
And that's kind of the racing line there as well. So I suspect you end this race, you bring all the cars into the pit lane, and then you aim to clear that rather than putting trucks and people out in the way that might block clearing the racetrack of the cars that are now taking the checkered flag and finishing up an incredible but damaging GT4 and GTC race. Results will come up now. The winners of Saturday's GT4 and GTC race for TSS Supercar, Prakun and Kazuhisa, their Toyota Supra, the outright winners on the podium. With them, Winghin Motorsports and Team NZ. Romain Leroux driving the Aston Martin across at the end there. And then fourth in that category was the number 1 Porsche Cayman. GT Am taken by Todd James Kingsford, with second Shupang Kanjanapas. And this is the podium from GTC. Well, actually, only one of those cars saw the end of the race. Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand's fire causing the safety car right at the end of the race, and the others retiring. This is the outright results, with the green stripe denoting GT4 and the purple stripe denoting GTC. 16 cars on the entry list, 15 took the start of the race, and in the end it looks like only 9 take the checkered flag. Fastest lap of the race going to your race leaders, the number 95 Toyota Supra GT4. Highlights should also be coming shortly after that 1 hour race for safety cars, and the safety cars before the pit stops, perhaps disadvantaging teams with large pit stop compensation time, but the safety cars afterwards sort of annulling that and giving us a square fight to the end, won by the 95 in GT4 Pro, won by Todd James Kingsford in the 98 in GT4 Am, and won by Chongyi and Xu Huan in the Honda Civic GTC. Here's the field making their way back to the safety car as the trucks have been deployed to clear up the stricken Toyota GTC. An unconventional entry to the pit lane and the paddock just to avoid that and let that get cleared up. More racing to come from Bangsaen GP as Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, TSS Supercar GT3 GTM, Super Pickup Cup D1 have a prize presentation. So it is Porsche Carrera Cup Asia and Supercar GT3 GTM, with races still to come today from the Bangsaen circuit.
Indeed, just an hour and a half of racing left to go for today, but almost means that I'll just quickly jump in here with Scott Rankin stepping away from the microphone for a second. David, we've got a full day of racing tomorrow. I'm counting a grand total of 7 races to go on Sunday. So yeah, it's the end of our first big day with a second big day coming up. The return of Super Touring, Super Eco, who haven't raced since since Thursday, pardon me. That's how long it's been since they've had a chance to get on track at all, for good measure as well, this weekend. Super Pickup Division 1, the Class A and B drivers come back for their final race. Then Carrera Cup Asia's final race, GT4 GTC's final race, F4 Southeast Asia, CG3 GTM also get the final race slot on the Sunday as well. Just go over the highlights and the keynotes, as it were, of the schedule for tomorrow. And all in all, we're looking at something in the order of about well, about 5 hours of racing schedule tomorrow across a full 8-hour day.
It's like the whole GT4 grid being sent across the scales and the weighbridge at the end of this one to make sure everything's right. There's a look at the beach. And here, Scuddy down in the pit lane.
ซึ่งในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT4 นั้นอันดับที่ 3 หมายเลข 7 กับแกรมดาวเซตและโรแมงเรรูสนะครับตอนนี้คือกฎกติกาหมายความว่าซุปเปอร์คาร์ทุกรุ่นเนี่ยก่อนที่จะเข้ามาที่ตรงนี้นะครับก็มีการชั่งน้ำหนักก่อนแต่วันนี้เรามาพูดคุยกับหมายแรกที่ได้อันดับที่ 3 ของตรงนี้ก่อนนะครับกับแกรมดาวเซต Congratulations Graham.
Thank you.
Wow. How do you feel in this race?
It was a great race. I mean, I'm really glad that we actually finished. There's a lot of carnage early on. Congratulations to car 95 and 39. They caught us out on the restart, but yeah, it was a very tough race. But yeah, it was great fun.
Yes. Okay. Romang, congratulations. Oh, Mike, are you try?
Definitely not an easy track. Very challenging. Got boxed in at the restart, know where I could go.
Yes.
After that, just trying to follow. Car's running very hot because it's very hot. So yeah, good result from P8 on the grid. Tomorrow starting from P2, trying to do two places better.
P2, right. So, all right, just talk about it. Leave a comment to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Oh, it's very good to have a podium over here. We've been building the season up and up, so let's see what the rest of the season has.
Yeah, okay, best of luck. Congratulations. Congratulations. And you?
Yeah, it's very special to be here in Bangsaen, and it's great to be on a podium, and hope everyone here really enjoys the weekend. Cheers. Cup.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. โอเคไปต่อนะครับอันดับที่2นะฮะนากริปอัสลานนะครับแล้วก็มิเชลเซียเบนจ่ายนะครับแน่นอนนะครับไปแสดงความยินดีกันหน่อยนะครับ Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, how do you feel in this race?
Good. Of course, finishing second is still a very good result. Good points collected for the team. Big thanks to them. The car was crazy good. Of course, I think we definitely missed out on a potential win here, but still second, still a lot of good points to take. So yeah, we're happy.
How about you?
Yeah, like Mitchell said, the car was super. I think we saw that in the first stint. We built a really good gap the moment we started racing. It's just a bit of a unfortunate circumstance that we always got caught up with safety cars. But all in all, it's very good that everyone is safe. Everyone finished the race who could finish the race. And it was a good, exciting race for everyone to watch.
Wow. So what about the next race?
Next race, we are starting in P3 tomorrow.
P3.
We have a lot of fast cars in front of us.
Yes.
So yeah, Mitchell's gonna start it off. We'll try our best and hopefully bring another Supra, another win.
Okay, just leave a comment to Thai fans.
Sorry?
Leave a comment to Thai fans.
Keep watching. There's a lot of fans here. It's very exciting. Yeah, so support us. We're from Malaysia and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Congratulations again อันดับหนึ่งของเรานะครับแน่นอนนะครับประคุณพรภาและข้าซื่อสวัสดีนี้ครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับมีจุดเปลี่ยนอะไรเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยครับ
จุดเปลี่ยนนะครับก็ผมก็พยายามตามที่โค้ชไปนะครับก็พยายามตามไปเรื่อยๆแต่ว่าคนที่เป็นฮีโร่จริงๆของเรสนี้ก็คือคาสุนะครับที่ไล่ขึ้นมาแล้วก็ฉีกทุกคน
โอ้โหเห็นเลยจังหวะแซงขึ้นมาในโมเมนต์นั้นคือ you was a great job today how do you feel in the race
Yes it was so good and thank you for support everyone
โอเคคุณประคุณครับขอบคุณแฟนๆด้วยครับที่ติดตามครับผม
ก็พรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวเรามีอีกเรสหนึ่งก็ฝากทุกคนเชียร์อีกรอบนะครับเพราะเราเริ่มจากที่5แล้วเดี๋ยวไม้แรกก็จะเป็นคาสุนะครับไม้2ก็เป็นผมก็ฝากด้วยนะครับ
ครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
แน่นอนนะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันต่อฮะในรุ่นของ GTC นะครับตามกันมาฮะอันนี้เชนอังกับเคนเนตโฮครับโอ้ congratulations I can't believe you can do it today. You never give up today. How do you feel for this race?
We did not qualify well. We actually started from the last. But of course, a very good start by my partner secured the position for us. Yeah. And I know that the super driver, the former F1 driver is chasing, so I have to push a lot harder than what I want to. But lucky that we finished the car in one piece.
Not included about the lucky, but things about the ready for your car too, you know.
Yeah.
Performing that, or just say thank you to Rong Po, right?
Yes, of course. And of course, we had some upgrades to the car, which make a lot easier to drive now. And thanks to our manager, our tuner, Pete, and of course, the super builder, our Pei Long Po, for doing up the car for our Super Civic.
Okay, for the live switch, just leave a comment to Thai fan who's supporting you here.
Thank you. Not sure if you want to support us Singaporean, but thank you so much.
Team Singapore.
Okay, congratulations again. Thank you so much. โอเคครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันต่อนะครับตอนนี้พักชมไฮไลท์กันสักครู่ครับ
บางแสนกลางปีดีแลนเปเรล่าครับแล้วก็โรดิโกดิอาสอัลเมดานี่เป็นโรดิโกดิอาสอัลเมดาครับนี่เป็นดีแลนเปเรล่าเจ้าของโพครับแล้วก็ลีดเดอร์ครับบนแชมเปี้ยนชิพด้วยกันนี้เป็นนักแข่งลักเซมเบิร์กครับดีแลนเปเรล่าแล้วก็มาต่อด้วยเอนโซทูรี่ครับนักขับอิตาเลียนเนี่ยคุณผู้ชมอยู่ในกริดที่4ดีแลนยิปนักขับฮ่องกงครับกริดที่3เวลาดีมากครับแล้วก็มาต่อด้วยคันนี้ครับหมายเลข10 บล็อกกิลคริสคุณผู้ชมกำลังรับชมการแข่งขันครับของ Porsche Carrera Cup Asia นี่คือเรสที่ 8 ของฤดูกาลนี้ครับฮูโกเอลิสนักแข่งชาวอังกฤษนะครับจากสหราชอาณาจักรนักแข่งไทยครับอยู่ที่ 13หมายเลข 76เป่าทิโตครับโอกาสที่ฝนจะมาสูงมาก
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Carrera Cup Asia's coverage for the weekend, and you can see the Porsche safety car in shot there. And if you have a look at the trees on the right-hand side of the shot, there are clouds and rain on the western side of the bay here in Thailand. Remember, we are on the eastern side of the bay, and on the western side, I can tell you that the Gulf of Thailand is about to be hit by a massive storm at the moment. There's a fair bit of rain going on the western side of the bay. Have a look at the wind. And that is looking down past the run of turn 17. So that's the king. So these Porsche Cup cars will be blown around a little bit from left to right. This is going to be a little bit of an issue to get off here in terms of race start. And of course, Carrera Cup Asia running here. Category joined us last year for the 2024 edition of the Bangsaen Grand Prix, and they are back once again. Dylan Pereira had a huge accident on that occasion on the run down towards the hairpin. I believe similar to what we saw in the GT4 action just before. Bounced off the inside wall hard into the wall on the left-hand side of the track. There were multiple sessions in the Porsche Cup car that were back-to-back red flags as they needed to repair the tracks last year. Looks like the running's been a little bit cleaner, a little bit better this year. But, yeah, with those wind and that conditions out on the racetrack at the moment, it's going to be a very difficult time of things. Dylan Pereira took pole position from Rodrigo Diaz Almeida. Dylan, yep, from Enzo Trulli. Hugo Ellis from Brock Gilchrist, we on row number 3. Bao Jin Long from Ama Harris Jeffrey on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10, Josh Rollage from Li Chao. Outside the 10, Eric Zhang from Yang Chuang. Row number 7 is going to be Mong Kong from Francis Chia. Henry Kwok and Christian Chia are going to make up 15th and 16th. 17th and 18th, Chen Shen from Eric Kwong. Juf Zhefeng from Adrian De Silva. Rounding out our top 20, and Jackie Wu and Hubo from the rear of the field. There are 4 Masters cars in the middle of this race. There are Pro cars, there are Pro-Am cars, and there are amateur cars as well. So 4 separate races within a race within this one, and getting the extra siding lap in for, I believe, what is going to be a standing start on the run down to turn number 1 as well.
Taking a look at the schedule, and it says standing start for the 30-minute race. See all these current specification Porsche 992 Cup cars out there ready to roll. What a beautiful sound they make at any racetrack, but at a street circuit, the high revving naturally aspirated cars, the sounds that their ups and their downshifts make reverberating off the buildings, off the barriers. It's a real sight for the spectators, but I hope all the spectators are doing okay, because look at the weather that's starting to come across. Suddenly it's windy, and it's bringing a significant chance of rain.
And this category's already enjoyed visits to the resort Motegi, Japan, this year.
Look at the rain, look at the leaves, the plastic bags and everything that are working their way onto the racing line. It's going to be a very dirty racetrack when we begin, and the drivers are going to have their wits about them every corner, every lap, in different conditions than the one before.
I wonder whether or not they're still doing formation laps at the moment, so you'll see them all into probably their grid boxes now, and burnouts.
Movement of the windscreen wiper from the number 10. So whatever Brock Gilchrist is seeing, maybe it's just precautionary, maybe it was leaf litter, maybe just a tiny sprinkle of rain heading towards their grid spots. 30 minutes will begin and the lights go out.
So we'll watch at the moment as they all start to feed in. 22 cars to feed into their grid spots here, David Haynes. This is going to be an interesting one, of course. Porsche Carrera Cup being covered as well by over on their own channel, so we provide you this coverage on behalf of Thailand Super Series as well. Make sure that you guys are being covered for these races. 30 minutes to come here, or 14 laps, 30 minutes maximum time period. And that is rain starting to fall on the track. So the windscreen wipers were activated. We had no evidence that there was rain up until that point. We'll be moments away from getting a track declared wet that we occasionally get in the series here as well. I guarantee we're about to get that. They're going to feed in here to their grid boxes. We'll line them all up. Dylan Pereira is going to be on the right side of the road. And he will lead us off down into turn number 1. Lights are going to start to come on as we go to a standing start procedure. Look at the difference in the lights and the coloration at the moment. Gets a good getaway from the front row, but it's a fight on row number 2, and the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia action begins for the weekend. A sprinkling of rain, a dusting of rain makes a street circuit a challenging prospect for any category. But here goes Porsche GT3 Cup cars. 992 spec on the run down through turn number 1, and have a look at the wind as they climb up and out of Monkey Hill. The cars will jump all over the road. Traction is going to be nigh impossible to pick up here. And some of the Masters drivers, think about that in the back, David Haynes. There's 4 of the older category drivers as well out there. This might be a game of experience. Have a look at the 3rd place car. That might be Dylan Yip that was having a lot of problems with traction off the exit of the hairpin.
As always on these race starts, getting to a very, very slow concertina effect through the turn 6 hairpin. This is a car that can handle just a tiny bit of mixed conditions. A lot of weight over the rear axle. Very wide rear tyres. If you're gentle with the power, you can get out of slow corners, but it's the braking zones that could become very tricky. The journey into the unknown, a great race start from Dylan Pereira to be leading. DS Almeida did not get a great getaway, but managed to figure it out and then see off Dylan Yip and Enzo Trulli, and our top 2 are looking like they are driving a level of confidence different to the whole rest of the field. Yip in there. Then Enzo Trulli coming through.
I can tell you there is a little bit of lightning out to the west at the moment. About half an hour ago, out in the middle of the Gulf of Thailand. And have a look at the rain at the final corner. So it is hitting this section of the racetrack because we're closest to the bay. That is very wet starting to be down there at the final corner. Those first couple sectors, remember, there's a lot of heat in the racetrack. Is somebody going to dive to the pit lane and put on wet tyres? It'll be a huge time kill to jump in the pit lane and do a tyre swap. It's nearly dry down here. You'd be murdering the tyres down at turn 1 and turn 2. So it's going to be about being conservative. You'll want to pull the car out, but pull it up accurately. It'll be disastrous to dive into the pit lane, lose a lap, a safety car comes out. You'll never get that back. Dylan Pereira leads the race at the moment. DS Almeida still sits in P2.
So turns 18 and 19 at the far southwest corner of the racetrack. Getting the rain first, it's pretty dry up here for the moment, but every time, every lap they go around, that wetness that they encountered, and many of them were surprised by it, turn 18 will move towards turn 17, towards turn 20, and soon across this whole racetrack. You're absolutely right to stay out on these slicks as long as you can right now, where 80% of the racetrack is dry, but once none of the racetrack is dry, you might need to think about, particularly some of those deeper in the field. They're driving like it's a dry track through here, but it's past turn 17 where I'm going to be really interested. Each lap ought to be wetter than the one before, more challenging.
Well, if it wasn't challenging enough, yeah, with the rain, the wind is still in the area as well, down through 17. And remember, you've got to try and be committed down through here. It doesn't look as wet as it did last time. Is there a little bit of a lockup? It's right there. It's just the apex of that final corner that looks wet. Everywhere else it looks dry. And it doesn't look like the rain's still falling anywhere near as heavily. Those windscreen wipers haven't been touched. So the rain might have stopped. It might have just been a smattering as they'll try and handle it. Pereira still leads from Almeida by 7/10 of a second.
On their teams to keep feeding them information though, because you arrive one time and the racetrack's suddenly wet, you'll be paranoid about it happening each time again. Every time you come around one of these blind corners or over one of these crests, you're thinking, what's the track condition like this lap, this time around?
And that is the difficulty of being a race driver. You've just got to hope and pray and trust your instincts about what you can see. Nothing down here at the hairpin. Looks all relatively dry. But for now, I'll turn back around and start to head down towards turn number 8, hoping for a little bit of traction. There's the windscreen wiper, your race leader, Dylan Pereira. 25 minutes left on the clock, and reminder, 12 laps left in this one. So it's a mixed time versus lap count race we've got available to us here. As I go through the monument, using all the road available to them for the pair of them. 38.204 for your race leader. Last time by, fastest lap of the race. Well, I'll tell you what, Rodrigo Diaz Almeida's just punched out a new fastest second sector. So as the tyres are starting to come up to temperature and pressure, as they're starting to get some sort of consistency in how the road feels. That wind is not dying off. Down here it is blowing an absolute gale. There's rubbish, there's garbage all over the road. And that's a huge moment for Dylan Yep as he comes through. 17.
Absolutely raining down at 17, 18, 19, heavier now. You can see it on the camera. You can see the cars getting sideways, getting the wipers going. So each and every time different to the one before. And the race pace has dropped off about 2 seconds for your leader, Dylan Pereira. No longer able to do the pace he was able to do a little earlier with the conditions dropping. And look how many leaves are getting into the radiators, all of that as well. You've got the pro battle going on. Bao leads the Pro-Am for the moment, and Am led by Munkong from Thailand.
Yeah, and my apologies to Dylan. Yep, that was Enzo Trulli with the huge moment down at turn 17. So, everyone's surviving. Have a look at the bluster and the blowiness down at turn 1. Moving the cameras all about. Garbage all over the road. Plastic bags being picked up. There's one that's gone into the radiator of the car back there. 2 behind number 7. So it'll be Eric Zhang who's just picked up a plastic bag in the radiator for him. Hot and humid over in Thailand as well. What does that mean for cooling systems? Well, obviously heat. You don't want any of that in a race car. It's going to trouble the cooling systems. But humidity, the more water that's in the air, the less ability the car has to cool itself. So it is a challenging aspect to keeping a race car at the right conditions. So look at the wipers. They're on full ball as they come through the monument. It's a tiptoe through there with the temperature that built up. The instant the temperature goes out of these tyres, these guys are in trouble. So they're okay for now. Tyres did get up to temperature, but could you imagine? There's yellow flag. No, that's not yellow flags. That's
slippery surface flag.
Yep.
Slippery surface flag, which is pretty obvious, but that's where it begins out of turn 15 there, and then this part through 17, slippery surface flag as well.
Yep.
Emma Harris-Jeffrey in the white and red car at the tail of this group. Been very gung-ho. He's been getting the tail out in the traction zone, so he's looking at this as an opportunity to try to gain some more spots. Close to seeing spray coming off them from turn 19, and slowly the rain is moving from just that corner of the racetrack to up to 17, up to 15, and towards here on the front straight as well.
Look at how careful they're bringing it into turn 1. Look at the time from Dylan Yip. Last lap time for Dylan Pereira, 47 flat. So these guys have now dropped off 7 seconds. 8 seconds, 9 seconds the race leader's dropped off in terms of his lap time, but Dylan Yip's still pressing on. He was 1.5 seconds faster. Confirmation, the flag's just being held out at the moment. So this is up to the drivers to make decisions about how hard they're going to push it. 10 laps left in this one. And you've got to say, looking at it at the moment, Dave, they're still be getting time temperature through this sector, but as the pace falls away in all the other sectors, is that a wet versus dry line starting to form? No, it looks relatively okay on the asphalt down here. at the moment at turn 8. Maintaining temperature will be the big key. The instant it starts to fall out of the car, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Well, I think for the leaders, they'll be looking at about a 2-minute lap time. As once the lap times get slower than that, you might need to move tyres and you might be able to gain the time back from the tyre change.
Look at
Water
the
almost
stream.
running across the road there. A little bit of stream forming on the way into turn 15, and that could be very challenging if you're right at the limit of your braking and suddenly you encounter the wet patch there. Slide your front tyres. They're sliding the rear tyres through other places.
And there was a little bit of trepidation on the last lap. Enzo Trulli will be holding off Hugo Ellis. Hugo Ellis has had a great... Look at the water there! There's no way you can use the left-hand side of the road. It is wet on the outside of the final corner. If they touch that with a slick tyre, they're in the fence. So they're going to have to be careful down there in where they place the car at the moment. Hugo Ellis was doing some reading on these categories, had a phenomenal season to date. He's picked up a couple of second places. The team are really, really backing him in. He's on for a very, very strong 2025. But you come to a street circuit, the walls get close. And that's been a challenging prospect all week. The drivers coming to grips with things. I have seen major accidents, major repairs required from one of the Porsche 992 cars this weekend. Had a front wheel at the left front corner ripped off the car and nearly pushed back into the cockpit. So heavy contact with the barriers. The barriers have been used up this weekend.
Look at Ellis taking a really tight line through the hairpin, almost getting a bit of a bounce as he drops through the sharper, tighter bit of it. And I reckon truly going a little bit wider in these conditions is the way to go, because every little bump that unsettles the car, it's tough to get it to grip again when the rest of the track is becoming so greasy. So you see some sort of go high and wide around the inside of the corner and some really try to cut it off. Reminds me of turn 1 of the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecker, or in fact, the hairpin at Simmons Plains.
Yeah, challenge. It is a huge challenge to keep
Sometimes
the cars
stability
on the
is
track
better than the shortest distance.
Yeah, for sure. Making sure that you're putting the car, doing only one thing at one time with the way that you're driving the car. 20 minutes remain, 8 laps left on the timer. Lap times are starting to recover a little bit. There's the stream heading down into turn 17, and that's the big problem, is heading into 17 up against it. Is it just me, or is it a fraction lighter down here as they come off of 15 through 16 through 17? That's very wet through the first part of 17. Very wet on the right side of that screen there, but they're not too bad on the left.
Well, the strength of the wind can bring the weather quickly, but it can also take it away. You don't want to end up wide out there because it is much slipperier there. But the trees are not blowing quite as badly as they were earlier. And if you told me that, yeah, the band of rain had come through and is now pushing away, I'd believe you.
Yeah, I think it just might be that wind has not died off yet. So blow and bluster, still moving cars around. The rest of it down in that final sector as well, where the track is the wettest, which is not where you want it to be hitting. But at the moment, that latent temperature in the air, in the track surface, seems to be cleaning things up quite quickly. Carrera back into the 42s, up going off to a 47 at one point. So the times are swinging around by 4 or 5 seconds a lap, all 4 seconds a lap, 4.5 seconds a lap slower than fastest lap of the race. Gives you some sort of indication of what the circuit's like at the moment.
Stream's been cleared in the braking zone into 15 as well, so we've got 21 cars out there and moving pretty quickly with big tyres. So when it does stop raining, they clear it pretty quickly, and everyone is right back to pushing the limits and finding new limits to push yet harder.
The first thing I was sort of noting on this camera shot is have a look at the tram tracks in the bottom left-hand corner, and I thought they were up in the top right as well, but clearly enough bravery for most of the field and enough temperature in the tyres. 7 car, Bangsaen Long at the moment, leader of the Pro-Am category, fighting off Emma Harris, Jeffrey just in behind, and Eric Zhang in the next car. So these guys not actually fighting each other on the road. 7 and 45. That's what the different numbers and the colours of those ones differentiate. White cars are your Pro cars, orange are your Pro-Am. As they head down to turn 1, more rain down at turn 1. That camera lens has got a lot more rain on it now, so it might have stopped raining at the final corner, but it might be shifting to different parts of the circuit now.
Come dry race pace very quickly, so changeable, incredibly changeable conditions to go from 1 minute 38s to 1 minute 48s back to 1 minute 40s for your race leaders and the drivers inside of the top 5. And in fact, some personal best lap times beginning to come in now from Brock Gilchrist, Bao Jinlong, who we're looking at, and of course Emma Harris-Jeffrey pressuring him. So these drivers are going as quick as they ever have in this race.
What I'm really impressed by, Dave, with those tricky conditions right there, got a single car on the barrier. That says the understanding of the whole field of what their limitations are. And everyone driving the conditions, that's the wind down on that camera, potentially playing with some of the cords and potentially the water as well. Yep. And the racing line has been cleaned up a fair bit on the run into turn 15. And no more static water, so some of that temperature from the tyres being pressed back into the surface as well. Not as much wind on the run of the final corner as well. So the worst of the conditions definitely going to be behind us. Still slightly damp down here at the final corner. And again, it would not be on the right-hand side of the road as you immediately come out of that one. But recovering in terms of lap time, Brock Gilchrist, Enzo Trulli just ahead of these guys. That means that Hugo Ellis has actually managed to find his way through. Ellis was 1.5 seconds quicker than Trulli last time by. And I'll tell you what, he was 7/10 quicker than Dylan Yip. So there might yet be a fight on for the podium. Half race distance already passed, by the way. It was a 14-lap race for this category. We've already clicked off 8 of those laps.
Into the hairpin, the group you're looking at is Trulli, then Gilchrist, then Jinlong, then Jeffrey. Gilchrist beginning to really muscle Enzo Trulli, who's dropping back a little bit. You said Hugo Ellis has gone through and passed in this group. Gilchrist gives it a flash of the headlights, heading down towards turn 8, looking all the way to the inside, super tight line into a tight part of the racetrack. That is brave, but it costs both of them some significant time. Now it's a 4-way fight. Brock Gilchrist moves ahead.
Gilchrist gets through and then shows that pace immediately through the monument. So Trulli's going to be the next car that, again, walk up the couple cars in behind. So another battle pack forming there. 88
Masters
deeper in the
leader
field at the moment. Masters leader. Christian Scheer. The blue on the windscreen means Masters class. If you're just looking for the green cars will be your M. So white, your pro cars. Orange, your pro am. And blue, the Masters.
behind. Second in Masters, half a second quicker last lap. It looks like it's beginning to rain down here. A hairpin, perhaps a little bit more. Ever changing, but this is the battle for the Masters.
Yep, so 1 and 2. On the line of Stern at the moment, keeping an eye on upcomes by the way. Hugo Ellis was the fastest car on the track last lap and set his fastest lap of the race. So that says to me conditions have recovered to back where they were to start things off. Ellis is going to close in on Dylan Yip. There will be a fight for the podium. He's only 2 laps away from getting to him, that within 3 to try and have a go. Is Dylan Yip perhaps driving a touch within himself? With that added pressure of another car showing up, forcing him to just drive a little bit beyond where he wants to be. What does this do for the GT3 race, which is coming up after this one as well? In terms of track grip, is it going to take away the amount of rain we've had? Is it going to suck some grip away from the racetrack? And windscreen wipers back on at the moment.
76 is your AM leader, just making their way through the turn 6 hairpin. Next car behind them, also for position in the AM class. So Mun Kong leading the way from Yan Chuan, Thailand driver leading the AM class. China flag driver second in class. Carrera Cup Asia is a region-wide competition for the tracks that they go to, but also where all of the drivers come from, and then a few drivers from places like New Zealand and Europe trying their hand in Carrera Cup Asia as well.
Yep. Another Kingdom driver, Hugo Ellis. Mozambique driver as well for Rodrigo Diaz Almeida. And Dylan Pereira all the way from Luxembourg is your race leader. He's looking comfortable at the moment. Margin nearly up to 4 seconds as it
Second, third, and
stands.
fourth here in the outright getting very interesting. Rodrigo Diaz Almeida just in front of Dylan Yip, who's been closing him in. Hugo Ellis, maybe his tyre pressures, maybe he's just becoming more accustomed to this racing, but he's suddenly charging up towards second and third. As we go into the hairpin, There's first, second, third, fourth, all in picture. The fourth car, Hugo Ellis, was the fastest of all of them on the last lap.
But he was, but have a look at the lap times. They fell away again, significantly. So we've actually dropped about 3 seconds out of the lap time yet again. So there is definitely rain, and Rodrigo Diaz Almeida will show that. This is a run down to turn 1, up the inside. The 46 machine pinches a brake. Will he get it pulled off? And the car parked up on the apex, takes the apex away from him. Job done.
Turn 15, strikes again.
Look at the
6,
rain.
10, Zhu Zefeng and Bao as well. Hey, that was, what were both of those competing for the AM victory? And we go safety car, incredibly torrential rain on the front straight, 2 cars off.
I don't think this one will be restarted with those conditions, or if it will be, they'll all have to come to pit lane for wet tyres. And that says to me, we're going to have a wet race for GT3. So, what's going on? I mean, look at the rain that's on the track. Realistically, the fact that we've only got 1 car on the fence down there, that changed dramatically. All of a sudden, the heavens just opened and threw rain down, and that's Jin Bao. Sorry, my apologies. Bao Jinlong. That was your Pro-Am leader. Yeah, wow. Look at it bucketing down.
So after just a little bit of rain to keep them on their toes, incredibly heavy rain has come along. Whole field on the slick tyres, and it was impossible for everyone on slicks to stop at turn 15. What was a river has become a stream. There's damage on that rear wing.
Yeah, this will not. There's no way this gets restarted. And the GT3s, I reckon we're looking at a GT3 start under pace car with those conditions. Our producer actually just said to us in the year just before we had that series of incidents, it looks wetter and it looks darker down in Sector 3, and he was right. And Bao Jinlong not able to get that car refired at the moment. Well, he's found first gear, but he can't find reverse.
Red flag.
I wonder whether or not he's going to fall off the lead lap here as well, because he wouldn't be far away. There's so much rain going on. There's so much discussion down in the pit lane as well. I wonder if that's Team Shanghai Yonder BWT. Look at the rain. Those cars are on slick tyres. There will be no temperature in those tyres, and they'll be stuck. And that's why we were looking at them, because Bao Jinlong is the BWT Phantom G racing car. Look at the water they're just pushing out of the way down. That's actually not your race leader. That's just a car that the safety car has grabbed. That's the number 16.
Shen's now second in Masters, but he can hardly navigate the Monument. The Monument's a boat, and that's what everyone needs right now in these conditions. Look at that! Safety car speed, sideways, impossible to drive with the level of aquaplaning. Even at red flag, they're going too quickly.
Bao Jinlong found reverse and got that car out of there. Yeah, red flag, and I get the feeling there's 8 minutes on the clock remaining for this session. There's no way they'll get that race restarted at all. 3 laps left to them. And that's the Porsche coverage team in the pit lane in Porsche Cup Asia. And
Session will not resume, is the message from race control. Unsurprisingly, they've red flagged to call this because of the conditions. It's bow waves going from these Porsches, and the safety car's going too quick for them under these red flag conditions as well to really have anything that resembles racing. I can see some things have come down beside the track there, and all of the fans would be wanting to take some level of cover in these conditions as well.
Yeah, I think correct decision made. Albeit we'll lose a couple of laps, we'll lose 3 laps from the race, but absolutely correct decision made. The only problem for Bao Jinlong is that red flag came too late for him. He'll fall off the lead lap. So they'll backdate timing and scoring to the last time we had an update, but that will still put the GT3 drivers, imagine them down in pit lane watching and waiting moment, because that just hit immediately, heavily. They're due to kick off here in 20 minutes time. So that is a lot of water. We have never ever been wet racing here since we've been a part of the coverage. So in the last 3 years, this is the first rain. We had rain in the morning prior to warm-up sessions. By the time cars got back out on track, the track was 95% clear. From security footage shots that we saw last year, but we never actually got to witness the rain coming down at Bangsaen. By the time we jumped on broadcast, it all run away, run in opposite directions. We talked about it at length because we were all excited to see what would happen in the rain. And every single time we mentioned the word weather, the weather got further away. So it's good to finally see that we've had some come our way and spice things up. Albeit Porsche Cup categories would not be happy about the amount of rain that's necessarily coming down. Highlights from Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. And Dylan Pereira, Team Shanghai Honda BWT car. The Luxembourgian driver, driving under a Luxembourg license. Dylan Pereira had pole position. Rodrigo Diaz-Almeida and Dylan Yip were the top three on the grid. And that was a worthwhile wander through the conditions in pit lane. That was the 55 car. Didn't get a greatest getaway from Rodrigo Diaz-Almeida, but managed to hang on to it when they got down here to turn one. 3 wide they were for P2. Fed in nicely. Everyone found a nice little gap. Lap 1 was actually not too bad. When they got down there to turn number 2, they all survived up and over the hill for the first time. So, as we encounter technical difficulties at the moment, here we go. Replay returns to us. Look at the late braking. And then, all of a sudden, it got a lot darker down in the final sector. We watched the cloud cover come over. We watched the wind pick up. And we watched the rubbish get deposited on the racetrack. We also watched the field attempt to keep the cars on the island and think about the conditions. What a challenge it would be. Rain would start coming down. Final sector into the hairpin. And the track would just become a difficult prospect to constantly think about and change the way that you drove. That's Bangsaen Long. That's not where Bangsaen Long would finish at.
No, there were some passes and some great racing. The track momentarily cleared up and we saw racing for Pro-Am, for Am and Masters category, as well as a podium fight in the outright. Moves like that. Moving ahead for Enzo Trulli, but then this is what brought out the safety car and the eventual red flag in the end. A deterioration of conditions, cars simply unable to stop, sliding off the racing track, puddles forming, lakes forming, and just not racing conditions when you look at stuff like this. So much spray, bow waves as they made their way through Monument and turn 15. In the end, we'll see if there's a declared result, but it looks like it goes the way of Dylan Pereira in Pro. Bangsaen Long will be hoping that the result gets moved back a lap by the red flag. Here we go.
Final understood classifications at this point in time. Dylan Pereira from Rodrigo Diaz-Almeida. Dylan Yip. Hugo Ellis was on a charge late in that one. He was very, very quick at the back end of that session. Looks set to take at least one spot on the podium, if not multiple. Brock Gilchrist got past Enzo Trulli and set off into the sunset. Emma Harris, so this is an adjusted order at the moment, so this doesn't have Bangsaen Long, who should have been in behind Enzo Trulli in 7th spot. So this was the last time they crossed the finish line. Emma Harris from Josh Rowledge. Bangsaen Long registered in 9th spot there on the timing sheet. And Eric Zhang to round out your top 10 right there. And that's a Marshall wandering down the track, having a look at conditions at the moment, sort of taking an assessment of what they're going to do. There is a little bit of time here before we get into GT3 coverage. We've got about 15 minutes before pit lane exit opens. The conditions might improve a little bit. And we do actually have about half an hour until race start for GT3. A little bit of time for conditions to improve, and we'll just watch them and wait and we'll see if things do improve.
It's the thing about changeable conditions. They're going to change. Does not mean that they will improve necessarily. But you look around the circuit and you see that that hardest dump of rain appears to have eased off. The wind appears to have dropped a little bit. Street circuit's notorious for not drying quickly. We'll see what the weather today in Bangsaen does for us, because if the heat sticks around, then the track actually could dry relatively quickly.
So we'll watch the track conditions, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll keep an eye on them in the background. The biggest category of the weekend gets its first race underway in about 28 minutes. So up until then, we watch, we wait, and we monitor to see who is going to emerge from the bloom, from the spray, and with a quick car, and who is going to pay the price of perhaps some margins pushed too far. It is your Thailand Super Series GT3 and GTM to come your way. The combined categories final race of Saturday afternoon.
เอาละครับมาดูในรุ่นใหญ่ที่สุดของประเทศไทยครับ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ GTM ครับนี่จะเป็นหนึ่งในรุ่นที่คุณผู้ชมจะได้ชมการแข่งขันแบบ 60 นาทีเต็มนะครับแต่ว่าจะเป็น 60 นาทีเต็มที่แทบจะลุกจากจอไม่ได้นะครับก่อนเข้าสู่สนามนี้ครับนักขับระดับตำนานครับคุณเตอร์วุฒิกรอินทรภูวศักดิ์จับคู่กับลอรินไฮริดซึ่งเป็นนักขับที่เป็นออฟฟิเชียลของ Porsche เลยพวกเขาเป็นจ่าฝูงบนตารางคะแนนสะสมจากฟอร์มที่ยอดเยี่ยมมากครับและคนที่ต่อกรกันมาตั้งแต่สนามแรกนะครับและก็ทำคะแนนสะสมได้เท่ากันเป๊ะๆครับคือปิติพิรมภักดีและแบงก์กันศักดิ์กุลศิรินะครับนี่คือแชมป์เก่าแล้วก็พวกเขาเองก็เริ่มต้นฤดูกาลได้ค่อนข้างดีเลยทีเดียวครับส่วนคนที่อยู่ในอันดับที่3บนแชมเปี้ยนชิพนะครับก็คือเฮงคิกกับแซนดี้สตูวิกคะแนนสะสมเนี่ยมีอยู่ 27 แต้มนะครับยังมีโอกาสเกิดจุดเปลี่ยนต่างๆได้เสมอครับในคลาสของ GT3 ก็มีไลน์อัพนะครับรถแข่งเพิ่มมานะครับเป็นรถแข่งของเกอร์กอรี่เบนเน็ตโดยที่ดึงเอาหนึ่งในนักขับระดับโลกมือโกลหรือว่ามือทองคำนะครับนั่นก็คือคริสฟานเดอร์ดิฟนั่นเองเป็นหนึ่งในคนที่ขึ้นชื่อว่าขับรถขนาดเข้าเร็วนะครับซึ่งก็ต้องดูนะครับว่าเริ่มต้นในสนามนี้นะครับทั้งคริสฟานเดอร์ดิฟแล้วก็เกอร์กอรี่เบนเน็ตนั้นจะทำผลงานได้ดีแค่ไหนแล้วก็สร้างเซอร์ไพรส์ได้หรือเปล่ากิกกี้ศักดิ์นานานะครับซึ่งสนามแรกเองก็เจอปัญหาที่ทำให้ไม่สามารถสร้างผลงานที่ดีได้นะครับก็ถือว่าเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญเลยทีเดียวสำหรับตัวเขาเองนะครับและจากการลงทำเวลานะครับแล้วก็ลงสัมผัสสนามมาเนี่ยคนที่น่าจับตามองก็ยังคงเป็นจ่าฝูงบนแชมเปี้ยนชิพนะครับอย่างวุฒิกรกับลอรินไฮริดโดยเฉพาะคุณเตอร์วุฒิกรนะครับก็ขับในบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตมาหลายปีถึงแม้ว่าจะว่างเว้นไปนานนะครับคิดว่าอาจจะยังเป็นหนึ่งในตัวเต็งของสุดสัปดาห์นี้ครับแล้วคนที่เร็วขึ้นมานะครับนั่นก็คือเฮงคิกกับแซนดี้ซูวิกนะครับแซนดี้สตูวิกไม่ต้องห่วงครับที่บางแสนเป็นสนามเก่งของเขาอยู่แล้วโดยเฉพาะการแซงที่ต้องใช้คำว่ามันเป็นซิกเนเจอร์ของเขาเลยคือการเบรก power slide เข้าไปที่โค้ง2/3นอกจากนี้ครับแอนดี้เติ้งหรือว่าเติ้งอี้นะครับรวมไปถึงนักขับชาวมาเลเซียนะครับก็คืออากัสนันดีทั้งคู่เคยผ่านการเป็นแชมป์ประจำปีมาแล้วแล้วก็เคยผ่านการเป็นแชมป์ที่สนามบางแสนมาก่อนนะครับดังนั้นคู่นี้ก็น่าสนใจภายใต้รถแข่ง Audi R8 นะครับส่วนปิติพิรมภักดีแล้วก็การดศักดิ์กุลศิริครับเรื่องประสบการณ์กับการแข่งขันในสนามนี้ไม่ต้องห่วงนะครับความคุ้นเคยมีสูงอยู่แล้วแล้วก็ปีที่แล้วพวกเขาประสบความสำเร็จมากด้วยการคว้าแชมป์ประจำปีนะครับสุดสัปดาห์นี้การแข่งขันในรุ่น GT3 และ GTM ยังคงน่าสนใจเสมอครับมาดูสถานการณ์ของ GTM หน่อยครับก่อนเข้ามาสู่สนามนี้เนี่ยสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับแชมป์เก่าโดยกิติพลปราโมช ณ อยุธยากับเต้เต้ครับฟอร์มยอดเยี่ยมมากชนะมาทั้ง2เรสที่บุรีรัมย์เลยนะครับมี50แต้มเต็มคนที่ตามอันดับ2ก็คือไซมอนชานนะครับมี33คะแนนและก็ณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะครับนอกจากนี้สนามนี้ครับก็มีความเปลี่ยนแปลงเล็กน้อยในเรื่องของรถแข่งสำหรับสราวุธเสรีธรณกุลนะครับจาก PSC Motorsport นะครับสนามนี้ก็ยังคงจับคู่กับอาฟริกยาซีดปีนี้ครับเปลี่ยนรถใหม่เอี่ยมมาใช้ Ferrari 296 Challenge ฮุนกี้แล้วก็อาฟริกยาซีดจะปรับตัวได้เร็วกับรถแข่งคันใหม่หรือไม่และจะขึ้นมาบู๊แล้วก็ขึ้นมาต่อสู้นะครับกับกลุ่มหน้าได้หรือไม่ก็ต้องมาติดตามดูนะครับขณะที่จ่าฝูงบนแชมเปี้ยนชิพนะครับกิตติพลปราโมช ณ อยุธยานะครับก็อาจจะมีปัญหาด้านอาการบาดเจ็บซึ่งก็ต้องดูว่าในการแข่งขันจริงเขาจะคัมแบ็กมาสู่กริดสตาร์ทได้หรือไม่นี่คือบทวิเคราะห์ทั้งหมดก่อนเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 และ GTM ครับ
แบบนี้นะครับยังอยู่กับงาน Prix Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับกับงานบางแสนกลางปีรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้เป็นรุ่นที่ทุกๆคนรอคอยนะครับนั่นก็คือ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM นะครับทั้ง 2 รุ่นนี้จะขับแข่งโดยใช้เวลา 60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบนะครับจากการคุริฟายในรอบคิวที่1นี่นะครับผู้ที่ได้มาเป็นอันดับ1นะครับเป็นของวินเฮียก็คืออากาชขับคู่กับยี่เติ้งนั่นเองนะครับวันนี้ไม้แรกจะเป็นอย่างไรไปพูดคุยกันครับตามผมมาเลยครับแน่นอนนะครับสำหรับตรงนี้ Hello Hello How are you today
Hello Sawadee Krap
Long
I'm good,
time
thank
to
you.
see you
Yes
Wow so welcome back to the Bangsaen Street Circuit How do you feel
Feeling good so far now that it just rained it'll be a bit of a tricky start to the race but
Yes.
I think as long as we all keep it clean and keep ourselves out of the wall it should be good
So what about the turn in Bangsaen Street Circuit How you feel about the challenging you in your opinion
I really enjoy driving the circuit
Alright.
I know I've been here twice already and I've always had a good fun driving around Bangsaen Street Circuit so I'm really proud to get the opportunity to be here
Yes alright leave a comment to Thai fan who's supporting you
Yes, Sawadee Krap to all my fans. Thank you for your support, and I will do my best for you all. Thank you.
ครับเบสซับลักแน่นอนนะครับขับเป็นไม้แรกนะครับไปดูอันดับที่ 2 ในกริดสตาร์ทนี้นะครับเป็นของ AAS Motorsport นะครับวันนี้พี่เตอร์วุฒิกรอินทรภูวศักดิ์จะขับเป็นไม้แรกนะครับแล้วก็แน่นอนนะครับต้องสัมภาษณ์พูดคุยหน่อยสวัสดีครับพี่เตอร์ครับสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามบางแสน
จริงๆแห้งก็แอบตื่นเต้นแล้วนะเจอเปียกเข้าไปก็ต้องระมัดระวัง
โอ้แต่พูดถึงในเรื่องของการซ้อมก็ดีหรือการคุริฟายก็ดีเนี่ยถ้าพูดถึงลอเรนเองเนี่ยตัวทำเวลาได้ดีมากเลยนะครับ
ครับใช่ฮะ
แล้วก็ตัวพี่ด้วยนะครับและแน่นอนวันนี้เป็นไม้แรกก็จะวางแผนอย่างไรกันบ้างครับในเรื่อง compensation time
จริงๆเราคุยกันแต่แห้งมาโดยตลอดก็ก่อนสัก30 นาทีฝนดันตกขึ้นมาก็ยังไม่ได้แพลนอะไรเมื่อกี้แอบดูลูกแข่งยังไม่ได้แพลนอะไรกันทั้งสิ้น
เอาเป็นว่าดูหน้างาน
โอเค
ครับพีเตอร์ฝากถึงเพื่อน
ๆก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้กับทีม AS Motorsport ด้วยนะครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับพีเตอร์นะครับขอให้ได้อยู่ในโพลเลยนะครับไปต่อกันแน่นอนนะฮะอันดับที่3นะครับเดี๋ยวแสดงความยินดีกับพี่เตอร์ด้วยครับว่าลูกชายได้ F4 ด้วยนะครับกริดที่3นะฮะเรากำลังทะลุทะลวงไปหมายเลข12 TP 12นะครับ TP 12ตอนนี้เราต้องบุกไปหาไม้แรกของเรานะครับกับพี่ต๊อดปิติพิรมภักดีจากสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์โอ้โหสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่ต๊อดครับสำหรับสนามบางแสนวันนี้ปีนี้
ก็ถือว่าเราทำได้ดีที่สุดตามรถที่เซตอัพมาครับแต่ว่าสนามบางแสนก็เป็นสนามสตรีทเซอร์กิตที่ต้องบอกว่ารถที่เป็นมีเครื่องเทอร์โบนะค่อนข้างจะเป็นรองเพราะมันจะมีแหลกตอนออกในโค้งเล็กๆนะครับแล้วรถของ NSX Honda เนี่ยก็ใช้เกียร์1ค่อนข้างเยอะซึ่งเป็นเกียร์ที่ไม่ค่อยมีแรงเท่าไหร่ก็เลยจะเสียเปรียบในช่วงตอนออกโค้งซะส่วนใหญ่
แล้วทางตรง
โอเคครับอย่างอื่นไม่ได้มีปัญหาอะไร
ครับแน่นอนวันนี้ขับคู่กับแบงค์
ครับผม
แล้วเรามีการวางแผนไหมเพราะนี่พอเป็นเวทเรสเนี่ยมันก็จะมีความแตกต่างจากที่เราซ้อมกันอยู่และควอลิฟาย
ครับก็แน่นอนว่าสตรีทเซอร์กิตนะครับความปลอดภัยเป็นสิ่งที่สำคัญที่สุดฉะนั้นวันนี้เราก็พยายามที่จะ play safe นะครับไม่เสี่ยงมากจนเกินไปแล้วก็พยายามเก็บคะแนนในสนามบางแสนทั้ง2สนามให้ได้ดีที่สุดครับ
ครับพี่ต๊อดครับมาบางแสนสิ่งแรกที่พี่ต๊อดคิดถึงคือเรื่องอะไรครับ
ต้องไก่เหลืองครับไก่เหลือง
อยากให้พี่ต๊อดเชิญชวนแฟนๆนะครับที่กำลังชมรายการนี้อยู่ให้มาร่วมสนุกกับเราที่นี่ครับ
ก็แน่นอนใครที่ดูทางถ่ายทอดสดนะครับหรือไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งเนี่ยก็พรุ่งนี้ยังมีอีกวันยังไงก็เชิญชวนทุกท่านนะครับมาเที่ยวงานบางแสนเพราะว่านอกเหนือจากแข่งรถแล้วผมว่าเหมือนกับมาพักผ่อนได้เอนจอยได้สนุกสนานร่วมกันครับผมยังไงก็อย่าลืมติดตามนะครับแล้วก็รถหมายเลข12ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
TP 12เป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยครับขอบพระคุณครับพี่ต๊อดครับโอ้โหสุดยอดนะครับปิติพิรมภักดีขับคู่กับแบงค์กันตศักดิ์กุศิรินะฮะแน่นอนนะฮะยังมีอีกคันนึงนี่มาดูกันหน่อยนะฮะวันนี้ไม้แรกไม่ใช่ใครที่ไหนเป็นพี่จ๊ะวรวุฒิพิรมภักดีจากสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์สวัสดีครับพี่จ๊ะครับเป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับสำหรับสนามในวันนี้
ก็
น่าเป็นห่วงอยู่นะครับ เพราะว่าฝนตกไม่ได้คิดว่าฝนจะตกแล้วต้อง
ครับ
ขับระมัดระวังหน่อย เพราะว่ามีมือสองที่ต้องรับช่วงไปด้วย
ครับครับ
นะครับก็คงไปเรื่อย
ครับ
ๆนะครับก็ทุกอย่างก็ดีหมด แต่ดูเหมือนว่าBOP จะไม่ค่อยเข้าทาง Ferrari สักเท่าไหร่นะครับเป็นมา2 สนามแล้ว
ครับ
แต่ก็ไม่เป็นไรครับ แล้วแต่ SRO ผู้จัดเขา
แน่นอน
เราก็ขับเท่าที่เราทำได้
ครับแต่สิ่งสำคัญในการมาแข่งในสนามบางแสนเนี่ยถ้าเป็นพี่จ๊ะบ้างล่ะพี่จ๊ะนึกถึงอะไรนอกจากไก่เหลือง
นอกจากอะไร
นอกจากไก่เหลืองพี่จ๊ะนึกถึงอะไร
ก็เอาตรงๆนะฮะ
ครับ
นึกถึงความปลอดภัยในสนาม
โอเคครับ
เข้ามาทีไรก็มันเป็นสนามที่ต้องให้ความระ
ต้
มั
อ
ด
ง
ระ
ระวั
วั
ง
งเยอะ
มากที่สุด
นะครับแล้วก็ค่อนข้างอันตราย แต่ว่าทางสนามก็ทำเซฟตี้ได้ดี
ครับ
ครับ
พี่จ๊ะครับฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์ด้วยครับ
ก็ติดตามชมรายการ TSS กันด้วยนะครับ โด
ครั
ย
บ
เฉพาะรายการที่เกิดขึ้นในวันนี้นะครับ บางแสนก็มีรถหลายรุ่นเลยที่เข้ามานะครับ ติดตามชมกันเชียร์สิงห์ทีมมอเตอร์สปอร์ตด้วยนะครับ
ครับ
ผม
ครับขอบพระคุณครับพี่จ๊ะครับหัวรุธพิรมพักดีนะครับขับคู่กับโคลแฟนแดมนะครับจากสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์แน่นอนนะครับยังมีอีกรุ่นหนึ่งนะครับกับสำหรับด้านหลังนี่คือ Thailand Supercar GT3 ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ Big Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
ต้องโอเคแล้วโอเคแล้ว ภายในนาทีครึ่งนะครับ การออกตัวในรุ่นนี้นะครับคุณผู้ชมก็จะเป็นการออกตัวภายใต้เซฟตี้คาร์คือเซฟตี้คาร์จะวิ่งนำก่อนในรอบฟอร์เมชันนะครับ แล้วก็พอเซฟตี้คาร์เข้าจะเริ่มเกมการแข่งขันในรูปแบบของซิงเกิลสไลด์จะไม่ได้โรลลิ่งปกตินะครับ
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. You're going to be joining us right before we roll off to start the formation laps for the GT3 and GTM race. And as identified on the screen, an update has come through from race control. This race will be started behind the safety car, and as they roll off a pit lane here, the race clock is going to get started because there's no point in having them out there circulating for 2 laps, clearing water. They're going to be starting behind the safety car anyway, so you may as well just start the race clock, which means we are already underway with the final race of the afternoon here, David Haynes.
Yep, GT3 Pro, 1 car in GT3 and 2 cars for GTM and 2 cars for GTM Pro. Looking like everyone on the entry list has rolled out. We're going to use all these cars to try to clear some of the standing water around towards the turn 15 section of the race. And the circuit, there's been quite a bit of rain. They're keeping up, probably with Thai, not the English commentary, and hopefully staying dry because the amount of rain out there has been significant.
And I am going to make reference to one of the cars that is unfortunately not out there at the moment. It is the car who has won both of the races so far in 2025 in the GTM standings. We are led to believe that we we didn't actually have confirmation of exactly which Ferrari it was, but we heard that there was a massive accident and injury to one of the drivers this weekend with a brake failure on the run down to turn number 1. We've now understood that car to be the number 25 out of your GTM category, which is the Ferrari 488 Challenge car that has been run by Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. And Kitapol, Promoj Na Ayudhya, and Superkit Gendrit Trenum, the 2 drivers that in that one. And unfortunately, they're not out here anymore. And I'm based upon the information that we were passed about that car, we strongly believe that to be the case. They've had a brake failure down into turn number 1, massive injuries for the driver. We do hope the recovery process is okay, and they're back getting that car serviceable again, and hope to see them back at racing in the future. So unfortunately, there has been a major accident. There's been a number of major accidents on the run down to turn number 1 this week. We had major barrier repairs on Thursday afternoon, which led to when we joined the action on Thursday afternoon, basically we were massively behind, and the same as on Friday. But we lost the first race of the weekend, was pushed across to the Friday for the TSS Super Pickups. So anyway, more information surfaced. We can finally sort of announce that, yeah, unfortunately, there was some major injuries for the drivers in that one. In the meantime, though, as we get underway with this race, and race time has officially started, this is the 3.7 kilometers of the Bangsaen Grand Prix circuit in wet and tricky conditions at the moment, starting behind our safety car. This is the sector we rode on board. The 37, this is 77 at the moment. The 20 turns, the Bangsaen Street circuit. And it's 3.74 kilometers in length. The challenge will be navigating it with a rudder instead of a steering wheel, because these cars right now are out there clearing water away so that they are no longer boats and they start to resemble race cars.
Looking at the grid then on the pole position, and this is how they're rolling behind the safety car at the moment. It's Akash driving the number 37. It's Hutakorn with the number 18. Itzy with the 12 and Vodavud with the 89. Then on the next row you find Hank and Sak Mana in 6th on the grid. Gregory next. And then Saiwai, Nadavud, Saravut and Manat is the 11 cars we have in this race. Still trying to clear off a bunch of the standing water, and in GTM you've got those 2 Toyota Supras from Thailand looking super cool. See, that doesn't look so bad up there. It's just the water standing on the track, and that's always ever the way with these street circuits. Once the rain comes down on them, it's difficult for the wind to come across and clear them. There's narrow racing lines that are difficult to clear of water, and off the line is tough to clear of water as well.
I think importantly to this one is that they wanted to at least give the drivers an opportunity to see things, but also not rob them too much of racing action. So might have 2 separate classes of cars out there at the moment. We have GT3s, which are at the front, or the traction control and ABS that you might like. And at the back, GTMs. We have the Porsche Cup of Simon Chen leading the way with a Toyota Supra GTM, Ferrari 296 Challenge car, which doesn't necessarily have the most in terms of driving aids on board of it, to go cup racing right the world over. And then another Supra GTM to bring up the rear end of the field. So a mix of cars in that category. Audi from Porsche 992, from Honda NSX, from Ferrari 296. Before we get back to the first of the double ups in terms of our GT3 category. And also remember that Vorovu Birambakti, who starts the number 89 car as well, they were in the second Honda NSX, piloted by the Team Singer Motorsport Thailand outfit, of course defending their championship with Piti Birambakti and Kantasak Kasiri, staying on board that Honda NSX, but Vorovu Birambakti and Colin Van Dam moving across the Ferrari 296 as of this year. Very pretty looking race car as well. We also have the addition of a new 296 to the rear end of the field, and the number 11 car as well, which is Gregory Bennett and Chris Vanderdrift for Amerasian Fragrance by AF Racing. And additionally, the other addition to the field, the Ferrari 296 Challenge car, Saravit and a V, which used to be a Lamborghini Huracan, I believe, in this category. So they have bought a new race car as well. It used to be the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Right, safety car is into the pit lane, which means we are in the control of the field. Akash Nandy's gone very, very early on this one. Not waiting to get to the last corner. He will fire off nice and early. He's got clear air, and so he wants to kick up the spray. And look at him fanning out for a little bit of visibility on the to turn one. Everyone will be testing the conditions for the first time at speed. What is the tyre temperature? What is the condition like? A little bit sedentary from Vodacom, who will be partnering Lauren Heinrichs. IMSA driver on board the 18, but he'll have to wait until the pit stop to jump on board.
Well, they all got a
18.
great look at the conditions, didn't they, behind the safety car? But at racing speed, the spray is significant. They'll keep clearing that weather, but Vodacom definitely not getting up to speed as quickly as he might like. The NSX behind, really putting some pressure on for second, third, and fourth, navigating the turn 16.
Yeah, difficult to get it down there, and there's the two Ferraris. You can see them as well, crawling their way off the hairpin. Right, who's got speed at the moment? Akash Nandy is looking strong in the number 37 Audi at the head of the field. Doing a great job at the moment. They make their way through the monument, a little bit sedentary, still looking to clear some of the puddles. Look at the amount of standing water in the middle of the road. That is going to get picked up. And moved around goes the Honda. And
Broadside in a dangerous position on the exit of the monument, heading down towards turn 15. That is so dangerous, but there's space either side for the cars to go through. Hopefully everyone notices and respects yellow flags, but after challenging for second place, it's a little mistake in one of the dampest parts of the racetrack that you're going to see a replay of, and it's been super costly. So there's a bump on the exit of the monument. There's also a bit of water there, and the rear has gone around, but so lucky to keep that off the concrete and arm toe.
I'm going to say that's a combination of 4 factors: cold tyres, big old puddle, and the yellow line and that bump are the 4 factors that contributed to that one, because the rear end of that car just got away from him. That's the number 12, which is Piti Bharanbhakti. That's your defending champion from 2024, who's finally managed to get that car rolling again, but they are a long, long way behind the field now as they get back on the way. A little safety car, though, might bring them back into play. And he will manage to get the car pulled up nicely and accurately and turned in. So that one just got away from him. But a great job to keep that car out of the barriers. You would think rotating the car where that went around, that would be a car in the barriers with a hefty damage repair bill. No, it's still back out there, and it still can score points today.
It's number 37 Audi that leads the race right now with an extended lead in these damp conditions. Shanandi doing an amazing job in the Audi R8 LMS Evo, pulling away from the rest of the field, with the podium now being Vodacom and Voravud, and the damp water still sitting so heavily in many of these places. This is the tricky part, to go across the painted lines there as the track snakes and kinks in multiple ways in the braking zone towards turn 15. Yeah, almost 5 seconds now going around and continuing to extend, with compensation time in the compulsory pit stops still to come. Most advantage you can build now before the pit window opens will be very, very beneficial come the strategy playing out in the middle of the race.
Oh. Worthwhile pointing out as well is that in this one, it could be a crossover from wet to dry tyres at some point as well. Although that'd take a lot of water being cleared and a lot of heat in the air, but this is Thailand at the end of the day. It is the middle of summer, albeit 4:15 p.m. local time at the moment. This is the Porsche that sits in second place right now, the number 18 car. Vodacom behind the wheel. As they feed down into turn number 1. Has the Honda NSX, sorry, my apologies, Ferrari. It was a Honda NSX last year. Still rain falling on the way down to turn 1. Did you see that as well on the camera? But much lessened as they start to clear some of that standing water.
Pole in
And
the dry
train-
conditions was a minute 1:31, and the race leader's just done a minute 49. So if you're thinking of a wet to dry tyre crossover, those are the lap times you need to keep an eye on. You need to be getting underneath about a minute 40, I would think, and then you'd need to be confident that you can change 4 tyres without losing extra time in the pit stop. There being some sort of 2-minute and longer compulsory pit stop times to happen, there is a chance that even with minimal equipment, you could change 4 tyres to slicks and not lose out at all.
And the other thing is, moving across to a slick tyre, is we've got the AMs on board at the moment. They'll be handing on over to the pro drivers to finish this race. So if there's going to be somebody who can potentially grab the wheels of these cars and keep it on a tram track style situation, might be the pro drivers, but just having a look at it. And we had about 13 minutes on the clock before we get across to the opening of that window. It's way too early. There'll be a huge risk factor in taking that one. And I guarantee if we get to the pit stop, I just don't see point in changing the tyres after that.
So we're looking at our GT3 AM leader right here, who's moved up into the 4th outright. Saknana also driving the Audi. They seem like a competent and AM accessible package in these conditions here. And it's going pretty well for the 786. Last lap, a 155. No real competition in this class, but the way the compensation time works, you absolutely can try to compete and fight against the GT3 Pro-Am cars if you have a clean race, because your compensation time in the pit stops is going to be less than theirs.
Yep. Curious as well about Podium and back to how his drive back through the field is going. Because his most recent lap time was 150.811. Well, Sarah ahead of him just ran a 202. So he's about 12 seconds faster a lap. We just haven't come through sector 1 timing, I think, as well. So that start finish line, it's not sector 1 timing. And no gap between those two cars. So he's already caught the back end of the GTM field. He'll pick off one car and then he'll focus on the ones ahead of him.
Eyes on Henk Kicks right now, bronze driver for the number 26. His co-driver, a silver driver, means that they don't get quite as much compensation time as some others. So to be running as they are, not bad. Typically, you think of the Porsche GT3 as competitive in slippery and wet and damp conditions. So we'll see if it comes alive. Everyone trying not to brake on the road markings on the way into turn 8. That's very, very advisable when the track is still this wet.
Yep, that it is. And for now, it's make sure that you can keep the thing on the island. I think we'll be talking about that for a long period, is how much risk are you willing to take at the moment. And well, for championship standings in the GT3 class at the moment, it's a dead heat between the 18 and the 12 car. So Vidakorn and Lauren Reeks are going to be leading the championship if things were to finish the way they are. Both of those cars were the first and second in the first 2 races of the season from Prix International Circuit.
Looking at the GTM leader right now, closing in on the number 11, who's an outright car. So in these difficult conditions, the quick drivers can outperform somewhat, but also trying to stay clear of this Supra in GTM. The number 24 closing in. Strengths and weaknesses between the Supra and the Porsche Cup car are going to be quite different, even if they're both classed together in GTM. So maybe the Supra gains a little bit from the wet conditions, as that looked very wide at turn 2 from class leader Sai Wai.
And he got in the fraction hot, turn 1, off the line, and there's Podium Bakti recovering after his mistake in the opening. Look at the rear end of that car dancing all over the place as it climbs up. We've got Monkey Hill. Starting to catch up to the next 2 GTM cars as well. Last lap for him, 50.377. And the GTM cars ahead 58s. So he will catch them at the back end of this lap, which will be challenging, unfortunately, for the GT3 driver.
Does it look like more rain at turn 6?
Yeah, it did look touch wetter down there, didn't it?
Looked like it was drying out towards turn 15, but across Monkey Hill and at turn 6 there might have been a teeny bit more rain falling. This is another battle in GTM. It's going to be 3rd and 4th in that category. The challenge spec Ferrari is going to be a menace in a straight line, as they typically are. But this is the part where the driver's skill, the tyre conditioning and all of that becomes so important, and you can outperform your machinery on a street circuit. You can outperform your machinery in the wet, but let me tell you, we've got both of them today for this race.
Yeah. It'll be a challenge. And the big thing will be scoring points at the back end. We've seen so many safety cars. There's Pity Birambakti picking off Nadavude. So his next target will be Simon Chen. So first, the GTM cars now clear in this second pack. So P2 and GTM now picked off. His next target will be number 11 car. At the wheel of that one will be Gregory Bennett from America. The Ferrari 296 challenge. His most recent lap time of 56.7. So Pity Birambakti still managed to run a 1 minute 50.0. Dealing with the traffic, so he will range up on those guys rather quickly as well. In actual fact, they're only just ahead here of Simon Chen in the Fly Monkey Motorsports Porsche. There is the Ferrari. And we're in a sex with some overtaking to do, but he's being assisted gratefully by the GTM traffic. And quite enough to work with in there. Jumps out from behind him, looking for a little bit of clear air. Gets it. As the Honda manages to put its power down nice and accurately. Additionally, just ahead of these guys, about 5 seconds up the road from Ferrari will be the next car. That'll be Hank Kicks in the 992 Porsche. Have a look at Simon Chen crawling his way through the monument, looking for any bit of grip. Have a look at the puddles that started to clear off the circuit there as well. We're starting to see not necessarily a dry line forming, but
It's tram tracks because it's one line, and even in the dry, that's led to some problems here as far as the racecraft. But it being one line, it's clearing off very quickly. Everyone putting their wheels in exactly the same places. That's what's giving Pity Birambakti the problem now, trying to get through. He's the 3rd fastest car on the track. 1st and 2nd are the only that have got something over him. So he's working his way back through the field, but you've got to find the right place to do it, and it's around the outside into 18 and 19.
Yep. And the challenge now cleared for Pity Birambakti, immediately starting to try and disappear down the road. Next target, Hank Kicks, just ran a 1 minute 57. So he'll be on him before the tail end of the lap. And you're right, Dave, he is the 3rd fastest car, and 3rd fastest car whilst picking off traffic. So there is some speed for Pity Birambakti. You just wonder, is he fired up? Is he pushing on perhaps a touch too far? Because the worst thing that can happen at the moment is put that car on the fence as well. He needs to gain some ground back, sure.
A bronze and silver combination means they've only got 132 seconds of pit stop time, while there's 156 for the number 37 that leads the race. So if you can get to back within about 20 seconds of the race leader, or even anywhere close there, you can still jump some spots, be competing for the podium, no doubt. So with the pit window not too far away, all of the lap time gained, all of the positions gained, will also come back to the advantage of this number 12 NSX.
Yeah. And the championship not gone his way thus far. Sorry, my apologies. I take that back. Pity Birambakti is actually doing extremely well in the championship thus far. Level on point with the 18 of Vodacom. But they're in 2nd at the moment, and Pity Birambakti is struggling to find the opening. He'll line it up out of 17, point it down towards turn 18, the hairpin. He'll actually be covered a little bit by Hank Kicks. He'll move to the middle of the road, and that crossing in an awkward spot on the run to the final corner. In wet running. Dry running, not too bad. You have to phase the brake pedal as you're down in that section of the racetrack. So he's going to look for a little bit of drive and a pull alongside. Left to right. Lights will appear in Hank Kicks' mirror. And he'll get to the inside of the run at turn 1. Kicks is offline, touches the yellow, so he was a little bit cautious on the brake pedal. That's worked out for Pity Rombacti. One more spot picked off now. Another 1 minute 50 for him. Still continuing to be the third fastest driver on track. New fastest lap for Vodacom as well. He's starting to find some time. Took 2 seconds out of race leader Akash Nandi on that lap. I wonder whether or not that might have been traffic affected for Nandi. There might have been on that most recent lap.
Looking at the absolute gaps, I'm not sure, because 11th outright is only a minute behind the race leader. We've had no pit stops yet. We're looking now up at the 37, your race leader, and how the Audi is going. It fired out of the blocks really well. And the thing you always wonder in these wet conditions and a wet race start is you can fire out of the blocks really well with high starting pressures on your wet tyres. But then as we go on, they sort of overinflate, they balloon, and then, you know, they overheat. You begin to drop back a little bit, while others can come back towards you if they started on lower pressures that might have been a little bit more dicey early. You can see the last lap times were in the timing column.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting just to keep looking at it. And we will be looking at that all race long. I guarantee you'll see some activity around all 4 wheels of these race cars because the track is drying and conditions are improving. Pretty much the entire field setting their fastest laps of the race on the most recent laps. The GTM car jumps out of the way. As second place Vodacom picked him off. I believe that would be number 9. Of Manak Kolopanot in the third place GTM car.
The longest pit stop time will be for the race leader at 156 seconds. You're looking at the number 18 that's going to have 141 second minimum pit stop time. So that's what Vodacom has to race for right now, is to try to stay within about 10 seconds of the race lead. And then for the number 89, 126 seconds. So Vorovod also plenty to race for, and there's always that character to these races where the field might stretch out a little bit, but you look at what the compensation times are and how they're meant to work, and it means around about that middle of the race it all comes back together again. And then for a lot of these cars, we're going to get a fresh set of drivers and potentially even a fresh set of tyres. So keeping an eye on how the conditions progress and what sort of a racetrack the pro drivers are going to inherit.
Well, also consider as well, we're expecting more rain tomorrow. There was a slight chance of rain in the forecast for today, and we got it. Well, there's more scheduled for tomorrow, a higher chance of rain tomorrow. So what are they thinking about in terms of using their tyre allocation across the weekend? Because I have the feeling there might be 2 sets of wets for the weekend. And then they might have to go to the tyre supplier if it is wet running bulk of the way through the week for more. You'd sort of be talking to the Pirelli contact there about tyre supply, tyre allocation for the weekend. Remember that? In 2025, run under the SRO banner, which comes with Pirelli tyres. Also comes with Pirelli balance of performance as well for this season. Huge opportunity for the series. They've done phenomenal to move across onto that SRO platform. I think the thing is, next year you'll probably see that encourage a lot of people to be more interested in this one. When you have races in Sepang, you have races at Buriram, and this is sort of the one-off race on the season. 2 rounds each from Buriram and Sepang, and then the one here.
Window just opening now and is going to close at 40 past the hour, and right on cue you're going to get a couple of cars coming in.
You started early. No, it's open. It's open. He's okay. I was just concerned for that timer because that was 35 minutes on the nose. Carlo Van Dam will be swapping straight into that car.
yeah, of course, going from AM drivers to silver drivers, gold drivers, platinum drivers, the earlier you can stop in the window, the earlier you can get your quicker driver in. The only hiccup to that in this race is, well, the track conditions. Maybe if you could stay out deeper in the pit window, you can evaluate the track conditions more carefully, decide what you want to do. They're looking at that front left tyre. We'll see if many changes happen, but it still feels right now to me, it's looking too wet to go to slicks right now. There's just a couple of places that are looking too dangerous. I was estimating a crossover time of about 1:40, and we're still not close to that. The fastest lap of the race is 1:45. But hey, pro drivers, maybe they can handle it. We'll see. Pressure's adjustment, definitely a good thing to do.
Teddy Stuvik climbing on board the number 26 Porsche, having his boots scrubbed on the way into the car. So he's all ready to go. They are all throwing the pro drivers in. There's one of the Audis already trundling out the other side of pit lane. Kantasak Kasiri will climb behind this one. Guarantee there would have been a few apologies on the radio from Pity Birumbakti, but he did get back into the gas pedal and he did start climbing his way back through the field. It'll be a shorter stop for this car compared to the competition.
Well, we thought a tyre change was on the cards, but this is definitely the wets staying on basically all of these cars, but getting a repressure. So just measuring the pressures and then maybe dropping them a little bit for the conditions that we're experiencing now. But teams thinking that treaded tyres to the end is probably the way to do it.
This will be a feat jumping behind the wheel of the brand new to this series Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Its first outing. Great to see it out here and a part of this one as well. Bolting him into the seat at the moment. Number 18 car at the back end of the field. That's the 26 Porsche rolling away very, very quickly. That's the 18 car at the bottom end of that shot. And they're still in pit lane for Lauren Henriques to jump on board. They won the most recent race. That's Kantasak Kasiri out ahead of them as well. Lauren Henriques, he's got to sit there for an awful long time. Platinum driver. Means he is the highest rated driver in the field. And success compensation of 15 seconds as well from the last race at Buriram. It's an awful long time for him to sit there, and he's just basically had to watch the field go through.
As they've been in the pit lane, Akash Nandi has stayed out and set a new fastest lap of the race. So if you've still got pace with your starting driver, it does not hurt. It might be a good idea to leave them in a little bit. In the case of Akash Nandi, it's a silver driver starting who'll be changing to another silver driver. So they have that luxury to try to run deep in the window, have more understanding of the conditions, and see if they can work that to their advantage. Just the three cars that haven't stopped. The 37 leading the way, Simon Chan in the number 10 car, and the number 9 Toyota GR Supra GTM. Their sister is on the lane there, but this is the race leader who hasn't stopped yet.
I can tell you in the most recent rounds is that this pairing run very, very similar lap times. There is no number one driver on board this car. They both run very, very similar. So they'll be learning and working together throughout the weekend to increase speed of the number 37. Be quick, absolute be quick Audi.
Look at the confidence through those parts, like turn 17, where you'd normally have a little bit of trepidation, really trusting to lean on the tyre. New purple sector 2 out of the final corner, turn 20, to open up the naturally aspirated V10 on the front straight and set a new fastest lap of the race, 144.5.
Yeah, indeed. Still flying speed.
Close to crossover. It really is.
It is very close, yeah. Well, what we predict the crossover to be, that road is nowhere near crossing over yet. Look at the amount of water still sitting on the surface of it. That looks nearly dry right there for moments of it.
The spray is nothing like what it was on the first lap. If you can think back, the spray was insane then. And so it's just slowly been clearing off a little bit. Tiny sprinkle of rain in the first sector, looking really drying through the middle and final sectors.
The big thing I would be saying is that it looked like it was raining down the pit lane exit camera. So There's rain falling in multiple sectors on the circuit. I think we'll be on a wet tyre to the end of this one. So,
and I'm putting to you that if there's anyone that takes the gamble, this is the car that's put themselves in the position to know the most and react latest.
Yep. Just don't see it happening. Here's the problem. We're hoping it might have cleaned up a fair bit more. Having cars out and circulating. No cars have made a mistake yet either. So everyone's circulating at the pace we expected them to be at. No one's made any major mistakes other than Pity Beer on Backdip. So all the drivers making sure that they are driving to the conditions appropriately. And there we go, race leader in. So that will be splitting the race effectively in half for that car.
Realistically, could only probably go one lap later or so into this pit window, where getting towards the tail end of the 10 minutes comes driver change.
Akash Nandi climbs from the car. This car, of course, run in other GT3 series in the Asian region. Regularly seeing shots of participating. With the Win Here sponsorship on the front grille.
And that's a pit stop from everyone in the field as the GTM leader stops. The GT3 Pro-Am leader currently serving their time. There goes one of the GR Supra GTMs. So everyone's been into the lane, but not everyone out of the lane just yet. I suspect for the crew of the number 37, quick as they've just been, they're going to have a lot of work to do after their long stop here. We'll see who cycles through into the race lead in the outright.
Yep. And there's the number 9 with Nanapong now on board, returning to the circuit. Driver swap now complete for those guys. 37 Audi. Windscreen wiper. Madly trying to improve visibility for the driver. Watches and waits. .144.5, still the fastest lap of the race thus far, but everyone will be still coming up to pressure and getting stock of the situation.
Just 108 seconds was the pit stop time for the Porsche Cup of Simon Chan, so he even goes ahead of the 37 that pulls away out of its stop now.
Now we wait on that Audi to roll off the pit lane. Everyone's off a pit lane. That is all the stops complete with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the back end of the pit window.
This is going to be close with Lauren Heinrich, who's had a couple of laps to get accustomed to the car and accustomed to these conditions.
And Yu Dang will be the driver responsible for making the adjustments as quickly as he possibly can. At the end of this lap, we'll get an update on exactly where everyone sits relative to one another. 786 machine, which is handed on over to Dieter. They've actually made a fair bit of time up. And is that the Porsche in the background? It is. So that is the battle we were just talking about. On cold tyres, well, no, they'd be warm tyres, but on cold, driver be forced to get down the inside, and that Avude down at turn 1 of the GTM car. Job done. And Lauren Heinrichs is now in pursuit of Yi Dang. And by what we're looking at on the timing tower, we expect this might be a battle for the race lead on track.
This is the battle for the race lead. Silver driver in the leading car, gold driver in the Porsche behind. And they've got a lot of time over the rest of the field, to be honest. So it's Audi versus Porsche in this final stint for the win. Lauren Heinrich, he's looking everywhere through turn 8. He's trying to set his rival up.
We are going to have to put a little bit of a quote, a marker on board those pit stops, trying to get drive out and on the puddles. And you can see him, he just cannot find the traction. Lauren Heinrichs, but he's trying to harass Yi Dang at the moment as they head down in the one-line groove. down to turn 17. Sorry, turn 15. Back to 17 now. Pit stop times are under investigation. Somebody has made a mistake with their pit stop time. Somebody has left the lane a little bit too early. And now here comes Lauren Heinrichs.
Enter the lane too early, potentially. Something to keep an eye on. The Audi looked so strong initially in this race. Both teams, both cars have had the opportunity to re-pressure their wet tyres for this second stint after the extended running. Heinrich looking for a slipstream. He's just eating a face full of spray towards turns 1 and 2.
But the visibility's not too bad at the moment, and this is again Yi Dang still trying to bring himself to the conditions. He's going to get to the outside as Lauren Heinrichs allows him to run a fraction deep, turns it back underneath him. He'll try and put the power on the Porsche. Just about gets into the back end of the Audi. And with 23 minutes on the clock, race on for the race lead from the streets of Bangsaen. When the rain came down, we were waiting for this one to get interesting, get spicy. And here it is. Can't overtake there, can't show the nose, can't pull alongside through the hairpin. Now what are they going to do down the back straight?
Towards turn 8, Heinrichs looked pretty strong in the straight line braking zone, so he's looked to offset himself when he can. This time he's not close enough to do the same. Through Monument, he really gained last lap. Then he had to go offline into the wet stuff. So track position on a street circuit is king. Track position in these wet conditions is king. To place yourself in the driest part of the racetrack. He doesn't make the same mistake again. He'll be looking for 15 or 18 as passing opportunities. Lauren Heinrich looking to take the race.
Well, there it is. That's the nose, and that's just trying to force a mistake out of Yi Dang. And there was a mistake. He ran fractionally deep down at turn 15. Both of them with a little bit of attitude in the rear end of the race car. He'll back it off fractionally as they tip into 17, looking for a little bit of stability on the Porsche. The lights will start to flash. Will he have a dive at the hotel? No overtake doing, but deep from Yi Dang into turn 18. Another lap ticks by. He does. He got momentum. He's a touch closer. Remember how strong he was on the brakes down at turn 1. Short pit stop for the third place, number 89 car. Carlo Van Dam will have to circulate back through the pit lane to serve a 1 second stop and hold. And in the meantime, Lauren Heinrichs is going to throw everything he can. And you know, in the wet conditions, he might be throwing a shower head at, normally you'd say the kitchen sink, but I reckon he's going to throw a shower head right now at Yi Dang.
Well, it's super brave stuff from Yi Dang to try to hold on, try to fend off. They enter the yellow flag zone at the hairpin. They'll be looking at that traffic to try to get out of the way. It's the GTM leader that they're looking to put a lap on. Great exit from the hairpin from Lauren Heinrich. They're both going to be offline, heading down towards turn 8. It's defensive from Yi Dang, also trying to see if he can get past the GTM car, but Heinrich will get down the inside in the braking zone.
Yeah, Simon Chen just saw them both coming. He just exited stage left. He was not interested in being a part of that one. Lauren Heinrichs, new race leader. To this point, the 37 car has led every lap of the day. And now, the number 18 AAS Motorsport Porsche looks set to not only lead this race, but also take the championship lead at the end of this one.
Well, it felt like an inevitability. You're looking at the clock, like 25 minutes remaining. How long can you hold an incredibly accomplished international Porsche racer behind you in conditions like these? It was a stellar fight, simply amazing stuff. But now Lauren Heinrich gets into the lead of the race, looks to go put some advantage on. For these two, looks like their pit stop times are in the clear. It's the Ferrari of Carlo in third that might face some kind of penalty and is only just ahead of the GT3 AM leader. Dieter has gotten into the 786. Now what you've got to do in these conditions is keep it on the road and look to make it to that checkered flag, because all of this hard work and running in a podium position, you simply don't want to throw that away and dent up your race car on Saturday with another race to come tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no reason throwing away a race car on a weekend worth of points in this one if the result's already done. So there was a huge margin back to P3 for these guys. So for Yi Dang, put the points on the board, don't put it in the fence. If you can keep up with him, obviously, that first lap, there's Carlo Van Dam. He's come in to serve the 1 second stop and go, which will be the remainder of the time he was required to serve at his pit stop.
Yeah, Ouch. Effectively, it's the drive-through penalty plus serving whatever you left over, but in this case, it equates to the 1 second stop and go. Possibly here, the pit lane delta time obviously very significant, where the pit exit and the pit entry are right together. The kind of times that Lauren Heinrich's able to do. He's flying now that he's released far less spray, getting temperature and heat into those tyres. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2, heading towards 18 and 19, the last real corners before they then keep it flat through 20. Well, I'd be laughing too, don't worry. I think this is headed for a new fastest lap of the race for Lauren Heinrich.
Showing what's capable on the streets of Bangsaen. We'll set a new fastest lap of the race, 1:44.154 for Lauren Heinrichs. So run down to turn number 1 now. He is starting to light the afterburners in the Porsche. 4.5 seconds. Already the race lead for Heinrichs. I'll tell you what, the M car is now up to P3 as well after that pit stop for Carlo Van Dam. They've dropped down the order. So for the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand outfit, with the spin for Podium Bakti and pit lane timing errors for the 296 Carlo Van Dam Voravud Bakti car, they have had a torrid day at the office. But the benefit here is that they actually brought a Ferrari 488 a couple of years ago, back in 2023. And that was the last we ever saw of that car because it went very hard into the barrier down at turn 15. And that was it. We never saw that car again because parts were starting to run out of availability in Ferrari 488. Last year, they showed up with a pair of Acura NSXs. This year, back to the one of the Acura Honda manufactured cars.
There's a couple of cars beginning to play themselves back into this race now we've had the driver changes, so maybe their AM driver that started the race wasn't particularly confident and fair enough in the initial conditions, but now the driver swaps brought in some drivers with a lot of pace. This will be one of them now up into 3rd place. 786. Dieter Schmidtmann now really lapping quickly, putting in a PB for this car last lap of a 149. But the problem they've got behind them, coming back into this race, 4th place car, Kuntersak, a 145. It's on the timing column, top left of screen right now, 4 seconds quicker last lap. Chris Vanderdrift in the 11 Ferrari, also really quick last lap. So the final podium position will really come into question if some of those quick pro drivers that served long compensation times really can be seconds and multiple seconds per lap quicker in these now intermediate conditions.
I believe that's Saknana and Henk Kicks having a bit of a laugh down in pit lane. They're both glad they're out of the race cars and enjoying being in the pit lane. Job done for the day.
There's the gap 3rd to 4th and how quickly it's closing. It's 1.5 laps away from being closed up. So 6 seconds behind at the last timing measurement, but with a 4 second per lap closing speed, this battle for the final step on the podium is just minutes away.
So at the moment, 15 minutes left on the timing tower at the moment. Just got a notification that pit lane entry line usage for the 786 car is actually under investigation at the moment. Because remember, if you go to the pit lane, you've got to stay completely to the right of that line the whole way in. We've seen issues with that historically as well at Buriram. Last time out, actually, we didn't see any issues. Normally at Buriram as well, these cars run late in the afternoon and when the sun sets is over the last corner. And you're basically trying to pick the pit lane entry line on the way into it while staring into the setting sun. It's not easy to do. That's drivers starting to search for a little bit of water off the racing line to cool their tyres back down.
And there's a response coming from Dieter Schmidtmann there in the Audi in 3rd, not to a question of how they entered pit lane, but to the lap time of the car behind. So picking up a new PB down to a 147, narrowing the pace gap to just 2 seconds on the last lap. The question being asked from 4th and the answer coming from 3rd to pick it up.
What's that attached to the top? That looks like a flag or something attached to the top of the NSX.
might have just picked up some random.
Here
We
it
know
goes.
the
Oh,
wind
it's now on the
blew
wing.
all sorts of stuff onto the racetrack, so maybe they've picked up a plastic bag, part of the advertising hoarding, something like that.
Yeah, could be. Just interesting for it to get stuck in that section of the race car. Well, now it's wrapped itself around the rear wing structure. Now, obviously, that's not...
ad for Est Cola you've ever seen.
You might be right there, Dave, too. There it goes. Just got ejected off the back end of the race car, so that's cleared itself now. Finally.
Don't they know that Hot Laps free ride session was earlier today?
Yeah, but there was
Another
no
response
GT3s.
from Dieter Schmidtmann, PB 147.1. PB from Kantasak of a 145.5, and behind them, Chris van der Drift gets the Ferrari down to a 144 flat. Now he is still 9.5 seconds behind picture here, but you anticipate at least another 8 or 9 laps, perhaps 10 or 11 in this race to go. If he can get even quicker, keep that kind of response, and we see a battle happen between third and fourth, or perhaps a penalty come the way of the 786 if the investigation doesn't favour them. That could be a car that challenges for the podium as well.
So for now, we'll just continue on, keep the car out of the barrier, keep it clean. That track is starting to look a lot drier down through the monument. And Dieter keeps looking to try and keep that little bit of a margin out ahead for Dieter Schmidtmann.
Turn 17 trying in the best conditions, incredibly challenging in these conditions. Some drivers taking it all the way up towards the concrete wall, others thinking about the long game, this long race, and the long race to come tomorrow. So that Kantasak was just a little bit more careful with it, and Schmidtmann is clearly trying a fair bit harder, including a new personal best of a 146.8. So when we saw, hello, there's return of that advertising again. We saw the 149, well then there was quite a reaction, but he's gone wide at 1, offline at 2.
And that's just going to open up the door, and through goes Kantasak Kasiri. And the Honda makes its way back up inside the top 3. Great job. Unfortunately, small mistake. Dieter Schmidtmann still leads, still the only car circulating in GT3 AM at the moment, so we'll still win the class. By the way, look at the entry list as well. That's also another car. So the reason why Hank Kicks and Saknana were enjoying a bit of a laugh and fun down the pit lane, that is also a Be Quick Absolute Racing prepared Audi R8.
So it's that curved braking zone at 1 as you're heading uphill that then tightens into 2 that I think Schmidtmann made a mistake at, might have just stepped out of the tram tracks and then ended up not only offline but into the wet part there that made it difficult to slow the car. Did all the right stuff to not end up in the wall, but basically had to step aside and cede the third outright position to Kantasak, who was very, very clever in picking it up. It means that Chris van der Drift could also play into consideration in not too long. The sun is back out, causing glare as the spray comes up.
Yep, and it is starting to change visibility yet again. Out of Vude, now the last corner. He fastest lap of the way, but that race leading Porsche will set a 43.282 with Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel. With flags on display to Nato Vude. We will know he's got another Audi coming hard at him. And have a look at the dryness on the left-hand side of the road into the challenging braking zone of turn 1, turn 2. Dieter Schmidtmann will get up the inside of Nato Vude at 2. And the experienced hand of Nato Vude has won that category on multiple occasions, both here at Bangsaen, but also the championship as well.
With the mistake a lap ago from Schmidtmann, the gap back to Chris van der Drift's come down from 9 seconds to 4.5. There is the Ferrari entering turn 6. I reckon it's come down even more with the traffic in turn 2 this lap around. Van der Drift's a quick driver. We know the Ferrari can be a good package, and everyone is worried about the condition of their wet tyres in the straight line. They're searching for a bit of moisture. There's the Ferrari of van der Drift just behind. 10 minutes to go.
So for Dieter Schmidtmann, we'll just be about keep it on the island, keep it pointing in the right direction. Make sure you make those braking zones and don't over drive that car. And Vanderdrift making some speed as the sun begins to come back out in Thailand. What are conditions going to be like tomorrow afternoon when these guys go racing? Is it going to be more pouring rain? Is this perhaps a little bit of an introductory session for the conditions they'll be dealing with tomorrow afternoon? Again, monsoon, and that is a racetrack that is starting to look dry on the run to the final corner.
I'm starting to see the rear of some of these cars move around, not because the track's wet, but because I think the tyres are too greasy. So there's a few places on the dry line where the rear was just moving around a little bit. Here they are on the front straight searching for water. They've all been doing it towards turn 8, picking up just a nice little bit of spray around the track. Dry here into 1.
Very dry. Yeah. Up the hill it's dry. Right here it's back to wet again. A little bit of water staying on the circuit. Dieter Schmidtmann now will be looking through the rear view at the rapidly growing Ferrari 296 of Vanderdrift as they run through the first sector on the run down the hill. Last lap times. Dieter Schmidtmann 47.477. The Ferrari's made a mistake there, and great awareness and knowledge of the conditions for Vanderdrift. Was not intending to get down the inside. He knows that he's catching this car and catching the rate of knots. Let's not cop a penalty to get this pass done. So that is very heads-up driving from Vanderdrift.
Race control update says the pit entry is fine for 786, or at least not worthy of a penalty. So this is play on, and it's 4 positions. It's 4th and 5th. Vanderdrift and the Ferrari taking the different line out of Monument. A couple of left-hand kinks in the braking zone into 15. This is where it's looking dry on the exit, and the Ferrari just squirms a little bit with the wet tyres, not finding enough wet and finding a little bit of heat. Same through 17. Everyone on the same line needs to be careful through there. Increasingly dry down towards 18 and 19 as well.
Yep, Rip's going to be on that dry line. Vanderdrift just about gets there into the back of Dieter. Run out of the final corner now. Back to the start-finish line. 7 minutes on the clock. Both will go hunting for a little bit of wet stuff to cool down the tyres. Stop the tread blocks moving around if they can. Take a little bit of heat out of the surface of the tyre. And Vanderdrift closes at 1. Nearly there at 2. Can't find the drive that he's looking for. But he'll be aware of the mistake that Dieter Schmidtmann made last lap on the run down the hill. Couldn't overtake there. He backs it off. See how he backed it off just a little bit before they get into this crest of the hill situation down here. He's not pressing up as much.
This has been great racing from, oh, look at the traction and the slide from the Ferrari. I think those tyres are hurting. But a great race from the bronze and silver drivers. Dieter Schmidtmann here, a bronze, fending off gold-rated Chris Vanderdrift. We saw just great work from Yi battling Lauren Heinrich, a silver versus gold driver in that battle. And it's great from the more professional drivers that they're trying to make their moves clean. And it's great to see the bronze and silver rated drivers be able to get their elbows out.
Once again, on the side of the racetrack, look at the tram tracks. You just cannot get off here. Was he in hot? He was in hot! In the 786 Audi, he'll brush the Tech Pro, but he'll keep on driving. He just brushed it a touch deep in there in the Audi. And Vanderdrift will skate on through.
Straight to the replay. It's off the dry line there. It's wide, not going down and getting a little bit too hot. I thought the Tech Pro's therefore not too much damage done to the Audi, but Schmidtmann will be cursing that he couldn't hold on to that with just 5 minutes to go. The pressure, relentless from Vanderdrift, eventually gets its reward, and he moves up into 4th in the outright. They can't be too disappointed with that down at the team bunker, because Schmidtmann, what a great job he did. Like I said, bronze driver versus gold driver. And if you didn't know and you didn't read the sheet, I'm not sure you'd figure it out. It looked like a really square and fair fight. Schmidtmann holding his head high.
Yep. And Carlos Vanderdrift also treated him with respect. I think is also worthy to note how many drivers over the years you can see just arrive on that scene and just expect to be finding a way through and getting frustrated very, very quickly. He was kept a level head. Like we said, permanent yellow flag zone at that hairpin at that end of the racetrack. He could have picked himself up a penalty. Is that Simon Chen crawling around the racetrack? That car looks slow. No, he's picked up the throttle nicely on the way.
Last lap 152 for the car behind, a 146. This is the lead gap and it's closed 6 seconds. Chan is under all sorts of pressure from the Ferrari challenge car.
And he was in hot, nearly running the same line that Dieter Schmidtmann did a few moments ago on the way down into turn number 15. The Ferrari is right on the rear wing of the Porsche right now, and he might have carried a little bit more speed through the exit. He's going to move to the wet side of the racetrack, covered to the middle of the road from Simon Chen. Moves back, looking for the dry line. He'll try and turn it back underneath. Contact made out the exit. 3 minutes and 50 on the card. And does the Ferrari challenge car have a little bit of horsepower in a straight line? He is going to dip out from underneath the rear wing. And Kantazak Kasiri's on with his race in the background. Ferrari challenge car gets ahead at the braking zone. On the dry line, will have a little bit more grip. Pulled the car up nice and accurately. Job done. Moves to the lead for GTM.
Well, unclipped, the Ferrari 296 challenge car should have almost 700 horsepower. Porsche Carrera Cup car, not the same horsepower figure, but a very refined race car. Gives us a change for the outright lead in GTM. And it was just a really good move. And I wonder if the tyres, the wet tyres, are maybe overpressured and giving up a little bit on the Porsche for Simon Chan. Well, I think it's also the driver change as well. Simon Chan's one driver for the whole race with a low compensation time in that Porsche, whereas the GTM Pro Ferrari challenge car, the faster driver, is in now and being able to exploit all of the benefits that the 296 challenge car has got with a best lap 4 seconds a lap quicker than Simon Chan's been able to do in his Porsche Cup car.
At the moment, watching on, this is not a battle on the racetrack. This is inter-class interactions as Kantazak Kasiri has come over to the back end of a Afik in the 296 challenge. He's going to look to get down the inside the final corner and room given as Afik figured out which side of the road he wanted to use.
Traction out of the slow corners, speed through the high-speed corners, much better for a GT3 car that's got more refined assists, less weight, more downforce than the challenge car. But it's a rocket ship in a straight line, and it's a beautiful looking Ferrari in those colours, and now it leads with minutes left on the clock for Saturday's race. Vantage Drift fancies third here.
Yeah, he's right there, you're right. In fact, that time that Kantazak Kasiri lost behind the challenge car, he's been catching that entire time. So now he's going to get closer and closer and closer. He can't do anything about it right here, but he will gain, and he will flash that 296. There'll be two sets of Ferrari taillights crawling off the hairpin, both of them crawling. And he's looking for a little bit of assistance because his race is on the line here, and he is going to get some help from Afik. The number 9 car just down the road as well. This is Nanapong behind the wheel of the Lexus Super GTM. So hopefully a little bit of help from the traffic. And he can gain time, but he definitely lost out in portions there. And Vanderdrift can't overtake into the monument. He's forced to the puddles and he'll just light the rears up as he starts to aquaplane. Risk-taking right there. Running out of time. I think that will be communicated to him by the team. Risk-taking right there as well. In class as a feat, gets down the inside and Adapong to put him one lap down in class. And that seems to start to finalise most of the battles we're seeing out on track at the moment as well.
Eye on the clock, eye on our race leader. So just navigating turn 15 now. Clock about to run out for Lauren Heinrich in the 18. So I think it ought to be the final lap board this time by the start-finish line. Because the 1 hour that began when they left the pit lane behind the safety car ends now.
Yep, so they'll come out of the final corner. Time has elapsed. Time has expired. You'll put the power down. Lauren Heinrich. Final lap board has been displayed. One more lap to go. Has a handy margin. Still looking to cool the tyres in the run into turn number 1. And that is now a dry racing line in the run to turn 1. If you were brave, you'd think about a slick tyre, but with time expired, there's no point in slapping that on. Final racing lap of day number 3 of racing action from Bangsaen GP. And tomorrow morning we will be back with more. What will the weather be like for tomorrow as well is worthwhile pointing out and having a think about. Super Touring will kick us off tomorrow morning from 8:15 local time. That's Simon Chen jumping out of the way as well as they run down the back straight away. He'll drop in behind these guys. Somebody's car alarm going off in the background as well, so I hope no one's losing a car.
I hope Lightning McQueen's okay.
There's one car we don't want being stolen out from the fan engagement area. Final time through the monument. Lauren Heinrich will twist and wind his way past the monument. Turn 15 for the final time. And there is a car that's got in the barrier. That is the 786.
Well, he moved that barrier earlier, and now Dieter Schmidtmann's found it again. He's got it out. He's going to go the lap down. The leader heads towards the checkered flag. We're going to have a look, and it's because of the traffic.
Oh, that's a heavy hit, but Attack Pro maybe saved him there. Final lap of the race, there'll be no opportunity to get a safety car out. That car's pulled itself away, and we'll cross the start-finish line at least. Race winner from Bangsaen GP Saturday, Lauren Heinrich will get it done. Yi Deng will come home in second place. We watch and we wait for him. 786 does manage to get that car back out. Doesn't look too badly damaged on the front right end of the car either. Great defensive work from Yi Deng. Has earned himself a lot of respect from the international racing community with the way that he drove that car in the second half of the race today. And hold off Lauren Heinrich for as long as he did. Made him work for it. And Carlo Van Dam in the 296, acquired by Team Singer Motorsport Thailand. Bring that car home. Overall,
24 making the win in UTM AM potentially.
Watching away.
It's a little confused by where they are around the outright leader lapping some, but not all of the classes.
Yeah, correct. Get a better picture here in a few moments when they all start to cross the start-finish line. Kantasak Kasiri does get that car back to P3 with the issue for PDB Rombakti. You do wonder whether or not that car could have been another horse in the fight. Trouble. But 2 clean race cars for the Team Singer Motorsport outfit. And I think at the end of the day, they'd rather have 2 clean race cars that they don't have to work on overnight. They don't have to worry too much about trying to get 2 cars back together. Your race winner for Team AAS Motorsports is the number 18, Lauren Heinrich, behind the wheel to finish the race. But he was handed the car in a great position by Vodacom. A great job all around. And confirmation, your final finishing results going to be Vodacom and Lauren Heinrich from Akash Nandi and Yi Deng, PDB Rombakti and Kantasak Kasiri. Those were your GT3 Pro drivers as well. Over to the GTM, Saiwai Simon Chen getting the job done in that one. By the time that we're looking at, although I thought that 77 car might have fought their way through in the PSC Pro 488 Challenge, so something might have happened to them in the dying stages of that one. Because by our timing and scoring, they've lost that place. No, I can confirm my apologies. We've had an update come through on the timing after that was shown on screen. And I can confirm for you that the 77 machine of Afik and Saravut did actually come home with the win for GTM Pro, followed by Simon Chen and Nadavude, your top three in GTM standings, David Haynes. That is Saturday from the Bangsaen Grand Prix, over and done with, a drying track, and you can see it is a dry line on that track now. Rear tyres starting to overheat. But how was that for a first weekend commentating in Thailand Super Series? Back again, of course, tomorrow with more racing action, but I believe that'll be your work done for the weekend. Enjoyed yourself, I hope?
Well, if they'd started a race anytime in the final 20 minutes of that, you'd have started on slick tyres, but because you're running the wets, you've just got to run them out best you can, and that's what everyone did, trying to manage their way to the end, and a great win. AAS and Vodacom being rewarded for putting their faith in a global factory racing superstar like Lauren Heinrich, as he delivered for them at a difficult circuit in difficult conditions.
Yeah. And the big thing will be, now they'll settle themselves in and enjoy things. But I believe we'll have our highlights package on the way here in just a few moments, Dave. Why don't you talk us through to the end of the show here this evening?
Well, I reckon the best way to round it up, the best highlights would be an hour long, because that was a highlight, non-stop battles across all of the classes, weather constantly changing, different compensation times in the pit stops in the middle, incredibly wet at the start, rain dried off, everyone's going across the weighbridge now just to check everything's all okay.
Righto, so getting things handled. But take a watch, wind us down. Thank you very much for everyone who's tuned in across the weekend, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning. Thanks. Why don't you take us through to the end of the day's action as well?
Yeah, some post-race chat happening between the drivers. There wasn't enough water on the track. Got to drink some water now. We'll soon get to the highlights package and wrap up the last race of the day, one of the most exciting races of the day, TSS Supercar GT3 and GTM. One of the Ferrari 296s going across the scales right now. Chris Vanderdrift might be cursing a little bit of the traffic though, as he ended up with the fastest lap of the race, setting it very late in the race, but just not able to work through the traffic to challenge for a podium like their car pace might have allowed them. Looks like Goody's got the microphone ready to chat with some of the drivers. GTM car's about to go over the weighbridge.
รถแข่งของพี่วัวครับจบอันดับ3นะครับในคลาส GTM ครับขับคนเดียวอะแข็งแกร่งมากต้องไปหรือยังฮะครับ
That is a very worn-looking wet tyre on the front left. It's seen a little bit too much dry track. That weather came over, incredibly gusty, heavy rain, and clearing out to an otherwise beautiful afternoon that we hope the spectators have all enjoyed around the track. Here's Goody to chat to some of the drivers.
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับจบลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM แน่นอนนะครับสำหรับในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 ผู้ที่เข้ามาเป็นอันดับ3เป็นของสิงห์ Motorsport Team Thailand โอ้โหแสดงความยินดี แล้วต้องบอกเลยว่าในเรื่องของโอเคในสตินแรกที่มีการพลาดจากพี่ต๊อดแต่ recovery time แล้วกลับเข้ามาเป็นยังไงบ้างครับเอาในมุมของพี่ต๊อดก่อน
เกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้ครับ
นี่ไง แต่กลับมาได้สวยงามมาก
พอดีไปลงบ่อน้ำตรงนั้นเพราะว่าขับตอนขับตามเท่าที่จำได้มันอยู่ด้านใน
ครับ
อยู่ข้างหลังรถเตอร์มันมองไม่เห็น
ครับ
พอเข้าไปไม่ทันก็เลยคันเร่งรถ
แต่โชคดีนะว่าคันที่ตามมาเนี่ยเขาออกไปได้ด้วย
สวดมนต์หลายท่อนเลยครับเพราะว่านั่งมองมันแล้วมันอยู่ตรงกลางแผ่นครับโชคดีที่อยู่ตรงกลางเพราะว่าไปได้ทั้งข้างหน้าและข้างหลังค่อนข้างที่จะโชคดีครับ
โอเคพอหลังจากนั้นมีการกลับเข้ามาทำอันเดอร์คัทแล้วก็เปลี่ยนตัวเป็นแบงค์ก็ต้องมีการไล่ขับเที่ยวบี้กันเข้ามาแซงเข้ามาจนอยู่อันดับที่3แบงค์เล่าเหตุการณ์หน่อยครับ
คือจังหวะตอนที่แบงค์ออกไปเนี่ยก็คือจริงๆแบงค์ก็ยังไม่ได้เห็นภาพมากว่าตอนนี้เราสามารถไปกับมันได้แล้วตอนที่ลงไปก็พยายามครับทุกอย่างให้เกิดข้อผิดพลาดน้อยที่สุดนะครับก็เวลาก็อาจจะยังไม่ดีแต่พอเราเริ่มทีมเริ่มบอกตำแหน่งเริ่มอยู่ในจุดที่เราตรงไหนที่เราสามารถไฟได้เนี่ยเราก็พยายามค่อยๆเพิ่มดูครับ
ถือว่าวันนี้กับอันดับที่ได้คือถ้าไม่ผิดพลาดเนี่ยผมก็คาดการณ์ไว้นะจะต้องวันในอันดับหนึ่งเพราะในเรื่องของ compensation time ในเรื่องของทีมที่มีเวลาแต้มต่อเนี่ยก็มีแต่ต้องมันก็คือเกมนะพี่แล้วปัญหามันก็เกิดขึ้นเพราะฉะนั้นมันก็ถือว่าดีที่สุดในวันนี้
ใช่ครับ
ดีใจมาก
ก็ต้องบอกว่าดีใจครับเพราะว่าอย่างที่เราวางแผนไว้ก็คงวันนี้จริงๆลุ้นที่2
ครับ
ถ้าไม่เกิดข้อผิดพลาดน่าจะอยู่แถวที่2ที่3ก็ถือว่าเป็นไปตามเกณฑ์นะครับแล้วก็พยายามที่จะเก็บคะแนนให้ได้เยอะที่สุดจากสนามบางแสนครับ
ต้องภาวนาให้วันพรุ่งนี้ฝนไม่ตกแบบนี้จะมันกว่านี้แน่
ก็จะตกหรือไม่ตกเหมือนกันครับเราก็ต้องไปให้เต็มที่ที่สุดเท่าที่เราสามารถทำได้แล้วก็มีความปลอดภัยด้วยครับ
ครับแบงค์ครับอยากให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆที่กำลังเชียร์แบงค์อยู่ตอนนี้ครับ
ครับก็สำหรับสนามบางแสนนะครับก็ถือว่าเป็นสนามที่พิเศษสนามหนึ่งเลยเพราะว่าอย่างแรกเลยก็เห็นแฟนๆทุกคนนะครับว่าตั้งใจมาเชียร์กันก็รู้สึกสนุกไปกับเขาด้วยนะครับก็อยากจะให้มากันเยอะๆครับผม
ครับพี่ต๊อดครับปิดท้ายหน่อยครับ
ครับก็พรุ่งนี้ยังเหลืออีก1 วันนะครับใครที่ชมอยู่ทางบ้านหรือทางออนไลน์เนี่ยก็สามารถมาร่วมกิจกรรมกับบางแสนกลางปีได้นะครับก็ขอเชิญทุกท่านครับแล้วก็อย่าลืมเชียร์หมายเลข12ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
สิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับแน่นอนนะครับปิติพิรมภักดีกับการศักดิ์กุลศิริและอันดับ2 Congratulations for win here wow today was a great work how do you feel today
Firstly, congratulations to P1. They did a really good job today in the second stint especially. But for me, my first stint was really good. Pace was there. We managed to open up a big gap. And we still kept the lead after the pit stop. And considering we had a big compensation pit stop time.
Obviously for compensation time, so mainly long time for here.
Yeah, so we had a really long pit stop. And to come home finishing P2, I think it's still a good result.
Yes. How about you, Andy?
Well, I'm really delighted that I could come back to Bangsaen again last year. And we won last year and we got a P2 this year, which is a good result for us. And Akash and I all tried our best to finish this race. And thanks for my team and thanks our company giving me this opportunity to take part in this championship again. So good job, everybody. Thank you.
And thank you guys for make many people for happy to join me up today.
ขอบคุณค่ะ
Congratulations again. และอันดับ1ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 เป็นของ AS Motorsport โอ้โหสวัสดีครับพี่เตอร์ครับ Lawrence Harris ด้วย Congratulations ครับแล้วก็ Congratulations สำหรับลูกชายด้วยนะสำหรับ Formula สูตร3ที่ได้แชมป์ด้วยเช่นกันวันนี้ต้องเป็นการฉลองดับเบิลแชมป์ด้วยแต่พูดถึงใน GTM ใน GT3 รุ่นนี้ก่อนเป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับ
ก็อย่างที่บอกตอนเริ่มต้นนะไม่ได้ตั้งหลักเท่าไหร่เพราะว่ากำลังดูลูกแข่งอยู่แล้วเลยไม่ได้เตรียมตัวไม่ได้อะไรแต่ก็ดีใจฮะก็รถคือเซตอัพออกมาค่อนข้างดีในฝนก็เลยสามารถมีเพสแต่ก็โดนทิ้งแกป กับทางข้างหน้าพอสมควรก็ค่อยๆ
แหม
เริ่มนิ่งเพราะว่าเป็นฝนครั้งแรกฮะ
ไอเราก็แปลกใจว่าเอ๊ะพอพิทสต็อปเปิดปุ๊บโอเพนพี่เข้ามาก่อนอ๋อต้องรีบกลับมาดูลูกต่อ
จบไปแล้วจบไปแล้ว
อ๋อจบแล้ว โอเค ก็ถือว่าเป็นการใช้ compensation time ที่คุ้มค่าพอเปิดปุ๊บเนี่ยก็คือให้รอลลีเนี่ยขึ้นมาใช้เวลาในการที่อยู่ในสตริงที่2เนี่ยที่ดีที่สุด
ฮะใช่
ใช่ไหมครับ
ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นก็เลยนำคู่แข่งมาจนถึงขนาดนี้เลย
ฮะ
ก็ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมแล้วก็สุดยอดจริง
ฮะก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมงานแล้วก็ลอเรนเป็นอย่างมากที่ทำผลงานให้กับทีมได้อย่างดีฮะ
ๆ ครับ alright Lauren how do you feel today
It's quite hot, but obviously I'm extremely happy with Wutikon here to get another victory. Actually, back to back, we won the second race in Buriram.
Yes.
So we were carrying that penalty into this race with a longer pit stop. But our goal was still to win. I think I'm really proud of Wutikon in these difficult conditions on this most challenging track, I would say here. Adapting really fast and in the end
Yes.
matching the pace from P1. I think that was really the key that we could, after the pit stop, still be close to the Audi in front, and then I could make the pass. The car was great. So thanks to AAS by EBM and also Porsche.
Wow, very good. Congratulations again. And so,
Thank you.
and the next race, how do you prepare? Preparing.
Yeah, I mean, for sure we try again to get another victory. I will start from pole position tomorrow, and then I will hand over the car to Wutikon. Again, same.
So tomorrow we're just right for the first driver, right?
Yeah, I have to start
Yes.
the race tomorrow, and let's see the conditions. I mean, it might be wet again, and we will have the same penalty again with 15 seconds. But we've proven today that we can do it.
You can gonna be same again. You just compensation time, or จะให้เขาขับเข้ามาก่อนไหมหรือว่าจะขับจนใช้เวลาหมดก่อน pit window exit จะปิดแล้วก็
ก็ต้องดู situation ว่าพรุ่งนี้สถานการณ์
เป็นอย่างไร
ฮะ
โอเคครับพี่เต้ยครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากติดตามชมและเชียร์กันต่อนะฮะ
ครับ
ก็เรามาที่นี่ก็แน่นอนฮะต้องการสร้างสีสันให้กับแฟนๆบางแสนแฟนๆมอเตอร์สปอร์ตแล้วก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีม AS Motorsport ด้วยครับ
ครับ Leave a comment to Thai fans who's spotting you here.
Yeah, thank you for the support. I mean, it's great to see how many people are here. It's my first time in Bangsaen, and to experience this event for the first time is really cool, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay, congratulations again ครับ
Thank you.
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับ AAS Motorsport ด้วยครับ โอเค ไปต่อกันในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM กันบ้างนะครับ ซึ่งแน่นอนมีอีก 3 อันดับนะครับ เดี๋ยวเราจะไปอันดับที่ 3 กันก่อนนะฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะ ตามมาครับอันดับ 2 ก่อนแล้วฮะ 3 ยังไม่มา Simon Chan congratulations Hi
Thank you.
Wow I saw you all the time about almost the last stint. You just remain stable for the races. But Ferrari 296 will be coming here and push over. And then, how do you feel in this race?
Like you said, I think it's a wet race. I've never been to a wet race in Bangsaen.
Really?
Yeah. So a wet race in Bangsaen is always need to start out cautious, right? I think just storming, he's so much faster than I am. So I was just trying to maintain my pace. Hopefully he didn't catch up, but he was just catching up.
The problem that you just do the base. All right. So congratulations again and talk to the Thai fans who supporting you here.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye.
Congratulations และอันดับหนึ่งนะครับในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM เป็นของ PSC โอ้โหตามคำสัญญาเราต้องย้อนกลับไปเมื่อปีที่แล้วว่าพิกกี้บอกว่าเดี๋ยวมีความลับเป็นแบบ Secret Project แล้ววันนี้ก็มาเปิดเผยอย่างเรียบร้อยแล้วว่าเป็น Ferrari 296 Challenge
ครับผมก็
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ตื่นเต้นมากครับ จริงๆ วันนี้ออกไปที่เป็นครั้งแรกที่ขับสนามบางแสนแล้วฝนตกมีแต่เกือบแต่ปีนี้ตกเลย
ใช่
ก็ค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นมากๆครับ เพราะว่าแข่งที่นี่มานี่ก็เป็นปีที่9ครับก็ไม่เคยได้ที่ 1 เลยครับเนี่ย
แต่วันนี้
ได้ที่ 1
ที่ 1 แล้วโอ้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างพี่
ดีใจมากครับ
โอ้โหสุดจริง
ว่า
ๆอาฟิกต้องบอกอาฟิกด้วยนะอาฟิกก็คือแบบขับเร็วมาก แล้วก็แบบพุชแสดงไซมอนมาจนได้ที่ 1 เลย
ครับอาฟิกบอกว่าjust safe be safe แล้วก็ bring the car back to him ว่าถ้าเกิดแบบถ้าฝนตกครับแล้วก็ bring the car back to him
นี่แหละเป็นสิ่งที่เราทำได้ดีที่สุด How about you Afik
Yeah, I think
Today was incredible. We won the race. I think this is first time we won the race together.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
think. Yeah. So with the new car, the car was fantastic. Thank you for to the team for their hard works. We received the car last week, so we just did two days of testing in Bira. So we come here straight away race. So and then we won. So it's incredible. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Wow. Okay. So for the next race, how do you prepare? Because tomorrow we have the first race in the first driver.
So tomorrow I will have both of us will have a new tire. So I think it's going to be fun. But let's see the weather. It's going to be rain or dry. Let's see.
โอเคมาดูกันว่าพรุ่งนี้อากาศจะเป็นยังไงพี่กี้ครับฝากถึงเพื่อนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับพรุ่งนี้ก็มาทั้งครอบครัวเลยคุณพ่อก็มาก็มาเดี๋ยวเพื่อนๆก็มาทั้งโรงงานเลยครับโรงงานก็ขนกันมาก็มียางใหม่ทั้งคู่ครับพรุ่งนี้ก็จะขับเต็มที่ครับถ้าเกิดแห้งนะครับเร็วแน่นอน
นี่นะฮะติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับสำหรับ PSC ว่าจะเป็นอย่างไรนั่นเองนะครับขอบคุณมากและขอแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งนะครับขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับยังมีต่อให้ชมกันนะครับในวันพรุ่งนี้นั่นเองนะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ไปดูกันต่อกับไฮไลท์ครับ
Heading now to highlights of the first race of TSS GT3 and GTM. An incredibly wet start behind the safety car, spray everywhere, whole field on wet tyres. Beginning with the AM drivers, a super difficult challenge for them. They did all they could to navigate cleanly to then get to the pit stop window to hand over to the pros. It wasn't completely clean sailing though, including this big moment. Dirambakti on the offensive for the tail part of the race. At the compensation time, there were some AM drivers with a lot of pressure from behind after the pit stop window. Simon Chan doing his best all alone in the Porsche Cup car. Pitti trying to close back in on the field as the track dried out, making the pass through the GTM field and then up towards the GT3s to make more progress. When the pit window opened, it was about repressuring the wet tyres for a drying track, making the driver changes and, as best you can, trying to serve the compensation time. One team getting tripped up by that and falling just 1 second short, and then come back into the pit lane again. Then right back into the race, the 37 versus the number 18, and Lauren Heinrich, after multiple laps, applying the pressure, able to get the AAS Porsche into the lead of the race on this drying track and extend that lead massively. Serving penalty was the 89 after the pit stop window, and then dragging a little bit of track debris around was the NSX before a mistake from Dieter Schmidtmann saw him drop back and out of the podium positions. Just a small one there, but then a larger mistake later on as Chris Vanderdrift applied the blowtorch, rearranging the pro barrier down at turn 15, but able to get around towards the checkered flag. The lead changed outright in GTM, the pro leader going past the AM leader Simon Chan, and then a much more significant mistake from Schmidt as he tried to lap GTM traffic. Win outright for AAS Porsche, Lauren Heinrich and Wutterkorn taking the first race win with another 1 hour race to come tomorrow. That begins to wrap up English coverage today from Bangsaen GP. It's been David Haynes with Scott Rankin and Daniel Yeaman. Our pleasure to bring you some amazing racing in changeable weather conditions from a growing jewel of global motorsport. Thailand Super Series and the Bangsaen GP. Coverage will resume tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. local time. That's 11:15 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And do the conversion if you're anywhere else in the world. We hope you'll join us again tomorrow for many, many more great categories. And Sunday will be jam-packed at the Bangsaen GP.